Chapter 641 The work never stops. Chapter 641 The work never stops. Ping. The time is now 10 a.m. The meeting has now officially begun. Ping. The tiny bell was struck again, and everyone jumped into the matter like crazy. Landon listened keenly to them because in truth, many of their worries were also his worries too. Your Majesty. Undoubtedly, this is a great gift for Baymard. But, these gifts could also be seen as damaging if care is not taken, said a tall burly man, whose words made everyone nod in agreement. I agree with Minister Gornovich from the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Industry. Your Majesty, since this territory is ours, we need to provide its people with basic needs like education, good running water, electricity and many more. But as you've said many times, we mustn't allow our technology to get in the hands of wicked hungry power people, as this could cause more harm than good for many ordinary folks outside our territories. He's right, Your Majesty. Even though we are convinced about Prince William's morals, some of his people, particularly the nobles, could send their spies to steal or obtain technology within these new territories. Take for example the textbooks that will need to be accessible to the children within these new regions. Even if we build a proper school and library for these children, if we can't even protect the territory well, then wouldn't that be detrimental in the long run? Your Majesty, that's why I think that before we make any major changes, we first need to eradicate all bad in these areas, as well as build up a wall to prevent nobles and those from other empires from targeting these regions, said Minister Devin, from the Ministry of National Defense. Landon listened to everyone's complaints and knew that they were right. Even though it was a blessing that they had gained these new territories, it was also a curse too. And if things weren't properly handled with care, then other empires might decide to start attacking them from there instead. On top of that, these regions had bandits and gangs that bullied the villagers and collected all their crops season by season. So ensuring their safety was definitely a must. As for the new cities that they had acquired, in truth, 3 of those cities and a couple of villages put together would make up Baymard's current landmass. And now with the addition of these new regions, roads, forest areas and even hill ranges, one could almost say that Baymard had tripled in size. So with how big the territory was, they needed to first secure people's safety before anything else. Additionally, they needed to provide these people with a constant source of income and so on. But this in itself wasn't a problem, as most of these territories had particular unique items or goods that were only grown in their territories. And from the system's notification, a few of them had some caves that could be mined too. Although the people outside Baymard generally thought that the things in those caves were trash, as they weren't gold, silver and whatnot, but those in Baynard knew otherwise. So hiring miners and even timber workers would make their economy go up and increase these people's earnings. Again, before this was done, another wall and another military battle station had to be built along the borders, because unless these were built, Landon would never allow Baymard's technology or knowledge to reach these new territories. After all, a slip up from him and the system would kill him on the spot. Your Majesty, as for the matter of entry into Baymard's overall territory, I propose that we follow the normal system within most empires. For example, if one were to leave from one big city to the next within the same empire, they would still need to pay the entrance fee and be checked. Likewise, I propose that we still have another land port built by the new walls there. This newly built land port will strictly focus on allowing people into the Empire of Baymard, while the land port here will focus on letting people into the main city. One of the ministers said while stroking his chin thoughtfully. Maynard was now an empire, so these new territories were on the borders of the empire. So entrance into the empire would have to begin from there. Minister Gordon is right, Your Majesty. And while we are at it, I also propose that the current region that we are in should be called the capital. So the land port here will check those getting into the capital, while the other one gives entry into the empire as a whole. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. 0_0. The meeting went on with everyone throwing in their worries in an organized manner, here, and before they knew it, the meeting was soon coming to an end. In truth, they felt like they should just go ahead and reschedule another meeting again, because they hadn't even expressed half of their ideas to His Majesty. Landon looked at them and smiled wryly as well. In fact, he too knew how important this matter was, since they wouldn't be able to move forward until they had listed down all their suggestions, checked the pros and cons of each and vote on each suggestion, because they had to tackle everything involving these new territories, be it death rates, health, hunger, income, safety, and so on. Even the new land port that they suggested would need to have an office that would allow those coming in to register for their visas after they had successfully been accepted into Baymard. So it would also need to have a photo studio in it as well. And every day, the forms would be sent to the capital for approval and manufacturing. At that point, the visitors could choose whether to collect their visas in the capital or at the land port within the new territory. Of course, just like the current land port, visitors would also be given temporal entry IDs until they get their visas. In short, they had to properly talk about these matters in detail before they drew up contracts for the construction workers and all those involved in developing the newly acquired territories. One thing that Landon was truly happy with was the fact that he had built his hydro plants and main industries to deal with territorial expansion. Back on Earth, one should know that most provinces had just one main hydro company that provided to the entire province and whatnot. And even with the addition of these new territories, Baymard wasn't as big as most provinces back on Earth, so they were good. But even though it was okay, Landon still wanted to build more tanks within these industries, as well as some sub-industries along two major locations within the new territories. Those sub-industries would focus on monitoring and ensuring that everything got supplied from the main industries in the capital to these new territories and vice versa. So even the massive pipes in charge of carrying poop needed to be monitored as well. Sigh. When Landon thought of all the work that these new territories brought, he couldn't help but shed some tears for the busy workers. Well, it looked like they would have to hire more Baymardians again. And in truth, he wouldn't feel bad if he also rescued some more slaves right about now. Ping. It's now 12 midday. Meeting adjourned. With that, Landon left the hall and headed straight for the swimming pools. With the aquarium under construction, of course, he had to properly train the newly hired aquarists. Chapter 642 Time to Strike. Chapter 642 Time to Strike. Time went by swiftly, and while Landon busily ran around Baymard, William and his crew were just 7 hours away from entering the capital city. But before they got entered, of course they had to visit his base nearby first. It was already nightfall, and several creatures had come out to play. They drove into the forest region and stopped in front of several massive bushes. To be more accurate, there were several trees around that had leaves that were so long that they touched the floor. So it all looked like the trees had long hair instead. William got out of the vehicle and calmly walked towards the bushes with his hands firmly clasped behind his back. Risen groups, north, east, west and south, come out. Master's orders. Thap, 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 thap. The moment William bellowed out, several men in all black hastily jumped onto the ground from above. Young Master, welcome back, they knelt and said in unison. Of course the men in black had already been aware of the incoming visitors, since they all received several reports about these incoming Baymardian vehicles already. And since their young master had previously gone towards Baymard a while back, then didn't that mean that he had returned? Moreover, he had told them to come here and wait for his return. So many of them already had a hunch that their young master and his family were back. Their master left their main base during the early weeks of March, and now, he had returned in mid-May. So did this mean that they would finally put their final plan in motion? One should know that their main base was just a month and a half's travel from the base that they were presently residing, so it didn't take too long for them to get here. Of course, when their young master had left the main base, he had also traveled to his other bases close to the capital with the help of the Baymardian vehicles. All in all, he had only chosen to visit camps that were just a month or at most 2 months away from the capital on horseback. He alerted them all and told them to head to this base, which was just 7 hours away on horseback. Hence the place was now somewhat overcrowded, and for these men, such a massive gathering could only mean one thing: their young master was finally ready to strike. "Welcome, young master. We, your humble servants, have been waiting for your arrival." Good. With that, some of the men went back into their hiding place, while others brushed the bushes away, revealing a massive cave. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I'll send word for all traps to be removed." "HMHM. You go do your thing," William said before calmly walking back into one of the vehicles again. It could take some time, so he decided to change his attire first. He was currently wearing a loose robe that looked like a bedroom robe. Well, since he stayed in his bed during most of the trip, he just felt that wearing thick clothes to bed was ridiculous. So he hadn't even bothered changing. But now that he had arrived, of course while waiting for his men to remove all traps, he and his family calmly changed their attire. "Young master, all traps have been properly dismantled." Good. With that, they drove in steadily and finally exited the cave. William, who was now eating beside the driver, happily looked at the heavily packed camp. "It looks like everyone made it," he thought. They drove up a small hill and made their way into a grand estate there. "Young master, welcome back. King father, welcome back. Queen mother, welcome back." Everyone had gotten word that William and his family were back, so they hurriedly assembled themselves before the main mansion within the estate in attempts to welcome them. They were all very excited and eager to see William and his family, especially his aides and those who had survived Connor and Delis' previous attack. Seeing them return in high spirits also meant that the Baymardians had somehow taken care of Alec. But now, everyone had one question in mind: was he dead or alive? William looked at the large assembly and slowly walked up the stairs of the main mansion. "Thank you all for your warm welcome. You all have been my hand throughout these years. We have fought many battles together, and have also lost many of our brothers too. Their deaths will forever be remembered by us till the day we die. But no matter what, we can't let their deaths go in vain. That's why we will put a stop to this long tiring battle once and for all by taking over the capital. Brothers, this will be our salvation battle. And what do we fight for? We fight for peace, fairness, happiness and freedom for ourselves and our families. We have lived in the shadows for decades. And now, it's time for us to make our place known in Arcadina." "Yeah?" the men yelled out emotionally. "Thank the ancestors. Now we can visit our families as much as we want. I'm so happy. I. Ha 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 ha. Bro, are you crying?" "You, who says that I'm crying? I just have dirt in my eyes. That's all." All right, you aren't crying. No need to fight me about it, okay?" "Hey everyone, Malone is crying." "Hey everyone. Why are you all crying as well?" "You won't understand." "Why?" "Because you're single." Many of the men within the audience broke down in tears as they listened to William's words. Only they knew how much they and their families have suffered throughout these years. Their wives and children had to pretend to have no relations with them when they were out of their bases. It was a struggle to act like a total stranger to one's family, but that was for the best since they didn't want anyone to target or suspect their families. And as they listened on, they knew that the time had finally come for them to stand out. Their hearts raced wildly and their minds became determined. Yes, it was finally time to end this long-going battle. Chapter 643. Oh, how the tables have turned. Chapter 643. Oh, how the tables have turned. The men all felt their hearts bleed warmly when they thought about the future. They listened to William and smiled through their tears proudly. Yes, The end of their difficulties was near. William looked at them and nodded in satisfaction and understanding. As the ghostly prince who has led them throughout the years, how could he not understand their feelings? Men, we are steadily nearing our goal, and I guarantee that victory will be ours. As for how I'm certain, that's because we have successfully brought the tyrant Gat has hunted our dreams for years. That's right. Thanks to the Baymardians, the villain Alec Barn has finally been captured. Silence. What? They had captured the mighty Alec Barn? Exclamation mark. Everyone felt like it was a dream. Sure, they had speculated it, but to actually hear it from the horse's mouth was a whole other matter. They trembled and even pinched themselves in stupor. How did those Baymardians do it? This was a man that they had been trying to overpower for decades now, and these Baymardians just took care of him in one battle? Awesome. That's right. As honorable men, we must always remember this debt, as well as all the aid that the Baymardians have extended to us now and in the future. And so my brave warriors, from this day forward, they will always be our brothers. Yeah? The men yelled excitedly in unison. But enough of that. William raised his hands and demanded for silence before continuing on. Brothers, the hour is upon us, and soon we will be marching out to war. So for now, everyone should have a good night's rest and wait for further instructions tomorrow, because 2 days from now, we will storm the capital. Yeah? William looked at the courageous men before him and finally stepped into his mansion. Now, it was time to make a proper plan of action with how many people they had at hand. Soon, he will rid Arcadina of all its filth. Of course, while he was preparing for his own battle, unknowingly to him, chaos was already hovering over the capital arrogantly. Trick, 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 trick. Seated within a massive well-lit room, was a gorgeous 30-something-year-old woman who was just silently watching the flames of fire violently engulf the logs of wood in the fireplace. The room was utterly silent, so much so that one could only hear the sounds of the wood burning away. The woman had a massive scarf that covered her shoulders, and her big dollish-looking eyes seemed to be as empty and lifeless as a vase. Out of nowhere, the woman clenched her first a bit, before finally releasing them again. She had now resumed her previous demeanor of a lifeless doll. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Greetings, third queen. We've brought you good just as requested, said a young maid, who came in alongside 4 others, who were also carrying in trays of good wine and snacks as well. Drop them on the table and leave, the lady said without taking her gaze off the fireplace. As you wish, my queen, the said answered before bowing and taking their leave. Bam. Once the door had been shut, the lady hurriedly walked towards the door and bolted it with a massive log on the side. She then lifted all the plates of food on the tray anxiously, and when she saw what she was looking for, her expression looked like that of a mad person's. As she was now smiling and slowing, tracing a table knife over her face. My queen, the stage is set. Today, the big wolf will die. And 5 days from now, the little wolf cub will also die as well. Tonight, my queen is sure to enjoy the show. The woman smiled broadly and calmly threw the letter into the flames. And as she watched it go up in flames, she couldn't go but visualize that it were her enemies that were going up in flames instead. Children, Mother had promised to take revenge for your deaths. And tonight, Mother will fulfill one of those promises. Tonight, I will avenge one of you. But son, I swear that for as long as I live, I will never stop working hard to avenge you too. So you don't have to wait anymore. The woman waited patiently in her room while sharpening a hidden dagger with a stone. Soon, she will get her revenge. And while the woman was indulging herself in her own fantasies of revenge, another woman close by was still in a bind about her predicaments. Crash. Useless, useless, useless. Why does the royal family pay you all if you can't even do your jobs properly? Crash, 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 bam. In another room within the royal place, another beautiful woman was currently throwing a massive tantrum at the results that her men had given her. All sorts of objects were thrown towards her targets in a fit of rage. Were they joking with her or something? What did they mean by saying that they had no clues or leads about the matter? Sarah felt like she was going crazy from just listening to their bullish. Her expression was now close to savageness. and her voice was sharp and ear-piercing. She tried her best to calm herself down, but nothing she did seemed to be doing did the trick. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Crash! She threw another expensive clay vase towards the men kneeling before her violently. What a bunch of worthless morons. With the way things were going, how was she supposed to find out who had kidnapped her son, Eli? More still, why hadn't they found her precious daughter's attacker yet? Was she that weak that everyone now felt like they could pick on her? She felt both angry and helpless at the same time, and the only consolation she had was knowing that Alec would stop at nothing to find Eli when he got back from his trip. So she felt a little bit reassured. Nonetheless, that didn't mean that she planned to stop looking for the culprits. No way. What if they planned to kill her precious son within this time frame? It was all their fault. Why couldn't they do their jobs properly and figure out who the culprits were? She coldly looked at the men before her in disdain. Listen boys, you all better pray that nothing happens to my son yet, because if he so much as has a single strand of hair missing from his head, he'll cook your families and give you their flesh to eat. No. Stop teasing me and do your jobs all right, Sarah said with a seemingly warm smile on her face. Her men on the other hand, shivered a bit when they saw her smile. And just as Sarah was about to dismiss them, someone came barging into the room without any warning. Bam! Are you mad or something? How dare you come in without any further notice? I'm sorry, First Queen, but it's an emergency. Thung. The man froze midday during his speech, and his expression slowly turned pale before his lifeless body finally dropped to the floor. Bang! Was that an arrow on his back? Everyone quickly became alert, and just when they were about to move the First Queen to safety, they soon heard a loud clapping noise, and in came their enemies. Clap, 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 clap. As expected of the Empire's first noble queen, said a calm soothing voice. Sarah looked at the culprit before her in shock. Why was it her? Chapter 644 The Royal Stew. Chapter 644 The Royal Stew. Sarah looked at the culprit before her in shock. Why was it her? More than 15 men entered the room alongside the psycho, and judging from the large number of men standing outside the hallway, Sarah knew that she had been surrounded. She couldn't help but feel a little bit irked at the fact that everyone now thought her to be an easy target this year. Had she softened up throughout the years, or did they do this because of Alec's seemingly busy attitude? She wasn't a fool. If Alec had paid a lot of attention to her like he regularly did, then maybe this psycho wouldn't have been standing here today. But who would have known that he would be traveling every minute instead? And even when he was at the capital, he spent more time with the royal blacksmiths, alchemists, and knights. So his entire attention had been focused on some grand plan. Hence he didn't leave many guards to protect her while he was away. Typically, as Eli's mother, Alec had always taken precautions to keep her safe, since this was a privilege that she was entitled to as the future queen mother. Unfortunately, this time around, the bastard had allowed her to only use her own men for protection. But this was a bit problematic because she had sent almost half of them to protect her daughter, Carrie. Because even though Carrie had her own knights, Alec had withdrawn most of them for some grand ploy. Well, according to him, she didn't seem so need them, since all she did was sit at home all day, as if she had a choice. Sarah felt like this year had been the worst year of her life. But what was more painful was that she didn't see tonight's attack coming. She looked at the psycho before her in confusion, anger, and curiosity. And who was the royal psycho before her? Well, it was none other than the third queen, Queen Argenia, who had lost both of her children, Jeanette and James. One should know that over the years, Argenia had lost most of her sanity, as she spent most of her days dazing around aimlessly. Sarah had even sent more men to confirm if this was all some sort of pretentious act or not. But after close to 2 years, the woman was still the same as ever. According to the reports, Argenia had never issued any commands to her guards, or even attempted to step out of her courtyard again. In fact, The only times that she did so was when Alec dragged her out like a mad dog. She had even heard that those who Alec had sent to fetch her always ended up with knife cuts and other injuries. And it was precisely because of this that Alec was typically the only one who could drag her out. Of course, who could blame her? Sarah was sure that if both of her children were killed, she too might go crazy as well. Just the fact that Carrie had been crippled, as well as the fact that Eli had gone missing, had already made her go mad these few months. So what more if they died? She knew that she would never be able to recover in this life no matter what. But now, seeing our genius smile and walk up to get calmly, Sarah knew that the BCH had been planning it all along. Damn it. Did she know that she and her daughter had been responsible for killing Jeanette? Or was she here for another reason altogether? Wait, was the whore the cause of Eli's disappearance? Immediately, Sarah felt rage burn within her the more she thought about it. She calmed herself down and decided not to jump to conclusions until she knew the real reason for today's attack. Just how much did Argenia know? Argenia's red dress swayed seductively against her hips, and her every step showed poise and perfection. Her beauty was even more profound tonight when compared to her normal haggard look. And even her enemies couldn't help but admit that she was one hell of a woman. After all, making all the total wives, she was the only one who kept her slim curvy figure after all these years of marriage. Argenia walked confidently towards Sarah, and as she advanced, her men quickly subdued Sarah's men who were shielding her. Of course, some also hurried towards Sarah to subdue her too. Unhand me. How dare you all touch the wife of your king? If any of you have some brains, I suggest that you unhand me now, because if you do, then I guarantee that he'll let this slide when His Majesty returns. Do you hear me? Unhand me now, Sarah said, while struggling to free herself from their grip. It was painful. Their grip felt more like someone was crushing her bones instead. They looked at these men as if trying to print their faces in her mind. Because if she ever escaped from today's event, then she wouldn't let these men go. She bared her teeth at them and tried as much as she could to bite them to pieces. Let me go on, brutes. Let me go. Looking at Sarah's distorted expression, Argenia felt even more delighted than before. Sarah, my good sister, I've come to visit you, and this is the hospitality that you've shown me. Look, you haven't even said a single word to your sister here. So aren't you being a tad bit rude as a host? Sarah glared at Argenia in fury when she saw her pitiful-looking face. Rude? Did she look like she was in any mood to entertain any guests? Her breathing became heavy and her body shuddered violently. She tilted her head towards the floor for a bit, and by the time she lifted her face once more, the crazy expression on her face had now been replaced with an extremely calm one. How could she show weakness now without getting answers yet? She looked at Argenia coldly. Bring it on, BCH. Argenia and her men looked at Sarah and couldn't help but feel impressed. As expected of Arcadina's first queen, your ability to calm yourself in situations like these is truly amazing, Argenia said gleefully with her hands clasped together. Thanks for the compliment, little sister. But while we are on the topic of who's being rude, don't you think that you are a little too much yourself? Oh, what do you mean? It's simple really. All this time, you haven't stated why here. So, aren't you being rude yourself? You're right. I do apologize for my negligence. So let's cut the crap and go straight to business, shall we? Agreed. I would prefer it no other way, Sarah said coldly. No matter what, she couldn't die without finding out who had kidnapped her son and injured her daughter. So she decided to calm herself and trick Argenia into keeping her as a hostage for the time being. After all, she and Sarah were sisters due to the fact that they had married the same man. Additionally, they had lived together for decades now, so she knew all of Argenia's weaknesses. Hence she had to find a way to stay alive for the time being, because death wasn't an option yet. Chapter 645. One down, one more to go. Chapter 645. One down, one more to go. Argenia smiled and calmly took a sharp dagger from one of her men before squared down beside Sarah. Silly sister. Did you really think that you and her hell of a daughter would get away with what you did? Do you both take me for a fool? Agenda said while tracing the dagger on Sarah's smooth face. Sarah's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the total psycho before her. She knew. Argenia tightened her grip on the dagger while still tracing it along Sarah's face. Ah! The cold blade dug into Sarah's flesh and a thin line of blood soon trailed down her fair skin. She gritted her teeth and looked at Argenia fiercely. But how could any of her actions scare Argenia, who had done through hell for these past few years? Argenia looked at her coldly and sneered. Now, elder sister, don't look at me as if I'm the villain here. After all, it was you and your dog of a daughter who plotted against my child. Your daughter seduced her sister's fiancé and killed her own sister in cold blood. So what I'm doing to you both is just retribution. You both? Yes, elder sister. I also took action against your daughter. Let me ask you a question. Who did you think was responsible for crippling your daughter? Of course, it's me. Listening to her words, Sarah felt like someone had unlocked the beats within her. You mother-effer, you tramp, you lowlife, you good-for-nothing, arrogant wretch. How dare you lay your filthy middle-class nobility fingers on my daughter? I shouldn't have let you live all these years. How dare you touch my precious daughter? I want you dead. Sarah yelled aggressively. She somehow found a way to wrestle against the men who were pinning her down, and just when she was about to use her claws to scratch Argenia's face, she felt a sharp pain across her face. Ah, my face, my beautiful face. Sarah cried out in agony. She felt it hard to breathe, as the pain was somehow connected to her cantoned heart. The air that gently caressed her face, now I felt like it tormented it instead. And every time it blew, the pain seemed to be multiplied by tenfolds. Her face now had a long deep line on it that ran in a slanted manner, and the more she cried and wrinkled up her face, the more the wound opened up, as if it were a blower in bloom. My face, my face, my face, Sarah cried hysterically. And as she cried, Argenia on the other hand slowly used her crimson dress to wipe off the blood from her dagger. My dear sister, why are you so worried about your looks? As chubby as your face was, did you think that you were still the woman you were years back? Face it, Grandma. Your looks are the least of your problems. Ugh. Please, elder sister, please lower your gaze, because just looking now could cause one indigestion. But then again, SLS heal faster, so I'm sure you'll get your grandma looks back in no time. Now, where were we? Oh yes, like I was saying, I was responsible for tackling that useless daughter of yours. And tonight, I'll end both of your lives indefinitely. Men, lay her flat to the ground, Argenia commanded. And in a flash, Sarah found herself looking upwards towards the ceiling. Argenia, are you good for nothing BCH? Do you think that you will get away with this? Do you think that our dear husband wouldn't find out? That's the same thing I thought when you both killed my daughter. But look at it now. Elder sister, I suggest that you don't mention that man's name beside me, or else your torture might be worse than what I had in mind. Argenia said coldly before fiercely slicing off 3 fingers from Sarah's right hand. Ah, blood oozed out like crazy, and Sarah soon felt sweat trickle down her back and forehead. Her body was desperately trying to take action and keep her alive from it all. Her head ached and her mouth felt dry and dehydrated. And just when she had found a way to cope with the pain, Argenia quickly took a sword from her men and cut off Sarah's feet from her ankles. Ah! Tears finally poured out of Sarah's eyes, as the pain was now too much for her to handle. She was losing way too much blood, and her vision was getting very blurry. No, she had to stay alive. Wait, she said hoarsely. Oh? Do you have anything else that you wish to know? Did you kidnap my son? He's been kidnapped. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, elder sister, I'm not the one responsible for that. Well, it was probably some other enemy that you've acquired. But then again, shouldn't you be worried about your own safety first? And just so you know, before I came over to attack you, I already killed your precious daughter Carrie. As I said, all those responsible for Jeanette's death will be skinned alive. No exceptions. Argenia said hatefully before sending the cold blade into Sarah's heart. Pichu. Sarah gasped for air and while crying. Her daughter was dead. Her precious daughter was dead. And all because of this harlot. Sarah looked at Argenia and began praying to the ancestors for revenge. She didn't care who they sent to fulfill her requests, but all she wanted was for Argenia to die a gruesome death. Of course, she also prayed that her son would be fine and would also be the one to avenge her and her daughter too. As her consciousness slowly drifted away, her life seemed to flash before her eyes like a play. And by the time she took her last breath, her biggest regret of all was marrying Alec Barn. The bastard was the cause of all her problems. She was dying with a lot of resentment in her heart, as she didn't even get to kill the bastard. Damn it, it wasn't fair. If there's a next life, I promise to kill you first, bastard. With that, first Queen Sarah had finally died. Argenia looked at her and sighed. They were both pitiful, no matter how one saw it, and the culprit for turning them into psychos was none other than their husband. Thinking about the bastard, Argenia felt her blood boil even more. You 15 should clean this place up, skin the body and dispose of the inner parts. As for the rest of you all, let's go, Argenia said while walking out of the room calmly. Now, all that was left, was for Alec Barn to die. But unbeknownst to her, the actions which she took against Sarah were already relayed to another lady in the palace. Ha 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 ha. Argenia, oh, Argenia. For a moment, you really had me fooled, the lady said while stroking her chin. She then turned to her most loyal assassin and whispered into his ears. Go and do as instructed. As you wish, master. With that, the man was gone, leaving the lady all alone in her room. She looked at the moon outside her window and smiled brightly. One down, one more to go. Chapter 646 Taste Testing. Chapter 646 Taste Testing. As chaos slowly made its way into Arcadina, the same could not be said for Baymard's situation. The only real chaos they faced was taking care of all new territories. And so with that said, over the past few days, Landon and his men had viewed the pros and cons of each suggestion, as well as voted on them too. For sure, they followed everything up by drafting several contracts for all industries involved with development. After all, they needed the current water, power, and other daily essential industries to be expanded. They also needed several sub-industries to be built within 2 out of the 4 cities given to them. Not to talk of building the walls and land port there. In short, all of these issues could take 2 to 4 years to complete or more, but patience was the key here. Nonetheless, as for what could be done presently, they sent out spies towards each village, city and town to get a better idea of the issues involved with each community. Of course, the spies were also sent out to find the hideouts and usual routes used by any bandits within the territory. After all, the bandits sometimes demanded village heads to head towards their lair and give them protection fees and other gifts, so it wouldn't be hard for them to find these lairs. Anyway, it was essential for them to get the overall situation of each territory before they making any changes to it. Landon sat in his office and busily went over some new documents that had been sent his way for approval. The weather was somewhat sunny and clear, and the sounds of birds chirping away merrily could be heard coming from his window. The faint spring breeze gently caressed his cheeks, giving it a subtle pinkish color that seemed like he was blushing. Landon spun his pen in his hand as if he were bored, but in actuality, he was more concentrated than ever. Ring, 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 ring. Good day, Your Highness. Overseer Lior was just on the line, and he asked me to pass a message to you regarding the projects that were assigned to his industry. Your Majesty, the last samples from each project had been completed, so he wanted you to come for tasty testing if or when Your Majesty is available. Oh, and what's my schedule like for today? Your Majesty, you have an appointment in an hour and a half's time, followed by 2 other meetings. But from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., you have nothing scheduled then, so would you like me to mark that period as occupied, as well as contact Overseer Lior to give him the details? HMHM. That would be for the best, Landon said, Before hanging up, he scratched his head and sighed for a bit. Today, he had secretly planned to meet up with his mother and take her out as per usual. But now, he could only push back his plans for another time. Luckily, he didn't tell her what he had in mind, since he just wanted to surprise her. The woman loved going to the zoo but never really had the time to do so. Well, it was more like she had the time, but usually felt too tired to go. After teaching, she still had other official government work to do. One should know that within her sector, she sometimes went for food inspections and looked over some trivial issues within her ministry. So her calendar was also booked as well. One should know that kindergarten to high school hours ended at 3 p.m., and government office hours also ended at 5 p.m. So even if she had early classes and later branched to the ministry, all in all, she would never be occupied above 5 p.m. Except she had to visit the hospital or show support to those who needed it, which was once a week on Saturdays. So with all that said, Mother Kim usually got too tired to go to the zoo. But today, she only had a single class from 9 to 9:45 a.m. And she had just 3 hours of work to do within her ministry. So around 1 p.m., she would be as free as a bird. And Landon had wanted to secretly take her out in disguise, of course. But now, that dream wouldn't happen anytime soon. Landon thought for a while and made up his mind to take her, Lucy, the kids and everyone else there on Sunday. With that, he readied himself for his next meeting and made his way towards its location. And soon, after finishing up with all scheduled appointments, he finally made his way towards the food industry, alongside his secretary Brian. The more tasters available, the more accurate feedback they could get. Brian looked at the day pass that had been given to him excitedly. In truth, this was the first time that he had ever entered the lower industry, and his excitement at this point was off the roof. He kept looking around from left to right, as if he was out sightseeing. Everything about the place fascinated him. The huge tanks and other heavy equipment made him feel somewhat tiny in size. But that was fine. Immediately, he and Landon were brought into a room filled with other workers who also had their badges on as well. And before them, were several 3-layer trays filled with some strange delicacies, as well as several question sheets before them. Brian looked at everything in confusion. But after briefly glancing at the doc.u.ment booklet before him, his eyes immediately shone with clarity. Of course, as he looked over the booklet, someone also explained how the tasting would go. And with everything explained, the person standing before them clapped his hands and looked at them eagerly. All right. Now that everyone has a general sense of what to do, then let's begin tasty testing. _carrot. Chapter 647 The Issues with Such Delicacies. Chapter 647 The Issues with Such Delicacies. Alright. Now that everyone has a general sense of what to do, then let's begin, said a short robust dwarfish man, who excitedly grabbed a bluish-looking bar from his table. And even though his feet were covered by the podium, everyone already knew that he was standing on a stool behind the desk. The man was very confident and didn't feel himself lacking because of his short stature. Instead, he would crack jokes here and there about his height and how he married a tall very woman and whatnot. He was a classic comedic host to all. Now, I still see some people laughing at the back. Playtime is over, so let's get down to business. To start off, everyone should please grab the product labeled Bay Excellent 95% Cocoa Dark Chocolate. It looks like this. So please make sure that the name on the bar is the same as the one that I've mentioned. Again, please answer the questions in the booklets involving this particular product honestly, said the dwarfish man. With that, they officially began tasty testing. And the more products they tried, the clearer everyone's preferences were. In truth, Brian found out that he loved all the white chocolate brands, as well as all the bubble gum brands, and new drink types, which was just his preference since he had a sweet tooth. He continuously chewed the yellowish banana juicy gum while closing his eyes in enjoyment. Your Majesty, they are just too good, Brian said, before pushing his glasses towards his face in a serious manner. In fact, Landon felt like he almost saw a star-like twinkle at the edge of Brian's glasses when he looked at him. Carrot. Your Majesty. Even though these products are good, there's still a larger problem at hand with them. Oh, care to explain? Of course, Your Majesty. Let's take my case for example. It's a given that I love the white milkish chocolates and the dark ones with very low cocoa percentages in them. But what if I went to the supermarket and got those with higher cocoa percentages instead? Your Majesty, if I had done so, I would probably give up on chocolate altogether. So how are they going to make sure that everyone buys what they like? Some people only give certain things a chance once. And after they have a bad impression of it, it could take a long time before they try it again. So what plan of actions will the industry take against that? Brian asked seriously. If it were him, after wasting money on what he didn't like, he might just give up on the product and maybe only eat it again accidentally if a friend buys it or something. Chocolates weren't the same as drinks or even bubblegum, because with those, even if someone tried out one type of soft drink, the chances are that even if it wasn't their favorite brand, they could still find the product passable or manageable. So they won't feel like their money has completely gone down the drain. But with chocolates, what if someone with a sweet tooth bought 95% cocoa dark chocolate? Ugh. For a sweat-toothed person like himself, it was so bitter that he couldn't even swallow a single thing. The taste on his tongue was just too bitter for him. Luckily, after eating every chocolate product, they were also given bubblegum to help them neutralize the taste. In his opinion, it was just too awful. But then again, there were those who would enjoy such products, especially the elderly. Looking at Brian, Landon couldn't help but smile broadly. As expected of his secretary, he too noticed that particular issue that had bugged the food industry several months ago. But luckily, the whole dilemma had been solved without his aid. That's right. Those within the industry came together and discussed the best mode of action to counter the issue. And as for how they would go on about it, they decided to take advantage of the upcoming 3-day water festival instead. Yup. This upcoming Thursday to Saturday night, the Baymardians had their usual water festival to thank the ancestors for the spring rain which helped food grow abundantly. They typically chose this period because summer was fast approaching and the rains had seemingly decreased greatly. So it was a good time to celebrate. Everyone got dressed up in the traditional Baymardian attire, which also acted as a cultural day too. Hence they took it as a public holiday. And so with that said, the food industry had decided to give free samples of today's products to everyone, be it chocolates, bubblegum or the new drinks. The Baymardians and visitors would have a chance to taste these goods for themselves during the festival, as well as to also see the difference between coffee that had cocoa added to it too. In fact, even chocolate cakes would be made on that day as well. Of course, since it was only sample tasting, when it came to alcoholic drinks, they would only be able to take a single shot of it. Whether the alcohol percentage was high or not, Landon chuckled while looking at Brian's puzzled expression, as he brainstormed on the issue at hand. As if he was an employee within the food industry. Brian, are you attending the upcoming water festival? Of course, Your Majesty. How can I not? Wait. Does it have anything to do with these products? Brian asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe you'll find your answers there. You never can tell, Landon said mysteriously, before leaving the confused Brian behind in a waiting room just outside Lior's office. Your Majesty, how was it? Lior asked anxiously. One had to know that Landon's opinions to him were very important. After all, he was the creator of such godly delicacies. So if he didn't create them up to standard, then wouldn't he have failed at his job? His expression was that of a pitiful cat that had been deprived of food for days. Sigh. In Landon's opinion, Lior's eyes reminded him of Puss in Boots. Seeing him act shamelessly, Landon couldn't be bothered, even though he was impressed by today's results. For months now, they had been working on these products, and Landon had personally tested over 15 times now. Of course, Their goal was to get everything ready before the festival. So this was the last tasty testing session. And overall, they had improved greatly. Hearing Landon's opinion, Lior quickly hugged him gleefully. Ha 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 ha. That's great, Your Majesty. Now, we will be ready for the festival. Carrot_carrot. The duo spoke for a bit more before Landon headed out with Brian. Now he could finally relax. Tonight, he would have the best sleep ever. And just when he was about to step into his office, he heard an alert from the system. Ding! New side mission alert. Warning to host. Mission needs to be completed tonight, or else death awaits the host. Chapter 648. Fearing the Weak. Chapter 648. Fearing the Weak. Landon sorrowfully sat on his office chair in agony while massaging his tired shoulders. Was the system really out to get him? At this point, he truly believed that he may have accumulated some sort of bad karma in his previous life. He took a deep breath and calmed himself while trying to feel energized too. Well, feeling bad wouldn't change the fact that he still needed to complete the mission. So why should he torment himself even and give the system any satisfaction? No way. He would rather die than let the system laugh up in the heavenly realm while chewing popcorn at that. He quickly ate a protein bar to keep his energy levels up, before calmly looking at his side mission. His eyes lit up for a brief moment, before hastily making his way to dismiss his secretary, as well as exempt himself from tonight's dinner. He didn't want anyone finding him when he was away, so he just locked his office door and put a busy sign on it. Of course he had done this many times in the past, so everyone typically had the understanding that His Majesty had some work that he had to finish up by the end of the day. He could only hope that he finished the mission before 1 p.m., because if he didn't, then either the guards, maids or even his family would bring him brewed coffee or dinner. Landon finished up what he needed to do and wrapped out of Baymard speedily. Plop, he was gone. Meanwhile, somewhere along the hilly ranges in Deiferus, several men were currently dragging over 350 soldiers by chains. A single chain had 30 handcuffs spaced evenly along the chain. They handcuffed the prisoners and made them walk up one of the tallest hills in Deiferus by foot. In fact, one could almost confuse this hill for a small mountain if they weren't careful. Its entire terrain was very rocky. Just the massive boulders, as well as the stony paths, could make one slide right down the hill if they weren't careful. The hill was too vertical, making it dangerous for horses and carriages to walk up straight. That was why they decided to create a footpath all around the hill in a circular manner, that swirled right to the entrance of their base at the upper section of the hill. Currently, from the place of capture, the prisoners had been walking for days now with only 4 hours of rest every 2 days. As for what they ate, well, it was typically bread, leftover cooked meals and water from the streams or lakes. Nonetheless, even though the prisoners were strong and able-bodied, after traveling for 20 days on foot tirelessly, their huge bodies felt pain like it never had before. Some fell down and never got up again, while others tried their best to continue forward. Of course, once a prisoner closed his eyes for good, their hands would be cut off cleanly so as not to drag along a dead body up the mountain. And by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, only 57 men remained. The prisoners walked up the swirly path around the hill and finally came to a dead end in confusion. Did these guys want them to kill themselves by jumping off here? If so, then what was the point of taking them as prisoners and making them walk for days just to get here? Some of the prisoners couldn't help but think that maybe this was a new form of psychological torture or something. And while they were still all deep in thought, one of the lead guards calmly sent his hand through a hole on the wall and quickly revealed a red flag that had an X on it. And immediately after that, he heard 4 distinctive sounds coming from within the hill. Ting, 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 ting. And to reply to the sound, the guard also took an arrow and tapped it around the hole 8 times too. Ting, 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 ting. From there, unbeknownst to the prisoners, several stone-like windows opened up a little further from the stony door. At this point, the men inside peeked at the pathway briefly, before closing the stone-like windows calmly. And finally, after a while of silence, Everyone on the footpath could hear the loud sounds of the massive stone door opening up gently. The massive stone-like door opened up slowly, and soon the prisoners saw a well-lit tunnel within. They walked in quietly and observed the many guards standing stationary along the tunnel. The place was indeed heavily guarded and somehow didn't seem to be stuffy as well. Thinking of it a bit more, one of the prisoners couldn't help but wonder if there were some hidden windows within this space. After all, if he and his men had to escape, they had to properly examine this place from head to toe. "Hey, you, what are you looking at? Keep your head down and move along," said an arrogant guard, who quickly shot a small pebble towards the prisoner's way. Pap. The prisoner lowered his head and continued walking forward. They walked into the massive base, and made several twists and turns that could make anyone lost. And soon, they finally stopped before a massive room filled with poisonous bagwas. Ha 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 ha. "So, you finally caught the rascals, Pyru." Ha 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 ha. "His Highness would be thrilled when he arrives tomorrow," said another burly man who was calmly walking towards them. The burly man looked at one of the prisoners and sneered. "So, you are the useless, last prince of Deiferus, Prince Henry?" "As expected, you're as powerless as you look. But not to worry, your brother, His Highness Radcliffe, has decided to give you a besotted burial that would make you feel like a true hero," the burly man said in disdain. What was the use of loyal trash? He was the weakest royal within the empire, as even his sisters were more gifted and talented than he was. But with his low capabilities, his existence still made his brothers view him as a threat. So, he had to die. After all, no one wanted another Landon Barn or Sirius MacLean situation. Those two were belittled in their own empires, and now look at them. One ruled an entirely newly established empire, while the other was now the ruler of Yoden. Nope, before they might have let this brother of theirs live. But now, forget it. Not a chance. Chapter 649 The Hungry Bagwas. Chapter 649 The Hungry Bagwas. The weak were now in danger. That's right. Powerful royals now feared the weak royals, because they felt like one day they might rise to the occasion and kill them. So why not take them out now? And so, all of Henry's brothers focused their attention on getting rid of him fast. The enemy they knew, A.K themselves, was better than the enemy they didn't know. Who knew if all of this weak act was just a hoax? They had to admit that they had truly neglected this brother of theirs because of his lack of power. But now, no way. He had to be the first one to go. After taking him out, they would finally be able to focus on each other. Sigh. But how would they have known that even the heavens would be on the side of this weak brother of theirs? The burly man looked at Henry in disgust and sneered. His Highness Radcliffe had requested to see his first thing tomorrow when he arrived. Of course, those were the only instructions given by His Highness. So he had today, till tomorrow, to cool off the bastard's head. With that thought in mind, he had quickly organized some sort of amuse.e.m.e.nt for him and his men. That's right. They had planned to place all 57 prisoners within an arena filled with bagwas. And what were these creatures? Well, one could say that they were small but deadly. Bagwas. These animals were extremely fast and had serious nail issues. They looked like massive beavers with vampire-like teeth on the corners of their mouth, and their claws were retractable and so sharp that one slash could cut a person's head off cleanly. But one shouldn't be fooled by the adorable-looking nature of these creatures, because one bite from their fangs and a person would be out to sleep for an entire month. Most times, the creatures would eat their prey after making it sleep, and if they didn't want to, that didn't mean their victim would be safe. One should know that if the victim was out in the forest, another deadly creature would definitely swallow the victim whole. And even if they weren't eaten by any predator, just starvation, fever from the weather and other issues might kill them before they woke up a month later. Hence 98% of their victims died during this period, while the other percentage lived due to sheer luck. The bagwas that the guards had prepared for today's event, were all starved and would gladly feast on the flesh of these men. Dry, 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 dry. They squirmed and scratched the sides of their cages in excitement when they saw new prey step into the arena. Some even did backflips just to show their level of excitement towards their prey. It was almost as if they were saying, "Food, food, food." Henry followed behind his men, and just when he was about to step into the arena, the burly man quickly stopped him. "And where do you think you all are going? Are you all so eager to die?" the man said in disdain, before signaling for his men to come closer. "Quickly, take them to the back, get them ready." "Yes, Commander," the men said in unison. How could they let the show begin when the audience and the bets hadn't been placed? Wasn't that just a loss? Plus, to make tonight's amuse.e.m.e.nt exciting, the prisoners had to choose a single weapon from their collection, be it a club, sword or even a whip. It was typically the best when these prisoners fought a little before getting killed. The longer a fight lasted, the more exciting it was. Henry and his men were quickly pushed to several rooms at the back of the arena, and as they were pushed away, several guards hurriedly made their way towards the entrance of the arena like crazy. 4 silver coins, 400 copper coins on the prisoners. What are you, nuts? There's no way that those tired, hungry and sick-looking prisoners would stand a chance against the Bagwas. So I'm betting 10 silver coins on the Bagwas instead. 1 silver coin on the Bagwas. 20 solved coins on the Bagwas. 7, 11, 5, 3. The entire place quickly turned rowdy, as the guards hurriedly made their bets. Of course, most people betted on the Bagwas to take today's victory. After all, this wasn't the first set of prisoners that had bought against these bettors. 9 out of 10 times, the Bagwas would win. So with a 90% winning chance, of course most people placed their bets on them instead. And while the chaos continued outside, Henry on the other hand, faced his men calmly without any expression of defeat on his face. "Brothers, at first, I thought that we might have a chance of escaping from here. But from what that guard said, they want us all dead by tomorrow. So this might be the end of the line for us. We have come a long way. And with that said, it has been my honor to be your leader." Plop. They all knelt before him proudly. "No, Your Highness. It should be us thanking you. Throughout the years, we have been working diligently with you. And we, more than anyone else, know of His Highness' dreams to turn this empire around. And even though we might not get to do that anymore, we will never regret our decision in following Your Highness." Henry looked at them and sighed. Indeed, he had hoped to bet a day Icarus. But now, fate was saying otherwise. His sudden capture didn't come as a shock to him because over the past 2 years, his brothers and some of his sisters have been driving him nuts daily. They sent assassins, gangs, cults and even pirates to hunt him down and bring his head over. In the underground world within Deiferus, he had a bounty of over 1,000 gold coins. That was over 10 million copper coins. Alright. So every day of his life, he had been experiencing attacks constantly. But somehow, he had always managed to evade these attacks. Of course, what killed him in the end was a woman that he loved with all his heart. That's right. It was a woman that he had trusted with his life for 4 years now. But she had betrayed him for a share of the bounty. And in the end, what rewarded her was death. They killed her like the dummy that she was and fed her body to the wolves. Before dragging him along to this hideout, he looked at his men and only regretted that would have to die alongside him. Sigh. It looked like the heavens had truly abandoned him. The bets were still being placed outside the arena, and soon a few guards came towards Henry and his men and spat on them. Get up. It's time to die. Chapter 650 The End of the Tunnel. Chapter 650 The End of the Tunnel. Henry and his men left the room and were led through a dark tunnel that led towards the arena. And the moment they stepped out of the tunnel, they all squinted their eyes and held their hands over their faces, as the bright lights completely blinded them for a moment. Wah! Rip them apart. Kill them, little Bagwas, and make me rich. Kill them. No, I placed a bet that the dude with the short green hair will die first. So kill that mother-effer now. Come on, make me rich. The audience cheered widely, as they were certain of the outcome of today's match. They looked at the prisoners below as if they were looking at bags of coins. Seeing that some prisoners had chosen spears, while others had even chosen daggers, they couldn't help but smile a little. Yes, tonight's battle would be exhilarating. Wah! Kill those sons of a BCHS. Kill them. Kill them all. Henry and his men raised their heads and faced all the excited faces in the stadium calmly. And even though they knew that they had little chance of survival, they would still fight honorably to the death. Because it was either they died, or the bag was. The arena itself was pretty massive, and one could even argue that it was one of the biggest halls in the base. The arena here looked exactly like those outdoors. The entire floor was filled with sand, and one could see several dried-up bloodstains all across the high arena walls. It was clear that the arena was constantly used by these guards, because the foul stench of blood and death had forcefully filled up their nostrils in one whiff. And coupled with the enthusiastic audience above the arena, everything added up together to create an extremely exciting feeling. Henry calmly bent down, dropped his sword, and grabbed the soil beneath his feet. He rubbed the soil against his palms before picking up his sword once more. His men did the same and calmly stood in a rectangular formation that gave everyone enough space to swing their swords or launch their attacks. Right now, 25 out of 57 men had formed a straight line across the arena, while the rest just stood behind the first group in formation. Henry closed his eyes for a moment and prayed for a bit. Even though all hope seemed bleak, he was really wishing for a miracle any time now. As for the predators in the massive cage, they were continuously squirming and scratching their teeth against the metal cage. Dry, 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 dry. Their eyes were reddish, making their actions look like those of lunatics. Of course, it didn't take too long before a guard stepped into the arena. Great. It looked like it was time for the fun to begin. The guard stepped into the arena through a metal door and just stood close to the door. He then kicked up a thick rope on the ground and pulled it as hard as he could before hurriedly opening the metal door and rushing back for safety. Bam! The right-hand side of the cage was opened, and out came the bag. Was din, 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 din. Like a tidal wave, the creatures all dashed towards their prey excitedly. And just when they were somewhat close to their prey, he quickly stopped and stood on their back legs. That's right. Just because they were animals, didn't mean that they were stupid. Just like a scorpion who first gushes its enemy, or like a lion that first observes its prey, none of these creatures liked losing a battle. Even a crab would pause for a bit when it neared its prey. The bag was tilted their heads to the left in unison when they saw the weapons these men carried. They acted as if they were confused, but shortly after, they straightened their heads and revealed their large fangs. In fact, one could almost say that it looked like they were smiling arrogantly. And the moment they revealed their cunning smile, their previously non-existent claws now elongated out of their hands in a blink of an eye. Shwa. Like a wolverine, their claws popped out of nowhere and made the crowd above cheer even more loudly. Because no matter how many times they saw this scene, it still provided an epic moment that kept them glued to the arena like magic. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Ha 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 ha. They don't stand a chance. Hee ha ha. How could they? There are 209 bagwas down for 57 men, so what chance do they have? Each man would have to fight at least 4 or 5 at once. And if they aren't careful, then they would either get bitten or clawed. So this is definitely it for them. Ha 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 ha. Do you see that prisoner with short blonde hair? I placed a lot of money on him getting killed first. And since he's on the front line, then doesn't this mean that my wish will come true? Die money bag, die, +_. Henry and his men smiled wryly when they heard the comments from the crowd. The audience, as always, was quite the supportive one. The bagwas on the other hand had thoroughly prepared themselves for the battle. And now, it was time to take action. Ting, quah. Henry, who was on the second row, clashed his blade against the razor-sharp claws of one of the bagwas. And from the corner of his eyes, he saw another bagwet sneakily trying to bite his left ankle. He kicked it as hard as he could, sending it flying into the air like a soccer ball. But before he had time to feel accomplished, he felt a sudden gush of pain jolted through his back. One of the Bagwas climbed onto him and brandished its claws on his left side. The creature then sunk its claws into his wounds once again, and was about to bite Henry with its poisonous vampire-like teeth. But how could Henry allow himself to be killed without a fight? He gritted his teeth, grabbed the creature by the back of its neck, dropped it onto the ground and hurriedly used his sword to stab the bastard to death. Squee-eye, squee-eye. The creature cried for a bit, before finally dying with its eyes open. With that, Henry huffed and continued defending against the other incoming Bagwas. Damn it, he held his injury for a bit and tried to steady himself once more. It was either him or them. Ting, 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 squee-eye. Ah, swish, bam, pa. Ha 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 ha. Go get them Bagwas. Yeah, moneymaker, go get them. That's right. Kill them. Kill them all and make us rich. $. Chapter 651 Friend or Foe. Chapter 651 Friend or Foe. Ting, 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 squee-eye. Ah, swish, bam, pa. The battle continued for a bit amidst the excited crowd, with both sides getting either killed or injured. The prisoners had only been given water to drink when they had arrived here, and had been promised food only when they survived the entire ordeal. So just like the Bagwas, they too were fighting on an empty fuel tank, which made them feel a little lightheaded after their injuries. Henry was quickly losing strength, as he had now been injured by these creatures multiple times. His wounds were pounding, his stomach ached, his legs began to weaken and his arms lost feeling, as all his energy seemed to be sucked out of him as the battle progressed. His breathing became heavy and the beads of sweat on his face constantly fell into his eyes, making them appear teary. Even his tongue now had a faint taste of blood on them, which made him spit severely, engulfed his entire mouth. With his wounded and bruised body, he continually fought in and even resulted in throwing several fists punched if necessary. Damn it, was this his end? He couldn't help but recount his entire life and feel like it was meaningless. Helplessly seeing his enemies laugh at his fallen men and take pride over it, was what truly made him feel useless. They were all right. He was indeed weak. But now, what was the use of dwelling on it any further? He knew that deep down, today would be his death day. Even if I am to die, I will fight till my very last breath as a true warrior should. He thought, before glancing at the incoming Bagwas that had jumped towards him. And with that, he swung his blood-stained sword for the last time with all the strength he had left in his weak body. This was it. This was his end. But just when all hope was lost, something surprising happened in the arena. Suddenly, a thick mist of pink smoke completely filled the arena in a blink of an eye. And with that, no one could see anything that was going on below. The mist came like a flash, leaving the audience utterly speechless. They all abruptly stood up and looked at each other in confusion. That was their money down there, so how could they not want to see what was going on? Commander, is this a new form of entertainment? Captain, what the hell is this? Is this your way of cheating us of our money? Everyone settle down. I guarantee that this has nothing to do with us. I believe them. The pink smoke filled up the area too suddenly, so it can't be the work of our captains and commander. Wait, what if it were the Bagwas? What? Them? But how? What if they released the smoke because they were in a difficult situation? That does make a little sense. Damn it, I thought I knew everything about these creatures. But it seems like I don't. What a cunning group. The worst part of it all is that the smoke is now their zone. So if any of the guards go there, they might get killed. Who knows? Maybe all those prisoners are already dead. If so, then we should sit down and wait for the smoke to clear out. Everyone said seriously. The audience looked at the situation sternly and tried as much as they could to see through the smoke. They opened their eyes widely and looked at it so much that their eye muscles began to feel strained. Curses. Their eyes felt like they just worked out in a training courtyard. It felt heavy and tired. As for their leaders, they too felt like it would be wise for everyone to let the smoke settle. And so, they sat there calmly with their eyes also glued to the pink cloud of smoke below. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. A total of 3 minutes had gone by before the pink smoke began to clear. Look, the smoke is clearing up. Ha 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 ha. Finally, we can continue the show. Hee-ha-hoo-eh? What show? I reckon they'll all be dead by now. So what show are you talking about? Good. My money bags have definitely made me proud. Look, the smoke is disappearing fast. Damn it, Andy. Your big head is blocking my view. Please sit down or lean back. Why? Everyone's already stained eyes became even more tired and painful. If it were possible, they would even pluck out their own eyes, hold it in their hands and extend it towards the arena as much as they could. The host of the event was also very excited, as he held his megaphone tightly. Ha 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 ha. Come, let's look at our victors, the amazing bar. Silence. The entire room was now filled with utter silence. Everyone's eyes opened up even more widely, and their mouths were all in the form of the letter O. What the hell was going on here? The screen of smoke completely vanished, revealing a stunning scene to behold. All their victors had died. And just standing before the surviving prisoners was a youthful man with a broad smile on his face. Who the hell are you? Exclamation mark. They all shouted in unison. Their shout wasn't that of outrage, but that of total shock. Even the prisoners were stunned too, when they saw the lifeless Bagwas surrounding the mysterious man. One should know that when they were engulfed within the pink mist, they were a little bit scared as well. After all, they could hear all the suggestions and murmurs from the crowd, so they also felt like the Bagwas were going to feast on them within this smoke. So when the smoke had cleared up, of course they were shocked by the outcome. They looked at the mysterious youth before them in curiosity. Who was this man? How did he get here? And was he a foe or an enemy? The entire audience looked at the scene before them in confusion. Did this man create the pink smoke? And did he really kill all these Bagwas within 3 minutes? Was he a god or something? The commander didn't believe in all those whimsical thoughts and felt like there would be a logical explanation for everything once the mysterious man was caught. The commander quickly grabbed a megaphone, stood up and pointed at the man below. You there. Who the hell are you? Exclamation mark. Me? Yes, you. Well, I'm here to make His Highness Henry's wish come true. You see, I'm his fairy godmother. Chapter 652 An Annoyed Fairy Godmother. Chapter 652 An Annoyed Fairy Godmother. You see, I'm his fairy godmother. Everyone rolled their eyes at the mysterious man when they heard his so-called identity. Who within the Pino continent didn't know the story of Cinderella? 2 years ago, when merchants started bringing in things from Baymard like crazy, the storybooks like Cinderella and Snow White were one of the first works of art to hit the Pino continent. Storytellers in high-established bars and even those who told their tales on the streets all echoed out these Baymardian tales for their illiterate or unlearned guests. And one could imagine that they made quite a fortune from it all, because even if someone was just a passerby, after listening to one tale, they usually got hooked and ended up sitting on the floor to listen to more tales from the storyteller, and those who sat had to drop any amount of coins that they were willing to spare into a bowl if they wanted to continue listening. Of course, storytellers who typically told their tales in high-end bars were also paid generously as well, since they managed to pull in customers and keep them ordering and drinking more than they usually would. Additionally, actors performed plays on these Baymardian tales, and even street performers gathered small children around a small box to act out the drama with sock puppets. For sure, villagers weren't exempt from listening to these tales, as those who had to trade their goods in the nearby towns or cities soon got to hear of these Baymardian tales. Empires also focused their attention on these stories and regarded them as wonderful books of literature and poetry, especially the story of Romeo and Juliet. And now, the upper echelons would belittle those who didn't even know such common stories. Women would gather around for tea parties and get a cultured storyteller to properly tell the tale. Of course they would read it privately at their convenience, but at times it was more fun listening to them in groups. And the funny thing was that these tales from Baymard seemed to never end. Be it grim adventure tales or even tales of Zeus and the gods, there were just so many stories that kept many people fascinated. Nonetheless, Cinderella was one of the first Baymardian books to hit the Pino continent, so it definitely intrigued the interest of the masses. Even the kings and princes of several empires read it too, as well as studied how the nature of the book. Of course, they were more concerned with how the pages and covers were made, and what ink had they used in writing it. The whole thing was revolutionary. At that time, they read as much as they could because for them, it was better to know everything about this newly growing empire that seemed to produce several magical items. So with all that said, how could the men within the arena not know Cinderella's tale? They rolled their eyes at the mysterious youth below and didn't for 1 minute believe his identity. If he was a fairy godmother, then where were his wand and wings? Please, who was he trying to fool? But then again, maybe he was. After all, he created pink smoke out of thin air and killed the Bagwas within the smoke. Nonetheless, some of them didn't believe that he just appeared in the arena like a fairy. Nope. 3 minutes was a lot of time for someone to jump down from the audience and assist the prisoners below. In fact, they felt like the prisoners were in it as well. Of course, everyone had their own crazy ideas locked up in their heads as they gazed at the so-called fairy godmother who nonchalantly stood in the arena calmly. Their commander looked at the mysterious youth and scoffed. Boy, do you take us for fools? Look around you. Do you think that you'll be able to get out of here alive without our mercy? I'll give you a chance to survive if you answer me truthfully. Who the hell are you? The commander bellowed out angrily, and instantly, the entire place fell into silence. Silence. Everyone's ears were perked up like that of a fox, as they truly wanted to know the real identity of the man below. Even the prisoners themselves were curiously waiting for the youth's response too. Henry didn't for 1 minute think that the youth was his fairy godmother. If it were true, then why did he live such a miserable life till now? The mysterious youth, aka Landon, just looked up and smiled. Who am I? Of course, am his fairy godmother. But just to convince you all a bit more, let me all tell you a brief tale. You see, far away, there was a magnificent kingdom called the Fairy Kingdom. And this fairy godmother was one of the inhabitants of that kingdom. As a dutiful citizen, this fairy godmother has been working hard all day long without rest. The fairy godmother ran up and down the fairy kingdom doing its best to better the kingdom in the long run. So after a day of hard work, this fairy godmother thought that it would be rewarded with a good night's rest. But who would have thought that his boss would heartlessly put out more work on him? As Landon spoke, his expression flipped 180 degrees over when he thought of how he had dragged his aching body all the way here. Luckily, he had gotten an energy-boosting and muscle-relaxing pill from the system. So now he was much better. Still, he was just annoyed that the system would just send him on missions without considering his feelings. All he was saying was that the system would have told him a long time ago that Henry had been captured, so that he would have freed the guy while they were still en route to this base. By then, rather than fighting with an entire base, wouldn't he have fought with a fewer number instead? He felt like the system just lived to see him suffer a bit, and that was just too annoying. In the end, this fairy godmother heard the cry of its child and decided to come to its aid. So you see, am his fairy godmother. Silence. The commander's lips quivered in rage as he looked at the snotty-nosed brat below. Good, Mr. Fairy Godmother. Since you've come to his aid, then I take it that one of them. Of course. What are you? Stupid? Bam! The commander hit the stone slab before him and quickly stood up while pointing at Landon angrily. Good. Since you want to die so much, then I'll grant your wish happily. Men, get him. Get that fairy godmother now. Chapter 653 A Raging Commander. Chapter 653 A Raging Commander. Men, get him. Get that fairy godmother now. Immediately, the entire audience rushed towards the arena like crazy. And right on cue, Henry and his men ran towards the arena gate as planned. That's right. The second time that Landon started his so-called identity, he walked towards Henry, patted his shoulders and secretly gave out 5-letter instructions to him before distancing himself again. And while he narrated his fairy kingdom tale, Henry on the other hand focused on coordinating his men as instructed. Unfortunately, they couldn't take their dead brothers away from this place. But as for their brothers who had only been bitten, they trapped them and pretended to only be checking in their injuries. So while everyone's eyes were completely glued on Landon, they made subtle moves and pretended like they were about to die. Of course, without anyone even noticing it. Their position had shifted bit by bit, until they were somewhat close to one of the arena doors below. And the moment the commander gave out his orders, all 11 injured men gritted their teeth and supported the 3 unconscious men towards the metal door. They didn't know how the mysterious youth would open the door. But since he had told them to head towards the door, that meant that he had a plan, right? They pulled the door and were shocked to find that it was opened. What the hell? When did the dude have time to open the door? Or was this how he got on the arena in the first place? Of course they were right, because Landon had been clearing out this particular path for them by knocking down all the guards there. With the prisoners following his instructions, Landon quickly threw a bunch of grenades towards the incoming crowd, and hastily dashed towards the metal door. And the moment he shut the door, several explosions went off. Boom, 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 boom. The shriveled cries of many could be heard from all over the arena. The ground shook for a bit before finally stabilized itself again. Landon couldn't help but breathe out loud from relief. If he had used too many explosives, then the entire room might just collapse, which could lead to other areas within the base collapsing as well. He would definitely destroy the entire base, but not until he looted it and saved his target. As for the prisoners, when they felt the ground shake and heard the ghastly cries of the guards, they couldn't help look at the paws a bit. Their hairs all stood up and their the heart-wrenching cried from the arena. They looked at the mysterious man who was now leading the way in shock. How did he do it? Did he use black powder? If so, when did he have the time to shoot so many arrows out? Or did he have men within the arena who did it for him? Yes, that was the only explanation. But if so, then why were those men not leading then now? Up till now, they hadn't seen anyone help the mysterious youth. So every question or answer they came up with seems to have a lot of holes in them. Henry looked at Landon's strong back and gave up. Sigh. What a mysterious fairy godmother. Sir, thank you for coming to the aid of my men and I, Henry said while walking behind Landon as fast as he could. He was so shocked to find that even though they were escaping, this mysterious youth didn't ask them to run at all. Was it because of their injuries? Or was it because of his confidence? Either way, he was grateful that he and his me could catch a break because apart from being injured and tired, they were extremely hungry as well. Thank you, sir. That's what a fairy godmother should do. So just save your energy and worry not. Soon, we will get out of here in sync, Landon said playfully, before pausing for a bit and passing some protein bars to them. There are some guards up ahead, so everyone should wait here. Don't worry, he'll be back in a jiffy. And just like that, Henry and his men watched Landon run off ahead. They wanted to help him, but they knew that given their condition, they would only get in his way. So they sat down and ate their protein bars peacefully amidst the screams coming from ahead. Son of a BCH. Die mother underscore. As for Henry and his men, even though they heard the sounds coming from ahead, they still ate merrily while appreciating the taste of the protein bars. Your Highness, I don't know if it's because I'm extremely hungry, but these new Baymardian protein bars are just too delicious. I had some a while back and I just feel that these ones are just too good. I agree, Your Highness. The taste is truly divine, the men said gleefully. And soon, the gruesome sounds quickly died down and their savior was back again. The gang continued following their savior forward. But how could things be that easy? Back in the arena, The commander quickly gained consciousness and let out a deep grunt. He furrowed his brows and gently used his hands to massage his head. And when he finally opened his eyes, he was shocked at how much carnage had occurred within the arena. Some of the stone slabs that were used to differentiate each audience row had been utterly destroyed, and several pieces of them had flown into the audience, slamming them right in the face and died. Of course, some of the men curved themselves like turtles and braced themselves for impact. For sure, these men survived, even though they were heavily injured. And as for those closets to the explosions, of course they died on the spot. The soft grunts of his men could be heard from some of the men within the arena. The commander looked at everything and clenched his fist as hard as he could. Damn it. 14 of the guards were out on missions, while another 14 were still hoarding the base. But the remaining 24 had all gathered here to watch the show. So now they were injured or dead. Didn't this mean that the base only had 14 of its guards to take down that damn fairy godmother? The commander licked his lips and realized that blood had been dripping down his forehead all this time. He dragged his sprained foot and looked at the injured men below. If you're still alive, get up and pull yourselves to the base's exit now. No matter what, we mustn't let these prisoners get away. Because if we do, then His Highness will have our heads once he arrives tomorrow. Now go. Immediately, those who were injured seemed to drag their bodies away like zombies. Even if they were crazy, they would never allow themselves to suffer the wrath of Deiferous demonic first prince. And with that thought alone, they drove their injured bodies towards the exit. Yes, they would cut off the prisoners there. Chapter 654 Madman. Chapter 654 Madman. All the injured soldiers hurriedly rose from the floor amidst their pain and rushed towards the main exit. Yes, no matter what, they had to kill those prisoners, lest they wanted to suffer in the hands of Deiferous demonic prince. He would be arriving sometime the next day. So if he didn't see that useless prince's head, then wouldn't that mark their death alongside their families? They m.o.a.ned and struggled to make their way to the exit in pain while cursing Landon a million times over. Bastard. And while they were en route to the exit, Landon on the other hand was busy clearing the pathway for the prisoners. Bam. Die. Every time Landon caused chaos, the prisoners would take a break so as not to interrupt this mysterious savior of theirs. Bam, 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 bam. Landon released several bullets towards his foes while concentrating on another important matter. Treasure. System. You said that there's a treasury room to the left? Yes. Host. Good. He'd like to buy anything that can help me pick up all the treasure quickly. No problem, host. The system will recommend a suction spell that can work for 30 minutes max. The host can quickly send everything within that room to the host's space in a matter of 60 seconds. But since each spell can be used up to 30 minutes, the host can save up the remaining 29 minutes of suction time for another time. Great. I'll buy the spell now using my technology points. As you wish, host. With that, Landon hurriedly shot the last few guards around him, made his way into the room and opened his right hand towards the many bags of treasure all piled up in large heaps. A black whirlpool-like hole soon appeared on his right hand and cleared up all the mountain of treasure within a minute. Schwarp. The room which was previously filled up to the brim was now completely empty. Heck, even the table and chair used for counting money had been sucked up. Landon looked at everything and nodded in satisfaction. How could he do this job without any proper payment? HMPH. This was the least he deserved. And so just like that, Landon continuously led the prisoners towards the exit as planned. Din, 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 din. Hurry, hurry up. The prisoners haven't escaped yet, so everyone should quickly make their way towards the exit. Remember men, we greatly outnumber the prisoners, alongside their rescuers. So fear not, because there's no way that they will win against us, the commander said while looking at the many men surrounding the exit. And as he spoke, several more men joined the gang to take down the enemy. Previously, while he and some of the injured men had made their way towards the exit, He had also sent others to run towards all direction within the base and spread the word as fast as they could. So now, more and more people were showing up on the scene with their swords, spear bows and arrows at hand. This was the only way out of the base. So if the prisoners wanted to flee, then they would have to get past their dead bodies. The commander squinted his eyes and looked at everything confidently. No matter how many intruders had turned up to aid the prisoners, he didn't believe that there would be anything over 50. At most, they were probably hired assassins who had infiltrated the base just for this rescue mission. The commander clenched his fists in both rage and excitement. Today, none of the prisoners would make it out of the base alive. Time moved by quickly, and soon, Landon and his crew soon heard the voices of several men gathering ahead. They were currently within one of the rooms close to the exit. Their ears were glued to the door, as they paid attention to what the guards who ran across the hallways were saying. No matter how they looked at it, it was clear that the enemy was planning on taking care of them at the exit. So how could they not be worried? Looking at the situation, they would be a fool to think that they would win without a fight at this point. Henry pursued his lips and looked at Landon for a bit. Sir, they are gathering ahead at the exit. And while I'm grateful for you saving us, I cannot allow you to jump into your death like that. Oh? And what makes you think that I'm jumping into my deathbed? Sir, ever since we began our escape, we haven't seen anyone aid you. So we can only assume that you came here alone. Isn't that right, sir? HMHM. You're right. I did come here alone. Henry and his men were a little taken aback when they heard Landon's confirmation. Even though Henry had already guessed it, hearing it directly from Landon's mouth still shocked him a bit. He couldn't help but wonder if Landon was brave or just plain mad. Because if it were him, there was no way he would willingly come into this lair without backup. In short, he thought that no man could single-handedly save anyone from any base. But today had truly been an eye-opener for him. Still, he couldn't help but admire Landon a little bit more. He clenched his fists and picked up his sword proudly. Sir, since you are here alone, the chances of you taking out all those men are slim. So we will join the battle as well. Yeah? Henry and his men saved bravely. They weren't some cowards who would let others take the fall for them. And they truly believed that Landon alone couldn't bring them out of the base without their efforts. So they knew that now was the time for them to fight. Landon looked at the hot-blooded men before him and smiled. As I said, I'm your fairy godmother. So, if I can come in at will, then I can also go out that way too. So don't worry about a thing. I had already made preparations for this earlier on. Now, if any of you leave this room, you will only be getting in my way. So be a darling and wait for me to come back. Alright, Bap. Before any of the men could react, Landon had already gone out through the door. And when they tried to follow him out, they found out that no matter how hard they tried, the door wouldn't budge or break. At this point, they knew that this savior of theirs had strategically planned to keep them here for the time being. Everyone looked at the door in silence and had just 2 words to describe their savior. Madman. With that, Landon was gone. Now, it was time to take out the big dogs. Chapter 655 A Bloody Night. Chapter 655 A Bloody Night. Bam. The moment Landon was out the door, he immediately came face to face with several guards who were currently on their way to the exit. Both sides paused for a moment before the enemy hurriedly swing their swords at Landon. Snipe, snipe. Landon hastily used his silencers to do the job, sending all those around him falling like logs of wood. Bam. But how could it be that easy? You. Who the hell are? Immediately, several other guards who were also on their way to the exit appeared from behind. They quickly saw their men dead on the ground and pulled out their swords to defend themselves against this intruder. Landon rolled his eyes heavenwards and took them out in a heartbeat. Snipe, snipe. Ugh, what a drag, he thought while clearing out more incoming guards from behind. And as he cleared, he also slowly advanced to the front as well. The commander, who had been keenly observing all hallways that led to the main exit, quickly noticed Landon's black attire. How could he not? After all, this was the man responsible for today's ordeal. He calmly watched Landon walk towards the exit as if he was taking a stroll, and felt like beating the bastard up to a pulp. How hateful. He steadied his sword and quickly tried to observe this foe of his. Wait, where were the prisoners? His eyes quickly scanned the area, and he soon realized that the prisoners had probably been killed somewhere within the base. Good. So far as they were still in the base, that was truly all that mattered. He didn't want to risk any of them escaping tonight. He squinted his eyes at Landon and couldn't help but focus more on his every move. For this fellow to show up alone meant that he had something up his sleeves, so he couldn't get overly confident with this bastard. Luckily, he had checked the exit properly and had confirmed that there was no black powder lying about anywhere, so the chances of getting blown up again were really low. In his mind, the previous incident only happened because this foe of his had already secretly covered the scene with numerous barrels of black powder, and all that time that he spent talking was just buying them time for the black powder to blow up. Yes, that was the only logical explanation for it all. But now that he had personally checked this exit entranceway, he was utterly sure that this bastard wouldn't be doing that trick again tonight. And in a way, he was right, as Landon didn't want to blow up the place and make it collapse just yet. So, for now, they were safe from getting blown up. Tension filled the air and everyone's emotions were now out and about. As Landon calmly advanced, time seemed to freeze up as the guards anxiously observed him. The archers all pointed their arrows towards him, and the warriors had already unsheathed their swords in preparation for battle. Boy, give it up. We are over 600 and you are just but a single person. I have to admit, what you did was truly deserving of my respect. But you see, this is where your madness ends. Surrender calmly, and we might even consider letting you join our group. Think wisely, boy. This is your last chance. And remember, no more tricks or else. The commander said sternly. If the brat before him could stop playing tricks on them, then that would be for the best. After all, he didn't want to lose more men than he already did. As for letting the brat join their gang, of course he was serious. Such a rare talent would definitely be useful for their boss. For sure, he would first imprison him and control the brat's mind, making him a slave to their master, before he allowed such an unruly character out. Landon just stretched his shoulders a bit as if he were warming up, before finally looking at the commander nonchalantly. What an arrogant prick, everyone thought. The commander looked at his actions and felt a burst of rage within his chest. Never in his life had he been disregarded by someone of a lower status than he was. Damn it, boy. Speak up now, or die. My time is limited. I'm glad you brought that up, because my time is also limited too. You see, at the stroke of midnight, Cinderella has to leave the ball. So I truly hope that we can wrap this up fast. After all, I too need to get back to my fairy kingdom as well. So how about this? All of you can come with me together. Silence. Bah ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed for a bit and looked at him as if they were truly looking at a fool. Did he really think that he could take them all at once? Even the commander couldn't help chuckling a bit. The fool before him had to shield to block the arrows, and neither did he had a sword to block any incoming sword attacks. So how would he take them down? He had thought that the brat might have some tricks up his sleeve. But who would have known that the idiot had come here on a fool's errand? Fine. Since he wanted to die that much, then why not give it to him? Silence, boy. Since brave, here, take this sword and don't say that I didn't let you die righteously. Ugh, thanks, bro, Landon said while picking up the sword playfully. Well, you heard the man. He's very eager to die. So archers, fulfill his wish. Yes, Commander, the archers said in unison, before focusing on Landon again. As for those with swords, they just chuckled and decided to watch the idiot die stupidly. Truly a fool. Ready, aim, fire. Thup, 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 thup. Immediately, hundreds of arrows were sent towards in a flash, and everyone just crossed their arms and scoffed at the fool before them. He serves him right. HMPH. In his next life, hell, learn not to be too C.O.C.G before his enemies. That's right. He 00. Everyone blinked again and tried to make sure that what they were seeing was real. Did the brat just destroy all those incoming arrows with just a few sword moves? How was that even possible? Could swordsmen really do that? Did you see that? Am I blind? Or did he just really destroy all those arrows with his sword and came out unscathed? Damn it, just who the hell is this guy? Everyone's previous arrogant expressions had all turned to those of ghastly ghouls. Their faces were all distorted from shock and anxiety, as they now feared that maybe this brat would really have the skills to kill them all. Even the commander trembled a bit when he saw Landon's confident smile. More than anything else, he was truly regretting the fact that he had given Landon a sword earlier on. Son of a BCH. What the hell are you all waiting for? Take him down now. It's either he does, or we die, so take him out now, the commander said frantically while slowly taking several steps back. This fellow was definitely not human. Landon, on the other hand, looked at the incoming crowd and smiled playfully. Tonight was going to be a bloody one. Chapter 656 The End for Cinderella's Capturers. Chapter 656 The End for Cinderella's Capturers. Ting, 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 pa, shrop. Ah! The cries and mourns of the fallen were heard all over the place, as Landon moved through the pile of guards like a fierce wind. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so strong? Damn it, is he really a fairy? Ah! The guards who were quickly dying all felt as if someone had sent all the pain in the world towards their direction. Every move from Landon was accurate and precise, as it targeted their vital organs in one slash, be it their necks, hearts or even their skulls, or made them die without mercy. Son of a BCH. They felt like they could feel every injured part of their inner organs quickly splitting apart in a flash. And just a slight movement was enough to let them wail in agony. Heck, even gasping for air caused them pain. Those who were still standing looked at their dying comrades in fear and began to step several steps back instead. All their arrogance had now been replaced with helplessness and anxiety, as they were confused about what should be done at this point. Would it be better for them to back off, run away and risk the death of their families for being a deserter? Or should they just die at the hands of this fairy monster? They began to move back and forth in confusion, as if they were performing some sort of dance step. But for those who were unmarried and had already lost their families due to diseases and whatnot, they looked at the situation and decided to take their chances. Screw this. They were going to escape all right. Wasn't it better to flee to another empire and live there for the rest of their lives? They could only pray that the route they chose to escape tonight wouldn't be the same one that their leader would use to come to the base, or else they would be caught and killed. As they watched the fairy monster continuously kill their comrades, they hurriedly made a break for it and ran towards the exit. Commander, we are sorry, but there's no way that we can kill this monster. Yeah, Commander. He's just too strong. Asking us to fight him is like asking us to fight an entire army. So Commander, run your own. Like flies, those without responsibility ran away in order to preserve their lives, and all of this infuriated the commander even more. You bastards. Get back here now, that's an order. I said get back here now. Cannot. If any of you good for nothings ever get caught, I'll personally ensure that you get skinned alive and dipped into a broth for dinner, the commander said while looking at the men who had now successfully opened the exit and were about to flee. Swee. The cold night wind blew in, making everyone quickly realize that they had a chance to escape. Even some with family decided to abandon it all and save their own necks for tonight. As they say, even with several problems at hand, one could only cross a bridge once they got there. After all, opportunity comes but once. And who knows, maybe this was the way that the heavens were trying to save them. So why not take that chance now? Run. He's a demon. Run. 13 of the men decided to flee, while the majority of them gritted their teeth and chose to kill this monstrous fairy once and for all. Ah! The commander gripped his hair in rage before quickly slapping one of the archers who were around him. What the hell are you all waiting for? Shoot the bastard now. But Commander, Our men are currently fighting and surrounding him. So if we shoot, we might kill them in the process. And how is that your problem? All of you shoot now. Thup, thup, thup. The archers all took their shots, and the commander's eyes widened in hope as he squeezed the shoulders of a warrior standing to his left. But how could the commander feel at ease with just one round of shots? Keep shooting until you all run out of arrows. Ha 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 ha. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The commander now looked like a madman, as he felt like victory was finally within his grasps. The fierce winds coupled with the ghastly sounds of the victims, made the archers all feel the backs on their backs stand straight. A spine-tingling feeling crept within their innermost cores, making them shiver uncontrollably. And at this point, they didn't know what they were trembling because of the cold winds or the disturbing sounds of their comrades. As for the commander, he couldn't care less. Ha 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 ha. He was so happy that he felt like he had been awarded some sort of fief, gold mine or even jewel. He smiled in victory, as he watched the arrows plunge into his men's skin. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way that anyone would be able to survive it all. The archers shot as many arrows as they could until they finally ran out. At the center was a pile of dead bodies with countless arrows in them. The smell of blood quickly overtook the room, and the men all felt like they had passed through some sort of heavenly tribulation. They smiled and cheered in victory as they saw the result of their efforts. Yoch! Everyone, it's finally over. Those of you who stayed behind will be rewarded bountifully. But as for those who escape, don't worry. They won't get too far, because I'll personally ensure that we hunt them down and behead them tonight. That is what they get for defying my orders, the commander said arrogantly while backing the pile of dead bodies. But as he spoke, everyone's attention soon left his face and focused on the moving pile of dead bodies on the floor. Why the hell was going on? For some reason, they had a bad feeling about this, and true enough, they had a reason to panic. Would you look at this? Now all of you have ruined my night attire, Landon said while pinching the corner of his clothes. He sprung out from the pile of dead bodies as if he were a cartoon and pointed at his clothes playfully. The commander abruptly turned around and looked at him in shock. No, 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 no. How can you still be alive? Take a guess. You're not human. Sigh. That's what I've been trying to tell you all. I'm a fairy godmother. Understand? Now, let's get back to business, shall we? No, no, no. Slash, 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 slash. Landon hastily finished the defenseless archers who didn't have arrows before taking care of the captains and the final boss. And at the end of it all, half of his face had finally been dyed red. He quickly unsealed the prisoners' room using the system, and in came the prisoners, all running over with their swords preparing for action. But what they saw left them speechless. Yoch. What the hell? Where's the battle? Chapter 657 The End for Cinderella's Capturers 2. Chapter 657 The End for Cinderella's Capturers 2. Yoch. What the hell? Where's the battle? The prisoners all stood in silence, as they tried to process what they were seeing. Hundreds of gruesome bodies equals check. No enemy at sight equals check. No external help equals check. And just one man standing equals check. Yup, he was a fairy godmother all right. They looked at him in amazement, as they felt that no one would ever believe this tale, even if they swore on their family's graves. One should know that previously when they had been making their way out of the arena, their savior had just allowed them to stroll and eat at will as if they were here for sightseeing. It was as if nothing could faze the guys' plans, and when they thought of all the worrying that they had gone through while locked up in that room, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their own stupidity. Would someone who wasn't confident single-handedly crash into the enemy's den without a plan? Sigh. They only felt like they were just too inexperienced in life. Landon waved at them in a friendly manner and stretched for a bit. When they saw his playful attitude, they couldn't help but shake their heads wryly. This guy. Just the short amount of time they had known him, it was safe enough to say that such a scene seemed very normal to him. Oh. You guys have finally arrived. Are you feeling better? Will you all be able to ride? Yes. Thank you, sir. Alright. Let's get going then. With that, Landon quickly searched for the stables close to the entrance and hastily made their way down the rocky terrain as fast and careful as they could. As for the prisoners within the dungeons, before Landon had even released Henry and his men, he had placed a sleeping spell on the prisoners and sent them towards one of the villages several months of travel from here. There were women and children there being R.A.P. Ed daily, so his conscience couldn't let him leave them be. Of course, he also placed several small sack-like purses of coins in their clothes before sending them away. This was the least he could do for them. He had sent them all in one group in hopes that those with relatives would identify themselves, and maybe they could start afresh in a nearby village there. Well, that was that for the prisoners within the dungeons. But as for his targets, he had to endure their safeties personally. Henry and his men hadn't forgotten that the first prince would be here sometime tomorrow. So the earlier they escaped, the better for them. Din, 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 din. They rode away from the hilly rocky terrain until they were finally at the bottom. You all follow me. I have a fast enough plan to take you to your home in a matter of hours. Everyone heard Landon and felt like maybe the wind or the sounds of the noisy horses had made them not hear him properly. Did he just say that he could take them to their closest base in a matter of hours? Their closest base was 3.5 weeks travel from here on horseback if one didn't stop to sleep or rest. So how in heaven's name would he be able to safely wake them to their home base in a matter of hours? Henry, on the other hand, was extremely glad that his lover didn't know of this space, or his siblings would definitely come for him after this escape. After all, his lover had given off all information she knew about him just for the rewards. Fortunately, it wasn't all secrets that one could share with their lover. But back to what his savior had said. Was it really possible to get him back to their base in a matter of hours? He certainly felt like he heard it wrong. There was just no way. Right? Din, 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 din. The horses galloped away and finally arrived at a very open field deep within the forest. The field was lush and the sounds of crickets and other night creatures could be heard all around them. They looked around them curiously, as they were very puzzled why they had stopped in this luscious field. Then, their savior jumped off his horse and finally walked towards the bushes. All right guys, I need your help. With that, Henry and his men got off their horses curiously and aided Landon in pulling over the biggest basket that they had ever seen in their life. Why the hell was this? Landon looked at their confused expressions and smiled. You see this baby here? This is what will take you all to your home base. Oh. And I guess I've been rude this entire time. Let me introduce myself. I'm Landon Barn, ruler of Baymard. Silence. Everyone felt a little skeptical when they heard him. If he was ruler, then why was he out all the way here with no guards? This was the Empire of Deiferes, all right. It was one of the farthest empires from Baymard. So how did he end up over here? Landon looked at them and sighed before lighting a torch and passing them one of the brochures in the basket. The moonlight wouldn't make them see it clearly, so he lit up a torch that he had picked up in the base for them. They looked at his picture and gasped in shock. He was really the intelligent and wise king that they had heard so much about. His stories were legendary, and his every move was like a hero who was there for the poor and those in need. He was a beacon of help in these harsh times for all those in need, and some even offered up prayers for him to save them instead. He was also known as the messenger of the gods, and at this point, even Henry was starting to believe it too. After all, he had prayed to the heavens just when he was about to lose all his strength. And there he came, like the messenger that he was. Additionally, coupled with the fact that he could take down an entire base, the men all felt like he had earned even more respect and awe from them. Many of them kowtowed at him in reverence at this revelation. Are you kidding? This was a legendary figure within the Pino continent. Chapter 658 The Fairy Godmother's Mission Complete. Chapter 658 The Fairy Godmother's Mission Complete. After realizing that their savior was indeed His Royal Majesty, Landon Barn. Their emotions at this point were really indescribable. Your Majesty, Landon Barn. Please forgive our tardiness. No, 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 please get up and be at ease. You see, I had personally come over to see an old sick friend of mine here, but on my way back, I happened to witness you all getting dragged away in chains. So I decided to save you all instead. Anyone else would have also done the same, so think nothing more of it, Landon said helplessly. He didn't want to be worshipped and looked at in that manner. Everything was due to the system, so he felt a little guilty about the way things had developed. Without a doubt, upon hearing Landon's words, the men had more respect and awe for Landon as their eyes immediately lit up in understanding. It was said that His Majesty Barn had compassion for slaves and hated slavery to the core. So maybe after he saw them on chains, he decided to help them instead. How noble. Henry looked at Landon and felt a little warm. It was people like this that made him have the courage to fight to better day IFRS. Your Majesty Barn. Knew you. I like your personality. So call me bro. After all, we did come out of a life and death situation together. So just call me brother. Henry, who heard this, was all the more touched. Even without knowing his identity, this majestic ruler would still regard him as a brother. Additionally, Landon had offered to take him home, even though he didn't know where their home was. Truly an extraordinary man. Henry smiled and dropped all the etiquette. Ha 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 ha. All right bro. Don't regret it later, Henry said while placing his hand over Landon's shoulder. Hey, on second thought, call me fairy godmother. No way. You're a man. What does that have to do with anything? Gender equality men, yeah? Not in this case bro. Ha ha. Carrot_carrot. The two men teased each other, earning the smiles and laughs of the surrounding men. Everything tonight seemed like a miracle in disguise. Bro, I did tell you that he'll get you back home in a matter of hours, right? Now just wait and see, because soon he'll show you magic. Immediately, Landon quickly had the men follow his instructions. And sure enough, the 25-seater hot air balloon was now ready to go. Henry and his men hopped on board in shock. All right, everyone, please get to your cabins, wear the jackets within your cabins, and safely strap your feet before you get close to the edge. With that, Captain Landon lifted the hot air balloon into the air. Amidst the shock from the men, were really flying. They felt both excited and scared at the same time. They looked at the horses on the open field that were now getting smaller, and their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Some of them began eating the snacks on board, while others used the flames from the balloon's mechanism as a light source for rereading the brochures on Baymard. They secretly decided that once they were finally done with all this drama, they would have a fun-filled vacation in Baymard. They felt like the rumors might not have truly captured how marvelous the place might be, because any place that had such a flying mechanism was bound to be magical. Henry looked at everything from above in awe and stretched his hands into the sky. The world was truly full of wonder, and he would do his utmost best to bring his empire into such a heavenly era. They traveled through the night, and finally arrived at their base at 3 a.m. just as Landon had promised. In truth, the flight was actually 5 hours, but the time difference within some areas shortened it down. Henry and his men got down and still couldn't believe their eyes. How was it possible? They were 3.5 weeks away from where they were. And that was if they didn't get any rest at all, because with rest and some pit stops, their journey would have been a little over 4 weeks. So how? They looked at the flying machine again in awe. It was undoubtedly revolutionary. As for Landon, after leaving the men flew a certain distance away from their eyesight before disappearing altogether. Finally, he was back in Baymard. It was now 11 p.m. He had finally caught up with the time difference. Luckily, he left Baymard at 6 p.m., so he was now good. And right on cue, a guard came over to remind him about going to bed. And since he hadn't eaten, a maid would probably bring him up right about now as well. Sigh. Finally, he was back to comfort. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations, host. Yeah. Talk to me tomorrow. I'm too tired for you now. The system sees that the host is feeling very energetic and will award the host with more missions. Forget it. Landon rested his head on his table while waiting for his meal. What a shitty system. Time passed by quickly, and soon, it was a brand new day. Back in the Empire of Deiferus, it was already 3 p.m. and a well-built 23-year-old youth man was calmly leading his men up the rocky terrain. They arrived at the base, and what greater than was the sight of insects feasting on a massive stack of rotting corpses. The entire sight could make one puke if they didn't have a strong belly. Quickly, scout the place out and find all you can. Yes, Your Highness. The youth's men did as they were told, and 45 minutes later, they returned to report their findings. Your Highness, all the money from the treasury is gone, the prisoners within the dungeon have escaped, and there are no guards alive within the base too. And why about my brother? Is his corpse anywhere on site? No, Your Highness. Bam. The youth punched the wall in rage and smiled cruelly. As expected, this brother of his was really a wolf pretending to be a sheep. But now, he would hunt him down no matter where he went. He didn't believe that Henry could escape far away within a day. From the dead animals on the arena floor, one could see that his brother might be fought last night before getting rescued. Even though he didn't know how the arena got half destroyed, he could still see the bodies and clothes of his brother's dead men there. So if the fool got injured, then at most he would be hiding within the neighboring villages or towns. But how could he have known that Henry and his men were long gone now? Nicodemus, Bomaya, I want every inch surrounding this place searched. All the neighboring towns, villages and cities must be checked. I want him dead as soon as possible. Now go. The youth watched some of his men flee away hastily and narrowed his eyes towards the base exit. Oh, little brother, this little game of ours has just begun. Chapter 659 The Busy Lives of Coronians in Baymard. Chapter 659 The Busy Lives of Coronians in Baymard. Amidst the raging hatred throughout the Pino continent, some places were still as peaceful and steady as they usually were. Well, their chaos was more or less due to excitement rather than rage. Ring, 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 ring. In 3-bedroom apartment on Elms Street, a very rude alarm clock hurriedly tried to awake its sleepy master. Gruach! Its master grunted in displeasure, before finally covering his head in his blanket all the more. Damn it, the clock was a real hater for all sleep lovers. Ring, 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 puck cough cough. Are you trying to kill me? Said the awaking boy, who had been by his sleepy black-haired ghost-like sister. Well, if you would've turned off your alarm, then I wouldn't attempt to murder you, would I? She said, before slamming his door shut loudly. Bam. And with that, the morning monster had gone. That's right, his adorable sister that everyone looked up to in school, was a total nightmare in the mornings. It was truly a transformation for him, whenever he came down for breakfast in the mornings and saw her looking prim and proper. What happened to the psycho who hadn't even combed her hair yet? Sigh. Women were truly a mystery. Cack. What do you want now? I forgot my teddy bear. Bam. Y_Y. The boy quickly got up and hurriedly made his way to the bathroom before the monster came back again for the third time. Of course, avoiding his sister's attacks wasn't the only thing on his mind. He was in a rush to arrive early for his road test. That's right. He was already 15 years old and had written the written driver's license test 6 months prior. And during these 6 months, he had also paid for driving classes too. So today would be the final day to test everything out. He hurriedly freshened up and had breakfast alongside his Godzilla-like sister. As for who he was, well, he was a citizen of Corona born and raised. His name was Matthew, and he and his sister had temporarily moved into Baymard 2 years back for educational purposes. He graduated 9 months ago and found a good full-time job here as well. One should know that even though he finished his education, he had student loans to pay out, which weren't too much in his case since he used to work part-time while being a student. Actually, he could finish paying up his department in a year if he wanted to, but he chose to drag it out for 2 more years, as he was also sending money home to his parents and whatnot. Plus he also took over the responsibility of paying his sister's tuition, which relieved her from any part-time jobs during school semesters. Additionally, paying their rent and making sure that they had enough food and money for medicine also fell onto him now. So, he decided that it would be wise to drag out the student loan payments for the time being. And when he and his sister were done, they could go back to Corona and help develop the place. After all, the Coronian government now welcomed graduates from here with open arms, as they wanted them to put their education to proper use. Of course, another option was to go to the Coronian office here and have them carry the loans over to Corona. That is, Corona would pay Baymard for the loans. And the students in turn would have to go back to Corona and work to pay off the loans too. The payment plans and methods were also similar to Baymard's, so everyone felt at ease with this arrangement. Matthew would have definitely opted for that instead, but he had his sister who would graduate 2 years from now, so he chose to stay in Baymard for the time being. In fact, many graduates who had completed their education went back home instead. They were now eager and excited to make Corona better, so it was an honor to develop their empire. Corona had changed from the way it used to be. And now, after Baymard, one could say that Corona was second behind the list in becoming organized, clean and safe. Anyway, he didn't know if his sister would go back with him after they graduated, because when asked what she wanted to be on career day, she said she wanted to be a chef, so she might just have to stay here for a few more years and try her luck in getting into Baymard's culinary and bartending academy. It was the most popular one in the entire Pino continent, and the hardest one to get in. People from all over the continent sent chefs and people yearly to take the exam. Everyone wanted to eat good food, especially after tasting the food cooked here in Baymard. The difference was like heaven and hell. Before, he only thought that meat could taste good after throwing it in a pot of boiling water or roasting it until the outer skin is charcoal. Of course, he would put salt on his meat. But after coming to Baymard, damn it, he had no appetite to eat what he was used to. So kings, nobles, peasants and many others sent their men or families to take the exams 3 times a year. And those that got in typically had several perks even here in Baymard. The competition was brutal, and only those approved could get in. No shortcuts, just hard work. And funny enough, this was the profession that his sister was leaning towards. Sigh. He could only aid her by letting her cook and experiment in the house daily. After all, she would need to be prepared when she graduated. So during long vacations, it was best for her to work in a restaurant or whatnot, not for the money, but for the experience. But during school semesters, he wouldn't allow her to work since she had to strictly focus on getting better grades. That was for the best. Chapter 660 Driving Test. Chapter 660 Driving Test. Matthew bit on the omelette wrapped in strips of thin meat and smiled broadly. Sis, I'm impressed. Your cooking is improving day by day. Of course. Who do you think I am? I will become the greatest chef in Corona within the next few years. So just watch me, his sister said with burning flames of passion in her eyes. Oh, it's good that I'm related to you. That way I can hug all the glory when you finally make it. By then, I'll change my name to the brother of the famous chef, Matthew said teasingly as he looked at his sister that appeared nothing like she did when she body slammed him this morning, and couldn't help but marvel at how women could change so much. Previously, she looked like a wandering ghost with her long black hair. But how? She looked like the third-ranked high school goddess that she was. Sigh. Women. Matthew ate as much as he could and hurriedly left his apartment within District H. He hopped on the bus, showed his bus pass, took a seat, and hastily looked at his watch. Phew. He had made it on time. Baymard was extremely huge, and moving from one district to another at the standard speed would take about 33 minutes without traffic. He was all the way in District H, and he needed to head on over to District C. So when one took into account the traffic, bus stops, and bus switches that he would have to make, that was additional time too. Baymard was so big that it felt like one was sometimes moving from city to city. The upper region was as massive as an entire city, The central regions, lower regions and even the coastal regions were the same too. So it was no wonder that one would feel like they were sometimes leaving Baymard when they moved around from the different regions. Luckily for him, he had accounted for everything in his plans. So he was good. When he thought about how many hours one would usually take by horse just to travel across the different regions, he couldn't help but thank the heavens for allowing cars, trains and buses to be invented. That would have been one long gas journey. Of course, taking the train after one bus stop would certainly cut his time by half since the trains were so damn fast. But he needed time to go over some of his notes. Hence, he chose the long route instead. He let out a brief sigh of relief and tried to catch his breath as the bus left the bus stop. Now, it was time to look over a few things before the road test. After 4 bus switches, Matthew had finally arrived at the bus stop a few blocks away from the driving school. The building was very wide and had only 2 floors to it. "Good morning, sir. Are you here for written examinations, road tests or classes?" I usually come here for classes, but I'm here for the Class 7, Level 2 Beginner's Road Test. Alright. Just follow the hallway over there. Make a left turn and head towards Hall B13. Thank you. With that, Matthew followed the instructions and removed in the hall. His classes were typically on the 2nd floor, so this was his first time being in any of the halls on ground level. He quickly spotted his friend and headed over towards here. "Hey, you? Why are you only coming in now? Only 15 minutes more and it would have been examination time." "Morning to you too, Sam. I wanted to take time on the bus to read over some things before I got here," Matthew said while pinching his friend's chubby cheeks. She was so doll-like that sometimes, he just couldn't help it. Some more of his friends crowded around them, and a minute later, one of their instructors walked in and the entire hall quieted down. "Morning everyone. The day has finally come to put what you've learned into practice. So before we head out to the field, let's begin by doing roll call." Adam Friedman, present. Ave Bianca Woods, present. Present. The roll call went by fast, as there were only 30 students for this session. One should know that at least once a week, examinations are held at different time intervals for all license classes for those who register for them. So today was only meant for those who were either taking the Class 7, Level 1 written permit test or the Class 7, Level 2 road test. Each session was planned for 3 hours. So one could say that he had registered to join the first batch of Class 7 examiners for today, and after 3 hours, another batch would come in to take their road test. Typically, a road test could take about 2,930 minutes. But since it was recommended that they drive on a busy highway, it would take longer since Baymard was large. After checking basic things like parallel parking and whatnot, each student would be given a destination to go to which involved a busy highway that needed them to think fast and make decisions quickly. Quick thinking was essential on the roads, so they would have to think and act fast and as safely as possible for themselves, as well as the pedestrians and those around them. With roll call over, Matthew and his class followed their instructor and arrived at the back of the building, which had a very massive car park with several cars, trucks and other vehicles in it. The space was so big that one could build a mall on it. Of course today, Matthew was only focusing on driving a regular car, so the other motor vehicles weren't his cup of tea for now. Nonetheless, just looking at everything made his blood boil even more. It reminded him that he still had a long way to go when it came to driving. Soon, he would master all these vehicles. Chapter 661 Driving Test 2. Chapter 661 Driving Test 2. After stepping onto the massive parking lot, Matthew and his class immediately came face to face with 29 more instructors all in uniform. "Now, there are 30 of you and 30 of us, so each student will be assigned to an examiner. In class, I gave you all number tags for you to wear. So locate an examiner with the same tag number as yours and follow him or her to your vehicle. Either that." The main instructor also joined the rest, and everyone began looking at their tags. Number 87. Matthew quickly spotted a lady wearing the same tag number as he was, and they quickly made their way to a car that had the number 87 on it too. And the moment he got in, the examination began. He quickly buckled his seatbelt, checked his rear mirror and did all the necessary arrangements needed before he could drive off. They did a vehicle safety inspection where the blinkers, lights and even brakes were checked. Of course, arm signals from him were also checked too. A left arm signal would be placing his left arm outside the window in a straight line, a right arm signal would be placing that arm upwards. And if he needed to signal a stop arm signal, then he just needed to place his arm downwards instead. Of course, these arm signals were typically used if he realized that his indicators weren't working while on the road. This way, drivers behind him would know what he would do next. As they say, safety was key. Additionally, he did control tests to check if the wipers, defroster fronts, emergency flashers, emergency brakes, horn and so on were working. And when everything was satisfactory, the lady ticked some things on her board and faced him calmly. At that moment, Matthew's heart started pounding like a drum. He was nervous as hell. Mr. Matthew, you've done well so far, so there's no need for you to panic. Now, let's go over a little bit of some of the maneuvers, as well as what he'll be asking you to do today. You'll be doing parallel parking, 3-point turn, several left turns, right turns, lane changes, backing up, U-turns, what to do when encountering pedestrians, parking uphill, parking downhill, what to do when approaching signs, lights and intersections. Today, we will just be focusing on the basic stuff. So, do you have any questions before we begin? No, I don't. Okay, that's great. It's very important to note that while you're operating the vehicle, you'll continue to move straight forward at all times unless I give you instructions to do something different. And be aware that you are solely responsible for safely operating the vehicle the entire time. I will not try to trick you or make things hard. So focus on everything with a level head and you should be fine, alright? Yes, Mrs. Layla. Excellent. If ready, then let's begin, the lady said with a calm smile on her face. And just like that, they were off. Matthew drove the vehicle out of the parking lot and finally found himself on Baymard's roads. His heart rate quickened, as he held onto the steering wheel as hard as he could. It wasn't fear that ate him up. No, it was sheer excitement and the thrill of being on the roads as the sole pilot of his ship. I realized that every time he took control, this excitement seemed to spring up like wildflowers in the woods. Take a left turn there. With that, he put on the indicator, before making the left turn and continued straight forward as planned. His instructor, on the other hand, spoke to him about the weather and fun things in Baymard while ticking some things off her checklist. With their interaction, whatever anxiety was left in him had long gone out the window in a flash. He did all the main tests and was finally left with the last one for today, which was crossing the highway. He got on one of the lanes and completely missed the turn that would help him merge with the highway. He had only missed it because he was moving a little too slow, and when someone honked behind him, he panicked a bit and went the wrong way. On the highway, everyone seemed to be in a rush. Damn it, now he was nervous. Did he fail? Was she going to fail him because of this blunder? His heart was now in a mess, and he started feeling very hot within the car. He cursed himself silently when he thought of his blunder. His palms had turned sweaty, and he tried to control himself from overthinking things. He had failed. Layla looked at him and smiled. It's okay, Mr. Matthew, take the Blue Whale lane and circle back over here again. Why? Yes. So he hadn't failed yet? Matthew calmed his heart and quickly did as he was told. Finally, he had successfully merged onto the highway and immediately became sandwiched between several cars. Eat that. Highway, HMPH, peep, peep, DRRRRRRRHHHH, Shri. The highway was as busy as ever with every lane as full as it could be. Everyone seems to be in a rush, as on the highway, one had to think smart and make the right lives. or any delays could make some other drivers cut your line. Some people were just professional lane switches, switching lanes as many times as possible on whichever road they thought was the fastest. Of course Layla also wanted him to make lane changes too, so he readied himself and did as instructed. He looked at the cars surrounding him and signaled for the lane change, before calmly moving onto the middle lane. And sure enough, those behind him noticed this intention and slowed down a bit too. Phew. He had made it. He stayed on the highway for a bit, before making another lane change to the right, and finally exiting that monstrous highway. But how could it be over now that he had driven all the way to District G? Of course he would have to go back to District C. No, he smiled bitterly and hopped onto the highway again. And soon, he was back to the diving school. He stepped down and felt like he had just accomplished a great feat. Mr. Matthew, you did exceptionally well today. Wait. So does that mean that I've passed? Yes, Mr. Matthew. You've passed. Come with me and I'll give you your pass certificate. You can use it as evidence that you passed the exam until you get your photo ID driving license. Listening to his instructor, Matthew felt like it was all worth it. He passed. He passed. He passed. Now, he would have to wait another 8 months before getting his Class 5, Level 1 driver's license. But of course with this Class 7:Level 2 license, he would finally be able to get a car. For sure, there were some restrictions with his license class, like the fact that between midnight to 5 a.m., he wasn't allowed to drive. Unless it was due to school or work purposes, or if he was escorted by a Class 5 driver. Additionally, he had to maintain a zero alcohol policy before driving, and only a total of 3 people could be in his car at all times. Nonetheless, these restrictions weren't much for him, so he wasn't the least bit concerned at all. Hey, Matt, did you pass? Of course I did. And judging from your overly dramatic expression, I'm guessing you passed too, right? You are. I passed. I'm so excited. Now I can finally get the hatchback that I always wanted. Pewee. Why a hatchback? You have no taste whatsoever. I'm getting a sedan. It's slow, fast and cool. A sedan? Really? Ugh. You men have no taste. And that was how several Coronians had finally gotten their licenses and cars here in Baymard. The Empire was as peaceful as ever. But of course, trouble was always brewing from afar. Shwih. On the high seas, several men were currently crowded within a single room. Captain, in 2 days, we will arrive. Good. Tell the men to sharpen their blades, eat their fill and prepare for battle, because in this war, there can only be one outcome: victory. Chapter 662 Battle Preparations. Chapter 662 Battle Preparations. Tell the men to sharpen their blades, eat their fill and prepare for battle, because in this war, there can only be one outcome: victory. Yes, Captain. With that, the news traveled quickly from ship to ship, until the entire fleet was aware of their captain's orders. What did this mean? With only 2 days left, it meant that they could finally eat 50% of their food supply that was left within these 2 days. After all, since they were going to conquer Baymard, the chances of them winning were high, so they could just replenish their stock there. Of course, the remaining 50% of food would be saved just in case they lost the war and had to retreat. But make no mistake, 50% of what they had right now could regularly last them another 15 days at sea before they stop somewhere to get new supplies. But now, they could finish it up in a matter of 2 days. Which was very possible for them because firstly, their meals were always limited and measured, which stretched it out during their voyage. But now, they could finally eat their fill as if they were attending a grand feast. And unlike the normal rule of 1 cup of rum per meal, now they could drink several cups of rum tonight. Of course, their captain only did this to motivate the men. Tonight, it was best for them to eat as if it were their last meal, because even though he said that the feasting was for 2 days straight, in theory, it was just for tonight. Tonight, they could drink, eat, get constipated, have a hangover and whatnot, so that tomorrow would be a day to relax, vomit and get rid of everything in their system. And on the second day, they could start sharpening their tools and readying themselves for battle. Because, how could he send drunk men with constipated aching bellies to the battlefield? What if they wanted to use the bathrooms while battling? It was very embarrassing to have to concentrate on holding your poop while battling. Okay, yeah. The entire fleet was filled with laughter, music from the singing men, people eating, telling stories, bashing their cups of rum together and snoring on the rum-stained deck. Some even took out their daggers and drunkenly told tales, while others found secret spots to do the dirty deed between men. These days might be their last days on Hertfilia, so why not enjoy it to the fullest? Even though they were sure that they would win the battle, they weren't stupid to believe that there would be no casualties from their side. So many of them could go at any moment. Hence tonight was meant to be their night. And so, as the invaders planned to make their victory, so did those within Baymard. Well, every day in Baymard, the Navy, Marine and Coast Guard forces had been going over their plans and checking the waters just as planned. So the moment the Coast Guard sh.I.P.S. on the outskirts of Baymard spot these enemy sh.I.P.S. on their radar, they would immediately go full-on battle mode. Now, it was only a matter of time before the battle fully began. Welcome Fleet Admiral Gary. Welcome Fleet Admiral Gary. As Gary walked along the platform, several men in uniform hurriedly saluted him. Right now, he was on a massive ship dock that housed several massive battle sh.I.P.S, Coast Guard sh.I.P.S, and many more. The dock had been built a little different from the regular visitor docks, as the platforms here were thicker, wider and higher than the later. To be more specific, the platforms looked like fighter jet landing lanes, and every platform was connected to another by a large metal gate that closed and opened only to allow the sh.I.P.S to move in and out the dock at will. These gates could only be opened after permission was granted. Of course, Landon had been inspired by the Navy designs of both the Pearl Harbor and the Navy ship dock in Hong Kong back on Earth. Secretary Winston, what about the inspection? Is it still going on? Yes, Fleet Admiral Gary, said a serious-looking youth with glasses. The man was Gary's personal secretary, who even handled some of his home-related things at times. He had been working with Gary for 2.5 years now, and one could say that he knew Gary's schedule, romance life and even home affairs. In short, if he were back on Earth, he would be that secretary who could order the boss wife some flowers on behalf of the boss and whatnot. Even here, he had once done groceries for his Gary and had even bought and sent beautiful items to Gary's fiancée on behalf of Gary. So one could say that he had learned most of what Gary hated and liked. Winston pushed his glasses towards his face and gestured towards the sh.I.P.S before him while keeping a very professional look. Fleet Admiral Gary, 10 out of the 13 sh.I.P.S that have been assigned for the upcoming battle, are now ready to go. Inspection has been carried out on them daily, and they are in the best conditions possible. But as for the remaining 3, ever since they came back from that mission a week ago, the men have been spending their time inspecting and ensuring that everything is okay with them. And by the end of today, we should know whether they will be battle-ready or not. HMHM. So what are the names of the sh.I.P.S still under inspection? Fleet Admiral, they are, the Battleship Galactica, Battleship Destruction and Battleship Death Star. Tell the sailors, officers and pilots that if we are attacked today, then they shouldn't bring out those 3 to the battlefield. Yes, Fleet Admiral. I shall pass on your orders. Navy people and those involved with sea forces were typically called sailors, except there were officer-ranked or pilots who piloted the sh.I.P.S. With that, Gary left the dock, as he wanted to allow the inspectors to do their jobs diligently. After all, since they said that they would be done today, then he would only have to see them tomorrow. No, he had already gone on board the first 10 battle sh.I.P.S. and decided to leave the other 3 for tomorrow. And so both the Navy and their enemies were busily preparing to tear each other apart. But as for Landon, even though he knew the battle was coming, he wasn't worried at all. Please, he trusted his fleet admiral, the Navy, coastal guards and marines to do a kick-ass job. So what was there to be worried about? Plus, he was kind of busy himself. Okay. Chapter 663 A Rich Man. Chapter 663 A Rich Man. Your Majesty, don't worry. Now that everything is sorted out, I'll send all the money to all the ministries involved as planned. Thank you as always, Manager Sento, Landon said with a friendly smile on his face. Of course, he was currently in the bank. Yesterday, he spent the entire day in the bank aiding them to count all the money that he had taken from his mission. And it was a freaking huge sum. There were several bags of silver, copper, and more importantly, there were 2 bags of gold coins in the mix. One should know that 10,000 copper coins equals 1 gold coin. So 100 gold coins were already 1,000,000 copper coins. He had 2 bags that contained a total of 1,500 gold coins. So that alone gave him millions. Not to talk of the 200 bags of copper coins and the 50 bags of silver coins. In fact, he had really reaped a hefty amount from THT mission. And he decided to send all that money for the development of Baymard's new territories. Make no mistake, without this money, Landon would have still been able to fork out the money, as he had 5% shares from every industry, entertainment and system in Baymard. After all, he invested and inventing several new products, entertainment, books, medicine, and even cooking methods. So of course he had to have shares in them. And within those shares, he gave 2% to the royal family and kept the remaining 3% under his belt for the time being. Of course, as he had already written in the royal constitution that when he died, all those shares would go to the royal family. One shouldn't overlook those shares, as just 5% still gave him millions yearly. Not to talk about the fact that he still had more things to invent again. So after several years, that money would be truly incredible. Truth be told, maybe the bank wouldn't even be able to hold it all. But even though it all went to royalty, every royal had a yearly budget and several duties to do if they wanted to keep receiving this money. In short, he had written many articles, clauses, rules and repercussions on what should happen if a royal went rogue. There were rules that would keep them in order. And if one didn't lead the people well, then the people and parliament could have them step down. If the evidence against the accused were verified to be true, and there would be many verification methods used by the heads of all Baymard's armed forces, as well as the head ministers of justice and the Congress. Everyone would get involved, so as to limit the use of any bribery or corruption. In fact, Landon had written so much that he somehow pitied all the future ogre royals. I mean, why would anyone want to be rogue when everyone was paid roughly the same salary? Sigh. It would truly be stupid to do so. After all, you would still have to work and get paid, similar to your siblings too. There would be no owning all the money in the royal treasury and whatnot. So one wouldn't be able to hug everything for themselves. As for now, with all his shares, Landon was rich as hell since the entire Pino continent scrambled for his goods daily. With that said, forking out money for Baymard's development wouldn't have been an issue. But he was somehow grateful for these sprung-up missions that increased his wealth even more. Plus, no matter how he looked at it, free money was definitely a good thing. Especially when it didn't come from his own pockets. Oh, Manager Sento. How are you all finding the new bank sector? It's honestly a breath of fresh air, Your Majesty. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Landon said while looking over his banking book. The bank had just been expanded, and now there were more vaults and even hidden underground chambers within the newly expanded region for them to keep more gold, copper and silver coins. One should know that many merchants and nobles from all around the Pino continent, have placed several massive piles of coins in the banks. That's why when they came to Baymard, they could just take out some money from their Baymardian account whenever they wanted to. Plus they like the fact that their money here could yield some sort of interest. Hence they never requested for too many coins when they were leaving Baymard. On that note, Baymard had mountains all in bangs within their vaults and chambers. And once a week, all the bags of money had to be counted, so as to see if anything was stolen or if there were some miscalculations done within the week. Anyway, all this caused the need for expansion. Of course Landon was sure that only when other continents and empires produce their own money, would he be able to smelt all the gold, copper and silver coins. Because like it or not, those were ores that could be used within the industries for jewelry, silver utensils and whatnot. Recycling 80% of them wouldn't be a bad idea, while the rest could be kept in the royal treasury, as well as the national treasury for historical purposes. Hence for now, he could only expand the bank and open more vaults to keep the incoming coins. But fortunately, most peasants and middle-class people withdrew 80% of their money in coins when they left Baymard. So there was a good balance of how many coins were going in and out daily. The expansion happened because of the wealthy nobles and merchants that kept pumping in gold coins every time they came over. Especially the women. They liked luxury goods, staying in expensive hotels, buying gorgeous clothes for themselves and their pets, pedicures and even attending the seasonal fashion shows. So they always made sure to use their noble salaries to enjoy their lives to the fullest, which made business in Baymard boom as usual. More money in his account. After looking at his account book, Landon hurriedly left the bank and headed towards District D. He had been invited to make a surprising appearance on the show Fear Factor. So how could he miss it? Chapter 664 Meet the Contestants. Chapter 664 Meet the Contestants. Landon drove towards the set and immediately found his way around quickly. They were now making a whole new season. And today, he would be joining the host in encouraging today's players. As one of the biggest sponsors of the show, it was important for him to meet the contestants and make them feel enthusiastic. Of course today, the contestants would only be recording the first stunt. There were a total of 18 stunts to be done, and there were a total of 19 couples or pairs of contestants that would perform these stunts. Some people came with their newly wedded wives, while others came with their friends and so on. Additionally, the contestants also came from different continents within the Pino continent. Today, they would be filming the first 3 stunts for all teams, and the teams that didn't make it would be disqualified. Each stunt just took a couple of minutes to do, so they would be able to get 3 stunts done today, and 2 days from now, they would be filming the next stunt. They did this to give the contestants time to breathe a little. Some of these stunts could make one panic or have anxiety, so they needed to calm down a bit before their next stunts. But then again, this was what the show was about, conquering one's fears. All teams wore different colored shirts and acknowledged leggings or shorts. But of course underneath when the stunts would begin, they would have to wear tight body-hugging clothing so as to make it easier for them to do their stunts. After all, no one wanted their loose clothing to be caught up in something and make them lose. For this season, the contestants ranged from 17 to 30-year-old people. Everyone was socializing with each other while looking at the crazy scene before them. So what do you think that we will do today? Maybe they'll ask us to have a bath, yeah? There's a vat basin the size of a bathtub there. So it might be it. Right. Maybe that's why they specified that we must know how to swim before selecting us. But why would we need to know how to swim if we are just entering a bathtub? Degrees. Perry looked at the set a little more, as he was trying to come up with clues to what their stunt would really be. He felt like it couldn't be that simple. Could it? They were standing a little far away from the metal bath tube-like basin, so from his angle, it looked like nothing was in it. But he kept feeling like he was wrong. Additionally, there was a table on one side that had something covered with a yellow cloth. Everything just looked too mysterious. They were currently standing in one of the studios, desert-like areas, and the cameras and background crew were all stationed around the scene strategically. Perry, who was 21 years old, was a pure Baymardian and had married a Coronian woman a while back. Luckily, things weren't that complicated for inter-empire marriages. All Coronian rules still applied to his wife, except now, she can officially stay in Baymard forever, and her family can visit her more often without any hiccups too. For sure, she had a few more perks now that she had married a Baymardian. She was now allowed to open her own business in Baymard if she wanted to, and she could even get a home within the normal residential areas in District E and F. Even when it came to her children's education, they would be charged as regular Baymardians, and she could also take out certain loans from the bank too. In fact, some doors had now opened for her due to the marriage. Of course, she could work within the areas permitted for foreigners, which for sure exclude the lower regions, military and other areas that had top secret information. This would only be temporal until world peace got established, for fear of secrets leaking out. One should know that before Perry's marriage, he too had been briefed on the consequences if he should ever reveal company policies or work to his wife. So for his mother, sisters, his wife, his future kids, as well as his own life, he dared not. Before marrying his wife, he had relatives here, and he had long known all about some of these rules, because even without the marriage, if he sold out Baymard, then his fate would be the same. So he was well aware of some of these rules. That's why when he was at home, he and his wife could crack jokes about how a friend made an error at work or how someone even slipped down, provided he wasn't giving off any company secrets. Perry felt like it was okay, as he and his wife hardly went into detail about their work anyway. They would just laugh about how their day went and, more importantly, do us on family planning. After all, they were more concerned with saving more money, investing and whatnot. To them, looking at future prospects, health plans and raising children were all they were truly focused on within these first few years of marriage. Perry thought that married life would be easy, but it certainly made one sit up when a baby suddenly came into the picture. It almost felt like all their planning was involved around that baby. Their entire room smells like baby powder, and almost all rooms in their home had tiny toys laying around here and there. He had a love-hate relationship with his kids, as he was typically sleep-deprived during the night. Fortunately, his mother lived with them and was more than happy to help them here and there. In fact, his mother treated her grandson as if she was the one who gave birth to him. No matter what he did, in his mother's eyes, his son was right and he was wrong. And so he and his wife now had free time on their hands to plan for their future. As for his wife, he had known his wife for 3 years now, and within that time, it took him 6 months to propose to her after knowing her and another 8 months to marry her. Of course, from there, they had their first son in a flash. And now, his wife was as strong and fit as she used to be thanks to the gym and a healthy diet. With their conditions improved at home, they were finally ready to make more money for their family. That was the main reason why they entered the show Fear Factor. Perry looked at his wife and squeezed her hand confidently. "Honey, are you ready?" "Of course. If I can push a baby out, then I can definitely win this. Don't worry, we've got this." "Good. That's my girl." Chapter 665 70,000 Bays. Chapter 665 70,000 Bays. As the couples all mingled and spoke with each other, it didn't take long before they spotted His Majesty Landon Barn, who was immediately swarmed with makeup professions on the scene. And soon, more makeup people came towards them swiftly. Give them touch-ups quickly. And so many soft fluffy brushes came their way, and they also had a light layer of healing balm placed on their lips too. On camera, it was the crew's job to make sure that no sweat or cracked lips appeared on them. Of course, heavy makeup wasn't done on them, just light power here and here, as well as ensuring that their bodies were well oiled up too. And while the touch-up people did their thing, the director and co-director also walked towards the contestants and once again explained what they would be during soon. The previously relaxed atmosphere had now turned into a serious room one in a heartbeat. So this was how the legendary cruise worked. Everyone felt utterly thrilled, as they clenched their fists in determination. 70,000 bays. That was the prize money. That was the same as 7 gold coins or 700 silver coins or 70,000 copper coins. No matter how crazy the stunts were, they were now ready to get that dough. So as things started getting serious, all the contestants quickly focused on the money. Like they say in showbiz, keep your eyes on the prize. Soon everyone was ready, and the cameras began rolling. Imkan Bor, and this is Fear Factor. The stunts you are about to see are designed and supervised by trained professionals. They are extremely dangerous and should never be attempted by anyone, anywhere, anytime. Now, welcome to Fear Factor. And this time it's the season from the underworld, where teams are placed in the worst hell for a chance to win 70,000 bays. And it only gets hotter from here, because in this episode, the teams will have to go head to head with each other to face their fears. They would have to worm their way in, conquer their fear of drowning and fear of heights. Who will go all the way for 70k? Stay tuned on this episode of Fear Factor, The Underworld. A pre-recorded voice clip from the host was played out. And as the speakers echoed out the clip, the contestants all walked towards the spot that they were assigned to stand on as planned. Of course, as they walked, several cool video shots of them were taken as well. When everything was edited out, these cool shots and some major highlights on today's show will be compiled together with the voice clip for the episode's intro. This is Fear Factor, and today, we have 19 teams in the show. And they have absolutely no idea about the hell that I'm about to put them through. But they are going to have to face their fears if they want to win 70,000 bays. Once more, welcome to the Fear Factor's Underworld episode. The host said while walking towards the contestants who were clapping, smiling and laughing enthusiastically. Now, let's welcome our special guest for this season. His Majesty Landon Barn. Welcome, Your Majesty. Everyone said excitedly. Landon just looked at them and smiled. Today, you brave people have all come here to put yourselves to the test and go beyond your limits. This TV show was created to make you all rise above your fears. So, do you think that you're up for the challenge? Yeah, whoop. Great. I like your spirits. So here's how Fear Factor works. Today, you must conquer 3 challenges that will put you through hell. And after every challenge, a team will be eliminated. So by the end of the day, the remaining 17 teams will still have a shot of winning 70k, while the other 3 teams will be disqualified. Now, are you all ready for your first stunt? Yeah? With that, everyone cheered excitedly. They didn't need to do any intro because a few days back, they had already done pre-recorded intros of themselves for the show. And from what they were told, after all the episodes were done, they would watch their clips and make commentaries on what went wrong or right too. So everything would only add up later on. Right now, all they had to do was perform the stunts. Bring on the challenge. They cheered. Alright. You all heard His Majesty. So challenge yourselves to face your fears. Now, everyone knows of the common torture method of tarring and feathering, where hot wood tar would be poured on a person and feathers asked later on. But naturally, as a grown Baymardian society would never do something so primitive. So instead, if you want to still be in the running for winning 70,000 bays, then you must be covered in old cow's blood, and these. Immediately, the host took off the yellow cloth on the table before them, revealing a glass full of thick fat worms in them. Everyone almost puked at the sight of these digesting creatures. One should know that the worms that had been chosen are the ones that were typically seen next poop and other disgusting rotting items. They were really fat, blue, big, and had a circular mouth that bit one several times over and over. These worms were hated by all and were called bindy worms. Alright, here's how this challenge works. One person on each team will dump a bucket of old cow's blood all over them. The cow's blood covered person will then run over and drive into that of bindy worms. Yes, these worms will bite and scratch you. But don't worry about it, because your partner will be right there to get them off you. That's right. Their job is to collect as many worms off your body, get it to that glass and fill it up to that marked line on the glass. And in case I forgot to mention, Since your hands will be tied, you can only use your mouth to get these worms off your partner. And remember, the faster you are, the better your chances of winning 70,000 bays. Now, let the first stunt begin. Perry looked at the worms and looked towards the sky one more time. 70k. 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 I can do this. Chapter 666 Fear Factor. Chapter 666 Fear Factor. Perry and his wife were Team 14, so they diligently watched the first 13 teams do the stunt. Everyone's eyes were glued on the scene, as they tried to get any tricks or shortcuts in doing the challenge fast. Honey, you get coated in the worms and I'll handle transporting them to the glass, Perry said quietly. Right now, they needed to come up with a strong game plan to win this quick. So far, the fastest team was Team 6 with a time of 3 minutes and 35 seconds. They watched everything patiently, and soon, it was their time. All right, Perry and Jean, you're up. Woo! They yelled, clapped and went to the side. Of course, his wife removed her clothes, revealing a bathing suit that looked like she was wearing tight biker shorts and a tight shirt. But the bathing suit had a large circular hole on the front and back. This was the swimsuit specifically advised for all women on the show. That way, when they were going to get in, the worms would bite their backs, bellies, hands and legs. They wanted it to be somewhat fair since the men just wore shorts when they went into the tub of worms. Perry looked at his wife and gave her an encouraging smile when he saw her panicky look. 70k Jean. 70k. Say this in your mind and it will all be over soon. This money is for our son's future, Perry whispered, and soon, Jean stabilized herself and nodded back at him. That's right. They were already here. So what was there to be afraid of? And if others had already done it, then what more of her? Her son might even watch this when he grew up, so she would definitely show him her brave side. With that thought, her mindset completely changed. Perry, Jean. Your time begins in 3, 2. 1. Go. Like lighting, Jean rushed towards the bucket of old cow's blood and dumped it on her body hastily. She then took 5 more seconds to coat it properly on her exposed parts, before rushing towards the vat of bindy worms. She had learned from the other contestants that if one didn't coat their bodies properly, then these worms wouldn't stick onto their bodies. The worms were only attracted to dead-tasting things, so they bit the coated areas because they were tricked into thinking that the old cow's blood came from them. So the more coated one was, the more worms would stick to them. Jean rolled around in the vat like a pig in a sty. Just looking at the worms made her want to throw up. But when she thought of the money, she just gritted her teeth and continued coating herself with more worms. As soon as the worms located the blood, they clung onto her like glue and continuously scratched and bit her as much as they could. Damn it, these bastards were really something else. She let out a soft whimper, quickly got out of the vat and ran towards her darling husband, as if saying, "Get them off me now." Of course, Perry didn't waste any time, as he started grabbing the worms and running towards the glass to spit them in it. He opened his mouth as wide as he could and even grabbed 2 or 3 worms in the process. It was as if he was ready to take a big chunk of meat off a juicy chicken. The other contestants were also shocked as well. All of them had been grabbing one at a time while scrunching up their faces in disgust. But Perry was like, F this. I'm here to win. He almost swallowed one in the process but couldn't care less. And just like that, the dynamic duo had completed the challenge in 2 minutes, 43 seconds. Of course, contestants 15 to 19 tried to cipher his style, but they just couldn't do it. One of them took a big chunk and puked it all out before he could even put them in the glass. One should know that the bugs were still alive and swimming in their mouths, so it felt utterly disgusting. Everyone looked at Perry strangely and couldn't help but wonder how he even coped with it all. But just like them, Perry had also struggled to keep it all together when he used that strategy. In fact, he had almost messed it up too. If not for his wife's fierce gaze, he would never have kept it together. Typically, after each team performed, they could step aside, clean up and join the rest to cheer those still participating. After all, They had to get the remaining worms off those who finished participating immediately. And so just like that, the first challenge came to an end with Perry and Jean taking the lead. So they were going on to the next round. And unfortunately, Team 11 had to drop out of the competition. The first stunt and cleanup were done in 2 hours before they proceeded to the next stunt. This time, they were locked in a cage and submerged underwater. But the top of the cage was actually on the water surface and had 2 face-sized holes on top of it. So when they needed air, they could swim up to and pit their faces against the hole for air. Their task this time was to escape from the cage as fast as they could. The anxiety and fear caused many contestants to waste so much time on it. This time, Perry and Jean came out 7th, so they still advanced. As for the third stunt, they had to climb 2 extremely long poles, get some keys off them, zipline downwards, give it to their partners who would then rock climb a tall cliff and open 2 chest boxes there. Of course their partner would take the items in the chest, zipline downwards and solve a puzzle using the clues from the chest. In that stunt, Jean and Perry were 5th this time. They had made it. They were still in the running for winning 70k. Perry hugged Jean tightly and hummed the words 70k all the way home. Today was really an interesting and fun-filled day. He had never experienced anything like it, which made him feel young again. As if he was still a 12-year-old boy. Now, he was an old 21-year-old man, who still had it. Ha 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 ha. 70k. 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 Honey, give me a kiss. No way. Nig until you brush your teeth 7 times and gaggle 15 more times with mouthwash. _ And so just like that, the TV show Fear Factor continued to record its episodes alongside the contestants. The days went by and finally, the awaited battle had reached Baymard's shores. Chapter 667 The Enemy is Here. Chapter 667 The Enemy is Here. On the high waters, several sh.i.p.s. in a triangular formation were quickly storming ahead without a care in the world. And the other sh.i.p.s. that noticed the mighty fleet immediately knew what was going on. Goodness. They all have the same flag and were all swimming as one. There's no doubt about it, they were definitely marching out to war. Father, I think right. But who could they have beef with? Wait. From the direction they are sailing towards, either they branch to some parts of Arcadina, or they go straight towards Baymard. But the chances of them attacking Alec Barnes' territory is almost impossible. After all, while their fleet looks terrifying, a figure like Alec Barnes could take down that fleet in no time. So they're going towards Baymard? But that's where we are going. Let's turn around and head towards Corona. But father, we are just a few hours away from Baymard while Corona is a month away. True. Then let's branch towards one of the neighboring coastal towns or cities in Arcadina. From there, we can send some people on horseback to head towards Baymard after a few days, so as to get news regarding the matter fast. Yes, father. All right men. Head towards the closest Arcadinian land around. Yes, sir. Several sh.i.p.s. that were sailing behind or alongside the fleet guessed their thoughts and quickly pulled away. After all, no one would want to be caught between what looked like a fierce battle. And even though the size of the fleet couldn't do much to larger empires, Baymard was relatively small. So they couldn't help but wonder if it would be possible for Baymard to attain victory. Plus, it looked like the enemy might be attacking them in surprise. At least that hadn't heard any news about this, so the chances of them winning didn't look too good now. Anyway, almost everyone decided to head on over to Arcadina and wait for news. It was better to be safe than sorry. Additionally, they felt that this was the right time to test just how powerful this newly established empire was when it didn't have Corona aiding it. One should know that some of them were nobles of other empires, who had once thought that their empire should annex Baymard. But with Corona's protection, things might be a little too hard. They didn't know which empire or group had decided to attack Baymard. But this would give them a clear picture of just how powerful Baymard really was. No one had ever seen or heard of Baymard's strength, except the land port Azure incidences. So nobody knew just what these Baymardians had up their sleeves. But now, they would see how they fared in this upcoming battle. Sure, they might not be able to witness what went down, but if the Baymardians win, then that would mean that they did have some hidden skills. Nonetheless, the place had no sword academy or anything. So how were they going to win? This was indeed a mystery that unfortunately wouldn't be solved since they couldn't personally witness the battle. Sigh. Captain. In 3 hours, we should be reaching Baymard's shores. Good. Captain Nicodemus said, before climbing up the stairs and walking towards the biggest room in the ship. All this time, he had been running things. But he wasn't the one who issued out the commands. That's right. The person he was going to see was their fleet commander, Commander Pyrrhus. Ever since they left that pirate island, the commander had kept himself locked up within his room. Of course, the crew only saw a glimpse of the commander when he typically stood on his private balcony for fresh air or when he practiced his sword marksmanship every morning. Their commander was a very proud, arrogant and strong man, who liked proving his point with his sword. He was someone who had never lost a single battle since he joined Noplin's forces. That was one of the reasons why he was sent to lead all 68 sh.i.p.s. to storm Baymard. They were so confident in his abilities, that they were positive of nothing else but victory in this upcoming battle. And because of Pyrrhus' accomplishments and strength, he was even more respected by the men on board. They looked at him in awe and reverence whenever they were fortunate to get even a glimpse of his hair. In their eyes, just seeing him alone was akin to gaining some good fortune. No wonder the man had 7 wives and 11 concubines. With his credentials, which woman wouldn't fall for him? Of course, that was their own way of thinking. Anyway, he had been cooped up within his personal chamber, training and preparing for battle. He got up as early as 5 a.m. and spent 3 hours perfecting his moves on his private balcony. For sure, while he was focused on readying himself, he allowed his captains to handle all minor crew-related matters. Knock, knock, knock. Commander. It's Captain Nicodemus here. Nicodemus waited outside for a bit before he heard the wooden bolts on the other side open up. Coming. Yes, sir. Nicodemus quickly followed the shirtless Pyrrhus in and waited for the commander to take his seat. Report. Yes, Commander. 3 hours from now, we should be arriving on the shores. Wonderful. Inform the captains on the other sh.i.p.s. to ready the men and station the sh.i.p.s. as planned. I want the formation to be perfect. Also, make sure that the men have their weapons and anchor ropes. And don't forget the black powder. All right, we're done here. So go. Yes, Commander. Nicodemus said before exiting the room. Of course all sailors needed ropes that had head-sized anchors on them. That way, they could hook on the side of the enemy sh.i.p.s. and pull their way up to the enemy's ship deck as fast as they could. For sure, the archers would also have to be ready, so as to shoot all those who want to take down the anchors. Right now, all sh.i.p.s. needed to be in formation and in sync for their plan to work. Nicodemus smiled and hastily did as he was told. Soon, their commander would have yet another victory under his belt. And no doubt about it, with the way Lord Nopline valued this mission, their commander would definitely be rewarded handsomely when they emerged victorious. So how could he not be glad? The richer their commander, the double their rewards and salaries. Ah, Baymard. Sorry, but you will just have to be our ticket for the good life. And so the incoming intruders all had their own thoughts and ideas on how this battle would actually be. But while they were thinking about the rewards, Baymard's coastal guard had already spotted their fleet. Chapter 668 The Battle Begins. Chapter 668 The Battle Begins. Within several Coast Guard patrol sh.i.p.s. several men were currently looking at their radar and observed for a bit. These sh.i.p.s. moved in formation with one another and didn't even deviate for a second, so they were definitely moving as one unit. One should know that if they were independent, at least some of the sh.I.P.S. would try to overtake overs or even stop or move left or right at will. But that wasn't the case for these sh.I.P.S. So after observing their movements for a bit, the men hurriedly called their control tower to report their findings. Lighthouse Point Marina, Lighthouse Point Marina, Lighthouse Point Marina. This is 21C here to make a report. Over. This is Lighthouse Point Marina. 21C, begin your report. Over. Radar reads 68 fish sailing towards the net, and in about 2.5 hours give or take, they should be arriving at the shores if they weren't stopped. Over. Copy that. 21C. Round up the rest and tell them to get back as fast as they can. Over. With that, the coastal sh.I.P.S. speedily left the waters as if they weren't there in the first place. The enemy was using people to paddle, but the Baymardians had their engines. So if they could do a month's journey from Baymard to Corona in 2.5 days, then what more of this 2.5-hour distance? Their sh.I.P.S. hurriedly sailed across the waters at maximum speed, and soon, they were back on Baymard's shores. Of course the news had already been sent to the Navy's base, and in turn, the Navy had quickly informed the seaport to hold all leaving sh.I.P.S. What do you mean by we can't go now? What the hell is going on? You just checked us out, and now you are checking us in again? What is wrong with you guys today? I have goods to deliver or else my boss will have my head. Okay? Of course, just like in the case of the previous landport incident when Alec attacked. The seaport also did its best to keep everyone safe, amidst the many anxious, angry and tired visitors. But after they had been given free hotel stays, food, bus rides back to Baymard, and so on, their attitudes immediately became better. It was only then that they properly listened to the words from the workers. What? If they went out there, they would be in danger? I'm sorry sir, but for your own safety, we will ask you all to return to Baymard for an extra day. So tomorrow, you all will be free to go. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help feeling a tad bit curious. But since they were quickly rushed and sent back into Baymard, they decided to forget all about it. And while that was going on, the Navy and Marines were busy getting suited up for battle. All 13 battle sh.I.P.S. had already been inspected, so they were all set and ready to go. Of course, Gary quickly informed Landon, before heading towards the control center. Your Majesty, Thera here. Good. Just as planned. Take them out far away from Baymard's shores. I don't want any of our visitors sh.I.P.S. destroyed or even touched by these people. Yes, Your Majesty. All right. You go do your thing. And after the battle is won, inform me about everything. Of course, Your Majesty. With that, Gary hastily took his navy coat and headed out with his secretary. Now, they had to fight with everything that they had. Hurry up, hurry up. Get in position immediately. Move, men. The enemy is upon us, and we don't have much time to waste. Move now, said the officer-ranked personals who urged the men to take their places quickly. Some of the men ran towards the engine room, while others ran towards the ship's control room and so on. All in all, no ship could move until all men were within their specified positions. And of course, even if one ship was ready, since the plan was to move out as one unit, they all had to wait for the other sh.I.P.S. to ready themselves before they could head out. It would only take them a few minutes to meet the enemy at sea, so they had some time to prepare themselves. After all, the enemy was about 2.5 hours away at this point. Hence they had some time. And just as planned, it took 50 minutes from the time they were informed for them to leave the training regions, get their weapons for those who would be attacking the enemies, hop on several buses within the same Navy base, head towards the Navy docks, board their sh.I.P.S. and get to their designated stations on board. And now, they finally left Baymard when the enemy was estimated to be about 1 hour, 40 minutes away from Baymard's shores. The intimidating battle-I.P.S. speedily sailed out until they finally spotted their targets. They quickly spread out in a straight line, blocking the path towards Baymard. Those on board the Tarikan fleet also spotted several objects growing larger and larger before their eyes. At first, they were confused about what it could be because of its speed. But when it finally stopped before them, they were taken aback by how big it was, as well as the fact that it was a ship. No one needed to tell them about who owned these sh.I.P.S. because they knew. That's right. Who didn't know that these sh.I.P.S. belonged to Baymard? Even though these men haven't left Tariq for years, they had heard stories about the sh.I.P.S. that left Corona and headed towards Baymard. At first, they didn't believe it when the stories said that the ship's height was 5 to 7 times that of their ship. But looking at the massive giant before them, they couldn't help but appreciate the iron giants a little more. As for how they were going to get on board them, well, apparently, a spy here in Baynard had given secret information about the weak points of these sh.I.P.S. So once they hook onto them, they will be able to hop on board and attack these Baymardians. And from what they were also told, the entire ship only comprised of sleeping quarters, entertainment sites, shops and even restaurants. So they were sure that these Baymardians didn't have any deadly weapons on board. But how could these people have known they were talking about a cruise ship and not a battleship? And as for the matter of the ship having some sort of weak point, well, they really did rely too much on that so-called spy who was still hidden in Baymard. For these Tarikans, they viewed these Baymardian sh.I.P.S. as those that typically transported people from Corona to Baymard and cube versa. So they weren't all that worried about their presence. In fact, to them, these Baymardians had no clue about the upcoming battle. Nicodemus looked at the sh.I.P.S. that were blocking their way and sneered, before making his way towards Pyrrhus' room. Commander, we've encountered the enemy. Chapter 669 The Arrogant Baymardians. Chapter 669 The Arrogant Baymardians. Commander, we've encountered the enemy. It didn't take long before Pyrrhus hurriedly stepped out of his room. He had already been fully dressed before and was just waiting for the ship to reach close to Baymard's shores before he got called. At least that was the plan. So what did one of his captains mean by saying that they have just encountered the enemy? Had they miscalculated the distance earlier? Pyrrhus walked out of his room in confusion, while Nicodemus did his best to explain the situation to him. Sure enough, they had indeed encountered the enemy. Or Agid, the enemy's sh.I.P.S. that were transporting people to Corona. But what's this about these transport sh.I.P.S. blocking their way? Well, since the situation didn't go as planned, it was no wonder that his men had to let him, as to get further instructions. After all, they couldn't act in such circumstances without his approval. No. Pyrrhus walked down towards the deck and walked upwards again towards another high point that had the steering wheel on it. And as he walked, the men all moved aside and slightly bowed at him in salute. Commander, Commander, Commander. And while Pyrrhus was trying to make heads or tails on what the real situation was, on the main battleship, the lieutenant commander in charge of today's operation calmly flipped a tiny switch that was connected to the main microphone. Yup, he had seen the way the men in the sh.I.P.S. below all scrambled around in circles. So he was just waiting for their leader, or for them to be organized first. Of course they had just arrived. There weren't many men deck these sh.I.P.S. But now, one could see that the whole deck was packed to the brim. Which was what he expected. One should know that the Tarikans were indeed taken unawares. And when they realized that these were Baymardian sh.I.P.S. that were blocking their way, their first instinct was to prepare for battle. So now, several men below deck came out with their swords, while others ran towards the sails as fast as they could. Because once their leader told them what to do, they would then jump on the ropes attached to the sails so as to send the ship towards the right direction. Additionally, some had formed a straight line from the ship's main steering wheel to a small iron tube on the deck that had a lid on it. That iron tube was what they used to relay instructions to the men below that were paddling. So once the commander gave his instructions on what way they were to go, the men would relay that info in a line until it was later passed through the iron pipe. And when the instructions went down, the men below would lead and ensure that the chained slaves seated were paddling in the right direction. Again, on deck, some of the men also held out megaphones in preparation to yell out the commander's orders towards the other sh.I.P.S. In the fleet, the whole process involved strict organization, so earlier on, everyone on these fleets were all getting in position for battle. That's why Pyrrhus decided to wait until they calmed down or until their leader appeared. This was Baymard, and just as planned, they were to first give these men a chance to surrender, because like it or not, some of these men had families, children, wives and even sick parents to take care of. They weren't some sort of heartless beasts who could kill just like THT. Just because they had the advantage didn't mean that they should just murder these people without at least giving them a chance or time to even become battle ready. That would just be too cold. Because even in these times, empires and knights still gave regions a chance to surrender before they made their kill. Unless they were too few, or at a disadvantage, they would never attack anyone without giving them an opportunity to live. It was better to be locked up and freed later on, than to die. Because once you were gone, you would never be coming back. And you would never know what would happen to your children or family after you're gone. That was why even their battle plan today still involved taking prisoners. A massacre was something that was never intended for today's battle. Plus, they only had a limited time to clear up all the damaged sh.I.P.S. and floating objects on the water's surface. So who wants more work? Lieutenant Commander Severus flipped the main microphone switch and brought his mouth closer to the microphone. This is Baymard's Navy. Surrender now and we can guarantee your safety. The moment those words were echoed out, Pyrrhus squinted his eyes at the middle ship before him. He had so many questions which were basically questioning whether it was just a coincidence that they had come. But thinking about it, he felt like it was indeed a coincidence, because no one had known all about their invasion plan. And even those coming to Baymard had branched away from the shock of seeing their fleet. Additionally, some of the pirates who they had seen last time had also come to visit Baymard and were sure that the peaceful empire didn't know the incoming storm that they were bringing. Again, they had had another secret spy in Baymard who confirmed the matter to them. So, without a doubt, they had met here by accident. And that meant that they had more warriors than these Baymardians. Pyrrhus was sure that a majority of the people on board those sh.I.P.S. were just visitors, while a few were cleaners, books and a few guards here or there. So what was there to be afraid of? For him, they were just trying to intimidate him with the size of their sh.I.P.S. while doing their best to drive him away from Baymard, which was reasonable, since he too would probably feign arrogance if he were in their shoes too. In short, they talked as if they were battle ready. But in truth, they should be anxious about the storm he was bringing. Now, the only issue was whether they should waste their strength here rather than going towards Baymard's shores. Plus, he had heard of soldiers, police officers and coast guards, even though he didn't know what they did since everything about them was vague. But he had never heard of Baymard's navy. So at this point, he was sure that they were just making things up. Pyrrhus sneered as he listened to their arrogant words. Want him to surrender? No way in hell. Chapter 670 A Different Reality. Chapter 670 A Different Reality. Pyrrhus quickly seized the biggest megaphone from one of his men and looked at the main step keenly. You all are giving us a chance to surrender. How laughable. Do you really think that we don't know that you are just a transport ship? Do you think that we would be trembling at the size of your sh.I.P.S? If that's what came through your minds, then you lowlifes are more naive than I thought. It's obvious that we caught you unawares. And coupled with the fact that we have more men on board than you do, why should it be you who states the terms here? HMPH. Now you listen here, you lowlifes. You either get going or face us head on, because no matter what you say, we will be laying carnage in Baymard today, Pyrrhus said, before finally revealing an arrogant expression. Like he had said, why should they waste their energy on these nobodies when Baymard hasn't even been touched yet? This would only stall them and might even make the enemy catch wind of their operations if any passing ship were to reveal the matter to the Baymardians. This was why he gave them a choice. They either moved aside or died fighting. And while Pyrrhus was talking, one of the men on deck the main battleship took out a walkie-talkie and repeated Pyrrhus' every word. One should know that the deck region of the battleship was already way taller than the enemy's ship. So what more of the main control room that was within one of the tallest points on the battleship? If the enemy used modern technology with speakers and microphones, then those within the control tower, and even those on all battle-I.P.S, would be able to hear his commands. But sadly, they were using a megaphone which only carried their voices towards the battleship's deck. Those within the command room listened to the words from the walkie-talkie and waited for Lieutenant Commander Severus' next moves. So you choose to fight? Yes, morons. We will fight you if it means getting to Baymard, Pyrrhus said. All right, as you wish. With that, Severus turned off the microphone switch and began to relay his instructions. They had given them a chance to surrender, but they had refused. So now, it was time for war. Pyrrhus threw his megaphone away angrily. What a bunch of time wasters. Since they want to die so much, then men, give them all you've got. Yeah? The men all said in unison. And just like that, Pyrrhus' orders were quickly relayed towards the other sh.I.P.S. in the fleet. The men excitedly jumped on the sails and stirred their sh.I.P.S. as planned, and those below rushed the trained slaves to paddle with all their might. Pyrrhus unsheathed his sword in preparation as well, but before their excitement could get the best of them, 11 out of 13 Baymardian sh.I.P.S. scattered around and surrounded their fleet in a blink of an eye. That's right. They had formed a circle around his fleet. What the hell were they trying to do? Pyrrhus' expression became distorted as an uneasy feeling slowly crept into his heart. On the battle sh.I.P.S, several people stood behind some sort of long-nosed tube, and soon, all of Pyrrhus' questions were answered. Several weird sounds went off at once, followed by the many wails of the men on board his sh.I.P.S. Perseus quickly dropped to the floor in reflex, and was shocked to see some of the men before him bleeding out badly. What the hell was going on? The scene was something he had never seen before. And just when he was thinking of what to do next, he suddenly heard something like a ball whistling in the air. Boom. Pieces of wood sprayed across his ship, followed by the cries of the injured. Ah, my leg. My leg. Son of a BCH. Why did we have to face these kinds of demons? I'm going below deck. Let me through. Let me through. I can't breathe. Help me. I. Boom. Crack. The men's expressions all became gaunt, as a fear quickly nestled deep within their hearts. Their bodies shook and their bones rattled in constant terror of what the fire might hold for them. Some of the men had died due to whatever had attacked them, while others had wooden boards stuck to their throats and even their bellies. The impact and force at which the planks were flying around were really too great. And for a moment, everyone's thoughts were the same. No matter what, they had to get below deck immediately. F the war. They had no idea what they were fighting, so how could they even stand a chance? In their minds, they could only urge the prisoners below to paddle away from this dreadful place. Blood tilled the scene, and the men were all in panic. Everything happened so fast they didn't even have time to react. Damn it. Who the hell had said that these Baymardian transport sh.I.P.S. couldn't pack a punch? He secretly swore that if he ever got out of this situation, then he would personally request for Master Nopline to behead that so-called spy of his. All the information given was wrong. Pyrrhus stealthily hid behind the dead bodies surrounding him and picked up 2 megaphones on the ground. There was no other way out of it. They had to retreat. Retreat, retreat. Get those lazy slaves to sail us out of here now. Boom, boom, boom. Parts of their sh.I.P.S. were sent flying again, followed by the sounds of more men wailing. Everyone felt like their world was soon coming to an end. Screw this. Pyrrhus hastily pushed his way amidst the crowd and made his way towards one of the doors that led to the ship's lower decks. Whether he stepped on the injured, or the dead, he couldn't care less. Out of my way now. I said, out of my way. The ship creaked dangerously as if it would break apart any moment from now, and the overall chaotic scene didn't help the situation even one bit. The deck floor began to break even more, as some men accidentally fell into the holes, injuring themselves even more or breaking the sides even further. The men screamed and panicked so much that they didn't even notice that the attacks had stopped for a brief moment. And with that, several Baymardian Marines got out the battle sh.I.P.S. via several openings, and entered within enemy territory. Now, it was time for them to take out the remaining men in Eonon. Chapter 671 The Heroes Arrive. Chapter 671 The Heroes Arrive. Swoop. The Marines dropped into the enemy territory swiftly with their masks on and their guns at hand. Right now, the battle sh.I.P.S. were still firing different heavy destroyer bullets into the water, making those on board feel like they were still being attacked. After all, the impact from the shots caused several massive waves to hit the already damaged sh.I.P.S. The sh.I.P.S. rocked and creaked endlessly, and coupled with the loud whistling and explosive sounds, the enemy all ran for cover, thinking that they were still being attacked. The ship is going to fall apart. Damn it. How did it become like this? With their distractions this effective, the Marines all moved stealthily within the enemy's sh.I.P.S. From the moment they landed, they quickly spotted up into separate teams. Some of them stayed on deck to either cuff the injured and gird the deck, while the others decided to go below deck instead. Should know that earlier on, almost all pirates stayed on deck battle ready. So when more than 15 rounds of bullets were sent flying, most of them had already dropped dead or turned injured. And some unlucky people even got shot twice and even thrice. The scene was truly bloody, and those who weren't injured quickly pushed the injured away and hurried toward the lower decks. Of course some injured followed behind them in fear, but the number below deck was really small when compared to the number of dead or injured men lying around on deck and m.o.a.ning pitifully. The Marines communicated with their hands and tried to move around as stealthily, while trying to get their job done fast. Warrant Officer McKeel looked at the scene and quickly led his team towards the lower deck. On the second floor below deck level, several men impatiently looked at their commander anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of whatever it was that hit them continuously tormented them as the ship rocked even more. Damn it, what should they do now? Everyone felt like they had been fooled into fighting this war. Why was the information they read about these sh.I.P.S. so different from what they were personally witnessing? Who the hell was that so-called spy? For the first time, they began to question if Master Nopline had intended to get rid of them through this war, or if he was also ignorant of Baymard's real potential. The countless memories of the many glorious victories prior to this all flashed through their minds quickly. Could this be what their enemies usually felt when they pummeled them to the ground? Could this be the so-called despair? If they had known earlier on, wouldn't they have preferred to surrender than to die so pitifully? That's right. In cases like these, they felt no shame, because to them, What the enemy was using was purely sorcery. So they weren't surrendering to an enemy that was wielding a sword. Nope, they were surrendering to the fact that the enemy knew sorcery. Commander, at the rate things are going, they will sink the ship in no time, said one of the men, who was honestly looking outside a window hole. He had opened the wooden lid on the hole and secretly tilted his head at an angle that made it hard for others to see from outside. All this time, he had been trying to look for an opening for escape, so that the men could send word to the rest on the late floor below. But no matter how much he looked, the ship and the strong waves just kept washing his face and rocking the ship from the explosive impact on the ocean's floors. Mooney, any luck? Not one little ray of sunshine. Son of a BCH. Commander, what do we do now? If we don't find a way out, we will surely die. Die? No way. I can die now. My brother will surely inherit my property if I die. What about me? I've finally acquired my father's property after a gruesome battle with my elder brothers. So how can I die here? No way. Then what should we do now? Wait. What if we surrender? Isn't it better than dying here like this? Surrender? Yes, surrender. That's true, they said we can live if we do right. TSK. You all are way more naive than I thought. They said that before we began battling. So how is it possible that they would still give us that option now? Then what do we do? TTTT. Pyrrhus listened to the endless worries and complaints from his men and felt his eyes twice a bit. Enough. Know this, if any of you dare betray Master Nopline, then the moment you step back in Tariq, your fate will be as good as dead. So never forget who gave you your wealth and glory. The enemy is trying to sink us to the bottom of the ocean. So rather than talking so much, keep trying to look for an opening so that we can escape, he said arrogantly. But soon, he paused a bit before placing his finger on his lips. The place immediately fell into silence and everyone looked at him curiously. Pyrrhus looked up and held his sword in his hand firmly. Something was not right. Previously, those on the floor above them were talking, wailing, screaming and crying anxiously, just like the rest of the men before him. But now, those on the first floor below deck had suddenly gone silent. In fact, the only noise that he could hear were those coming from the other rooms within the second lower floor and the floor below. But when Pyrrhus stood on a barrel and placed his ears on the ceiling, he couldn't hear a single thing from those above, which made him very uneasy. Everyone felt uneasy too, as the silence from above was just too strange. Their ship had 3 floors below deck level, and each floor was typically rowdy no matter what time of day or night it was. There were always people up taking rotational shifts or even staying up at night gambling, telling stories, eating, stomping their boots and so on. Be it the first 2 floors below deck or the last floor meant for paddling slaves. There was never a deck floor that could remain this silent. And so with that in mind, everyone slower unsheathed their swords and daggers as they too had some understanding of the situation. SH. The Baymardians were here. Chapter 672 A Battlefield Within the Ship. Chapter 672 A Battlefield Within the Ship. SH. The Baymardians were here. Everyone drew their swords while thinking of what to do next. First off, one would find stairways at both ends of this floor that led upwards or downwards. So even if they wanted to rush towards the 3rd floor below deck where the slaves are, they might accidentally run into these Baymardian SC.U.M on the stairway. They were now trapped on the 2nd floor. Damn it. The men trembled a bit and looked around the room a little more. So this was where they were going to die. The men took a big whiff of air and tried to stabilize their bodies amidst the rocking ship. Of course, they were currently within one of the rooms on the 2nd lower floor and were fortunate to have realized that the Baymardians were here. But their comrades in other rooms didn't seem to realize it at all. Nonetheless, these men around Pyrrhus didn't feel like reminding them, because in times like these, it was everyone for himself. And so, all the men in Pyrrhus' room slowly licked the door and waited for the enemy anxiously. But unbeknownst to them, their commander, who was supposed to lead them in battle, was thinking of his own escape plans instead. As they said, it was every man for himself. The Marines calmly separated into 4 groups after dealing with those on the first lower floor. 2 groups stayed along the stairway in case any enemy from the 3rd lower floor tried to ascend, while the last 2 groups began searching the 2nd lower floor from both ends. Of course, those in the hallways had been silently snipped down before they could even make a sound. Budum. Warrant Officer McKeel quickly signaled for some of his men to take down those within the first 2 rooms. The rooms were parallel to each other, so it was inevitable that they would have to take care of them at the same time since their doors were open. 2 Marines took out different smoke bombs and hastily rolled them into the room, while the rest took a deep breath and held their guns against their chests patiently. Is that smoke? Don't tell me that they've decided to burn us all to the ground. But if it's true, then why is the mole green? Who knows? Maybe it's because of the ship's rotting wood. Are you guys stupid? Who cares about the color of the smoke? It's definitely fire, so let's get out of here. Fire. Fire. F. Phew, phew, phew. Some of the men ran outside the room but were quickly shot by the Marines, while others dropped to the ground instead. That's right. They had sent more than 6 canisters of sleeping gas into each room. The Marines silently sniped those who came out of the rooms, until there were no more escapees. And from there, they quickly stepped into both rooms and saw that the enemy had either lost consciousness or was dizzy and about to lose consciousness. Good. With that, McKeel and his team continued forward. They weren't bothered about the unconscious men there, because those in the stairway would send for one of the Marines on deck to tie these unconscious men up. But of course until they came, McKeel left 2 Marines in each room to overlook the unconscious men. With that, McKeel and his team continued forward. They took down several others until they had finally arrived within the room that Pyrrhus and his men were in. But this time, the door was shut, and there was no sound coming from within the room. McKeel frowned and signaled for his men to surround the door. He then raised his hand in the air and began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Immediately, the door was kicked down by his men, and the moment they did so, they backed away in hiding again. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the door broke, several daggers and arrows were shot their way, followed by the battle cry of several men from within the room. Yoch! They charged towards the door in full force with their weapons at hand. But some Baymardians slid across the door and shot the knees of those at the front. Phew, phew, phew. The injured men fell to the ground holding their knees in agony, and while they fell, 3 other Marines quickly threw smoke bombs into the rooms too. Of course, since they were late to throw it in, it was inevitable that some of the men would have to come out and fight them within the hallway. And because of the noise, those men within the other unchecked rooms came out as well to join the fight within the hallway. Yoch! Get them! Immediately, the whole place had turned into a battlefield. McKeel hurriedly pointed his guns towards the incoming men and shot them calmly. Phew, phew, phew. They dropped like flies until he had to reload his gun. But how could the enemy give him time for that? Die. A tall burly man lifted his right hand and aimed his dagger towards Michael's throat. But McKeel quickly moved to the side and used his elbow to hit his enemy's wrist. One would say that he even used the famous IP Man elbow punch from Earth. He quickly attacked his enemy's wrist, before fiercely punching his enemy's lower belly with his fists. The enemy gritted his teeth and fiercely sent his dagger towards Michael's belly. But once again, McKeel used both hands to grab his opponent's hand and gently directed his opponent's force towards the walls of the hallway. Pang! The dagger was now stuck in the wooden wall, and the moment it got stuck, McKeel placed one hand on his enemy's back and quickly forced his enemy downwards while using his knees to hit the enemy's belly again. The enemy groaned in pain, and before he knew it, McKeel had given him a fierce carrot cop at the back of his neck. And just like that, he fell towards McKeel's body unconsciously. But since McKeel still needed to recharge his guns, he used the big guy as a shield while loading up again. Kachak. Now he was all loaded up and ready to go. He dropped the big guy down and continued tackling the rest relentlessly. And so just like that, the hallway battle soon came to an end. With that, The men searched the room. Gas had been unchecked and captured some men who were hiding behind several barrels. Likewise, within the room where Pyrrhus was in, they found a hole under a barrel that was directly connected to the last floor below. The men peeked and saw several slaves in rags sitting in rows. Their legs were all chained and all men on a single row all held a gigantic paddleboard. Warrant Officer McKeel: "Those who surrendered to us have confessed that their commander isn't amongst them." McKeel listened to the report and looked at the hole thoughtfully. How clever. Chapter 673 Smoking Out the Rat. Chapter 673 Smoking Out the Rats. McKeel looked at the hole for a bit and smirked before finally leaving with his men. Of course, he kept 4 people in the room to keep an eye on things before he left. He walked down the stairs and stepped onto the last floor below deck. The entire floor had no rooms and looked very similar to that of a church. Instead, there were several backless benches on each side of the wall, and between them was a massive space for people to move to and fro the floor. Additionally, right at the forefront of the floor, there was another massive space there that was supposed to be used by these Terrican warriors to control or lead the slaves in the right paddling direction. One could look at it like a music conductor that had to make sure that everyone followed the right note, tune and flow of the musical performance. The slaves who had their legs chained to the bottom of these benches, all had dirty, dusty faces. In fact, it was clear that since their voyage, they hadn't even been given water to wash their faces. Of course for them, water was precious since these Terrican men didn't even give them enough to begin with. Their clothes were ragged, their hair was messy, their lips had long cracked and their skin looked like it had aged quite a bit. In short, the slaves all looked weak and destitute. And the moment they made eye contact with McKeel and his team, they all covered their heads in fear and shivered uncontrollably. Some of the Marines still had their gas masks on, so for sure they looked like aliens to the slaves at this point. McKeel, who had long removed his gas mask, calmly walked forward instead. And as he walked, he continuously observed all the shivering slaves before him. There was no doubt about it. The enemy commander and a few others were probably hiding amongst these men. McKeel whispered into the ears of some of his men before walking forward to the forefront with a slight smile on his face. And very soon, all his men lined up along the middle path while facing each bench within the floor. Now, it was time to smoke out some Terrican rats. "Everyone, please raise your heads," he said calmly. And soon enough, everyone did as they were told for fear of angering their new capturers. But not surprisingly, some hesitated for a bit and even tried to avoid eye contact with McKeel and were all duly noted by the Marines standing alongside them. For sure, this didn't mean that they were actually guilty, as they might have been slaves who were too afraid. Still, it was very likely that they were also lower-level Terrican warriors that felt frightened for a bit. Of course, McKeel knew that this wasn't enough to catch the culprits, so he decided to play a little game. For one, even if he got a Terrican prisoner above deck to identify their commander. Given the situation, they might not want to again. Why? Because now that their commander had disguised himself as a slave, didn't it mean that the commander's chances of escaping were great? If the commander had been caught after battling, then that was that. But their commander had used his brains and had found a way that guaranteed his escape. One should know that Baymard was all about freeing slaves and whatnot. So for sure, if their commander succeeded, then he would be able to go back to Tariq, bring more reinforcements and save them in the nearest future. And since they had surrendered and were so that these Baymardians wouldn't kill them, then they could just wait for their commander's return. No? Thinking like this, one could say that Baymard's kindness was also its weakness. Anyway, after McKeel analyzed everything, even if it were him, he wouldn't identify his commander too. So the best way to tackle this is by giving the oppressed a chance to speak. That's right. The slaves would be the ones to point out the rats. Everyone, listen up. We are men from Baymard who only attacked the sh.I.P.S. to protect our empire. So since you aren't our enemy, then we will naturally let you all go. 00. Everyone heard them and felt excitement fill their veins like crazy. Finally, they would be free. From the moment they had been dragged into this war, they had never expected that Baymard would fully win. And now that they did, they couldn't help but feel like the heavens he sent these Baymardians to free them up. Many of them have been slaves for over 17 years now and had been taken away as a slave when they were just little kids. They were known as paddle slaves, and had been trained to row the sh.I.P.S. Whenever Noplin's men needed to leave for missions, this was all they had been taught, to paddle in various formations or patterns, depending on where the ship had to go. And while on sea, every week, at least 10 of them would die from their ill treatment on board. But now, after years and years of being abused, they had finally been saved. Of course, they knew about Baymard since it was the talk of almost everyone within the entire Pino continent. Baymard was like a beacon of hope to all slicers out there, reminding them that one day, they might be saved. They heard that the place treated their kind like humans and even forbade anyone from calling themselves slaves within its empire. Such a place would definitely be a paradise for all slaves within the Pino continent. Everyone bowed several times in thanks, as their legs were still chained. "Thank you, kind saviors. Thank you, kind saviors," they said with tears in their eyes, as they looked at Mikhail in gratitude. Mikhail just smiled and waved his hands nonchalantly. Now that they felt like this, then the next step should be fairly easy, no? Chapter 674, Smoking the Rats Out 2. Chapter 674, Smoking the Rats Out 2. Thank you, kind saviors. No. It's all right. This is what it should be. You all are human beings too, and you deserve to be treated as such. The more Mikhail said, the more warmth the slaves felt in their hearts. If it was some other person who said that they wanted to free them, they would definitely feel like it was a trap. But these were the famous Baymardians, so they were more likely to believe it. They had an unshakable reputation within the slave and peasant community, so there was nothing anyone could say to make them doubt these Baymardians. As for Pyrrhus and some of the Terrican men, even though they blended in and acted pitiful as well, their hearts were all felt on fire. Ha 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 ha. They were finally going to escape alongside these worthless slaves. And when they got back to Tariq, they would request for Master Nopline to send out more spies again while waiting silently for their revenge. As the saying went, it was never too late for a gentleman to get his revenge. So all they had to do now was wait. Pyrrhus tried his best not to let out a victorious smile when he looked at Mikhail. His heart pounded loudly against his ribcage, and his veins seemed to bulge out on his forehead in excitement. Ha 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 ha, Pyrrhus, you are brilliant, he thought, as he resisted the urge to stroke his own chin. Luckily, he had jumped down onto this floor while the Baymardians were busy attacking the second floor. He had long cut his trousers with his knife, making them look like shorts. And of course, he rolled on the ground to dirty the shorts before quickly throwing the rest of his clothes and knife outside the window. He tried his best to look as dirty as possible, and also chained his legs to one of the empty seats available. Since people died weekly, their bodies were typically thrown overboard, so there were a few empty seats here and there. As for the rest of the Tariq men, they were already on this floor ages ago, as they were in charge of controlling and leading the slaves to paddle towards the right direction. That said, the moment they saw Pyrrhus descend from the second floor, they were also in shock. But when they saw his actions, of course they too did the same as well. They weren't fools. Just his action alone meant that the enemy had breached the ship. So now that there was nowhere to run, wasn't their best option to disguise themselves as slaves too? For sure. They followed their commander's actions right till the very end. Mikhail patiently waited for the slaves to finish expressing their gratitude, before finally raising his hands and calling for silence again. All right everyone, please settle down. As I said, we will be able to free you all. But, there is just one little problem that needs to be solved first. You see, some Terrican warriors have hidden amongst you all in hopes of escaping from our grasps. And as their enemy, we can't let them go. So if any of you knows them, please point them out. Because if you don't, then it means that you have sided with our enemy. And if that's the case, then no one will be able to leave. as everyone will be considered to be an enemy. Brave men, this is a chance to liberate yourselves from your current predicaments and become free men. I guarantee you that once free, no one will be able to know what transpired here because the men that we catch will be locked up in our prison for many years to come. I can guarantee you all that whatever happens in this room, will stay in this room. So you all don't need to be afraid of their wrath. Again, those that aid us will also be rewarded for their merits as well. Damn it. As Mikhail spoke, the Tariq men felt like face became paler and paler by the moment. They were scared as hell. Would they be singled out? Would they be caught? They began to silently request for the heavens to give them this chance to escape. Just this chance. This was all they asked for. They felt like crying, but had no tears to shed. Everything that happened today seemed to flash within their mind in an instant. They tried to stay calm but felt a great amount of fear crawl into their hearts. Cursed. What kind of SHT luck did they have? Everyone, you all have been long oppressed and maltreated. And now, you finally have a chance to be free. With that said, can you all please point out the Tariq men who tried to blend in with you during this time? O_O. Very quickly, 20 people hurriedly pointed at the culprits. And soon, more people pointed at them too. At this point, they no longer feared these men and devised to take their destiny into their own hands just like their savior had said. After their savior had explained some key points to them, they had quickly realized several important facts. Firstly, there were so many of them that it was almost impossible for these Tariq men to remember them. Of course some of them might be remembered. But so what? Freedom to them was something that they had longed for since they were little. And now, it had finally come to pass. But even though they were scared of Cernopline, they knew that provided they didn't step in Tariq, the chances of them being found out would be slim. First off, their faces were hardly remembered. So only those who trained them or sailed with them once might be able to remember them. Heck, even Cernopline didn't even know how they looked like. Therefore, even if they go to Tariq again, they might not even be found out, unless someone had once worked with them. Even at that, with the countless slaves under Noplin's wings, it was just too hard to make them out. So they were definitely taking this chance to escape. Finally, freedom was here. Chapter 675 Plans for Mr. Nopline. Chapter 675 Plans for Mr. Nopline. Pyrrhus and his men looked at these worthless slaves in rage. These bastards weren't scared of their wrath at all. Mikhail examined each of them and smiled broadly. So, we've finally caught you all. But don't blame these men for saying anything, because even if they didn't, we would have still been able to catch you all, Mikhail said calmly. Pyrrhus squinted his eyes in confusion. How? In his mind, his disguise should have been flawless. But of course, not to these marines. Firstly, his skin and that of his men weren't as bad as that of the slaves. His lips weren't cracked, and even though his shorts looked worn out, it was still in a good condition when compared to that of these slaves. Again, their overall body proportion showed that they were warriors and not paddlers. The slaves were only trained to work their arms and row, so they were really skinny below their chest region. But for warriors, they trained their overall body to be able to run during battle and so on. So their calves were thick and their bodies were typically well balanced. In short, they focused on overall training, from running when hunting in the woods, to attacking bandits, enemies and so on. Warriors had to keep fit in every aspect, so the contrast in body shape alone gave them out. In short, there were so many signs that could have been pointed out. But time was of the essence. So motivating and using the slaves was the shortest way to go. Pyrrhus quickly grabbed a slave anxiously, and of course, his men also did the same too. Listen here, you lowlifes, since you all value their lives so much, then quickly drop us off on Arcadina's shores immediately, and when you drop us off, don't follow us anymore. Or I can't guarantee the lives of these worthless pieces of trash when we leave. Pyrrhus said, while literally strangling the tired and frightened slave that he held on to. Sirs, don't do anything rash. We will do as you have said, Mikhail said while casually giving out some hand signals to his men. Of course, Pyrrhus just thought that he was anxious for the safety of these slaves instead. "Stop talking and see to my demands now." "No problem, sir, my men will get on it right away." "Marines, you heard the man. Do as he says." "Yes, sir." With that, Pyrrhus turned around to see some of the Marines leaving the room. Good. It looks like they were really going to inform their big boss of their conditions and take him to safety. "Sirs, please let them go. They are innocent." "Innocent, HMPH. They deserved death the moment they decided to betray me," Pyrrhus said arrogantly. And as Mikhail distracted Pyrrhus, some of the Marines secretly shot several tranquilizers at their backs and necks. Thup. Pyrrhus and the men continued talking back at Mikhail. But soon, they felt that something wasn't right. Why did their body feel so heavy? And why was the room sort moving on its own? They wobbled for a bit before releasing their captives. And just like that, they fell to the ground in one swoop. Bam. Zzzzzzzzz. The sounds of people snoring made the slaves so shocked and confused. Were these people so tired that they couldn't even finish threatening the Baymardians before taking a nap? Michael quickly took out his walkie-talkie and reported the overall situation to the main battleship. And after that, he quickly gave out orders to the rest of the Marines. "All right. Now that all enemies are down, Squad 1 will aid in freeing the slaves. Squad 2 will assist in taking the enemies away." "Yes, Warrant Officer Mikhail." "Great." Now that everything was over, the squads quickly got busy. Of course, they weren't too worried about searching the sh.I.P.S. for money, information and treasures, because once the Coast Guards haul these enemy sh.I.P.S. away, then everything will be properly searched in the base. And so just like that, the Terrican force had been utterly destroyed by the Baymardians. Additionally, the Navy was glad that their battle scenario 2 had turned out just right. Well, before coming for battle, there were many scenarios or possibilities that came to mind. The first possibility was the entire army would surrender. Of course, even though they knew it was highly unlikely, it was still good to give it a shot. Again, their second scenario was attacking the enemy without sinking any sh.I.P.S, which could really save cleanup time. And their third option was to sink 3040% of the sh.I.P.S. If they were really in a pickle. They didn't know how many sh.I.P.S. would be coming their way. So they had to have the option of sinking some of these sh.I.P.S. Fortunately, they could handle the number of sh.I.P.S. that came towards them this time, so they didn't need to sink any one of them. But, if it was like a real-size Empire fleet consisting of 300 or even 700 sh.I.P.S, then they would definitely sunk them down. The enemy had underestimated them, so they didn't need to go that far to deal with Noplin's fleet. Also, now that they knew that slaves were paddling these sh.I.P.S, they felt very glad that scenario 2 had worked out. Imagine sinking these innocent men. The battle didn't last for long and ended around 3 p.m. The prisoners were quickly taken away by the Navy and Marines, and the several Coast Guards hauling sh.I.P.S. had quickly arrived at the scene and hauled the sh.I.P.S. away as fast as they could. Of course, some other Coast Guard sh.I.P.S. came over and released massive thin nets that caught all wooden particles on the water's surface. These sh.I.P.S. focused on cleaning up the ocean's surface immediately. Everyone out in the ocean, as well as within the Navy base, were all extremely busy. They worked relentlessly to tidy up the scene so that Baymard's seaport could be open to visitors again. And just like that, the battle had come to an end. Landon, who had just gotten word of their victory, calmly smiled and drummed his finger against his table. Now that this battle was over, It was time to aid King Mikhail and his family in getting the throne back. That's right. It was time to put an end to this no-pline character once and for all. Chapter 676, A New Arcadine. Chapter 676, A New Arcadine. As Landon prepares for his next moves within Arcadine, William had already dealt with all of Alec's loyal men. The capital had been buzzing non-stop for the past few weeks, as everyone felt like several miraculous scenes had taken place right before their very eyes. Goodness, I can't believe His Highness Adenbarn had been alive all this while. This is truly a joyous occasion for Arcadine. I'm so happy that I lived to see this day. Who would have thought that he would have thought that the truth of that matter would come to light now? I'm still very much shocked myself. How could that tyrant Alec Barn kill his own father and brother, before pinning it all on the innocent Ferris family? Luckily, the Ferris girl quickly took His Highness Eden away just in time. That's right. The heavens were really on their side. And now, they even have an heir to the throne. But I wonder if he would be any good since he never grew up in the palace. What the hell are you talking about? Young Prince William personally led his men into the palace and dealt with those in his way majestically. Not to mention the fact that he had also captured the tyrant Alec Barn. So how could such a man not be up to the task? And even if he wasn't too great, I trust His Highness Adenbarn, so his son shouldn't be any worse. I agree. Back in the day, His Highness Adenbarn had a great vision that benefited us, peasant people. So this kind of ruler has my support all the way. Carrot. On the capital's streets, several people continuously talked about all the interesting events that had taken place within these few weeks. Be it the nobles or even peasants, everyone couldn't help but keep their eyes glued on the palace. All nobles quickly sent their respect towards Eden and William, in hopes of gaining their recognition, because now, they didn't know whether their political positions would stay put or not. Even the advising members that used to give their opinions to Alec on political matters, didn't know if they would still keep those positions at all. After all, no one wants to lose their wealth or noble status just like that. They knew very well about all the corrupt and devious things they had done behind the scenes. So having a whole new government made them feel like all their dirty little secrets would soon come to light. Additionally, William had personally announced that soon he would be beheading Alec, as well as all the corrupt officials who either kidnapped, wrongly accused or murdered the innocent civilians constantly. So how could they not panic? Damn it, why them? The thing that really made them want to cry was the fact that ever since they had sent those letters weeks back, not one of them had gotten so much as a reply or an invite to the palace. Weeks had gone by and no reply had come yet. This alone made them feel like they were already royally screwed. And as the days passed, the silence felt more and more tormenting to them. They hadn't slept or eaten a lot and seemed to be scared of any little thing that crossed their path. Even the howling night wind made them feel like the world before them would soon disappear in a flash. Their hearts twisted and sunk even further, as they visualized how their heads were going to roll pretty soon. And every day, they would wake up early in the morning and ask if they had received any mail from the palace. Geez. At this point, even a verbal message would make them feel safe. But sadly, nothing of that sort had ever arrived. They quickly started thinking of various escape options from the capital. Even if they had to venture into another empire, it was way better than staying here and getting beheaded, because in their minds, staying here meant waiting for death, while escaping at least gave them a 50% survival chance. So of course they were taking it. With that, many of them had begun to make plans for their grand escape. But who was William? Young master. That's the situation so far, said a hooded man dressed in black. Just make sure that those on the list don't escape. Yes, young master. But what do we do about those who plan to score when they aren't even on the list? Hey, if they are running away when we aren't even targeting them, then that's their problem. This shows that they have a guilty heart about the matter. So if they want to go, Let them go. We will give them the illusion that they have successfully escaped from our grasps, and this will only push them further and out of Arkadino as quickly as possible. Times are changing, and so will this empire. We must first take out the weeds on our flower bed, for the flowers to grow and bloom to their fullest potential. As for the other corrupt men in power hoarding over the various cities and regions in Arkadina, taking care of them and appointing more upright people will be our next move for the entire year. Arkadina needs to change. Now go and do as you've been told. Yes, young master. With that, the assassin seemed to blend into the darkness and had disappeared from William's sight altogether. William left their meeting point and slowly walked towards a massive courtyard that had over 2,000 men guarding it. The guards all knelt in unison when they saw him approaching. "We welcome the young master," they said in a very spirited tune. "At ease, men. Tell me, how are they?" "Young master, they have been provided for and their wounds have been properly treated too. But from what the Baymardian military doctor said, they are still weak and would need 2 more days of rest." "Good," William said, before walking in. And who was he here to see? Of course, he had come all the way here to see his so-called relatives. That's right. He was here to see his aunties. Chapter 677 Gratitude, Hate and Wishes. Chapter 677 Gratitude, Hate and Wishes. When it came to the situation of his 2 aunts, William couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Alec had 3 official wives, and all 3 wanted nothing more than to kill each other. Alec's first wife, Queen Sarah, had aided her daughter, Carrie, into killing 3rd Queen Argenia's daughter, Jeanette. Of course, payback was a BTCH. So Argenia had already made Carrie more stable before killing both Carrie and the 1st Queen Sarah. Now there were just 2 queens in the mix. Of course, 2nd Queen Eliza, who was Connor's mother, was still looking for her missing son. So she had asked some of the assassins to follow the moves of both Sarah and Argenia, just in case they had a hand in Connor's disappearance. But who would have thought that she would get to hear of such a juicy play? With Sarah was dead, that meant that only Argenia and she remained. So she had planned to take out Argenia before Alec arrived. That way, she would be the only queen in Arkadina who was controlling the scenes from behind. Coincidentally, the day they had their battle was the same day William had planned to lay siege on the palace, and while both women were battling it out, William would swoop in and stop them before they could kill each other. Of course, with that said, he placed both women under house arrest and had some people treat their wounds for the time being. Both women had been so stunned by the fact that Edenbarn had survived. And once they got the gist of things, they quickly realized that their time and reign in the palace had finally come to an end. Again, when Argenia heard that William was Mr. G.P., she couldn't help but cry in gratitude. If not for him, how would she have known the real culprits behind her children's death? Even if he was using her, he still aided her a lot in fulfilling her plans for revenge. And now that he even brought up the matter of Alec's capture, how could she not be thankful? She leaned towards him and cried pitifully. This was all that kept her alive. Of course, she knew that she wouldn't be allowed to personally behead Alec, as so many people were standing in line for that. The guy had killed his own father, so wouldn't his brother want revenge too? Not to talk about Mona Ferris, whose entire household had been burned down ages ago. In fact, Alec probably had thousands of people, both nobles and peasants, that personally wanted him dead. So she knew that asking to behead him would be a bit too much. That was why she had asked to personally stab 100 times before he was beheaded. But William had only agreed to grant her 2 stab opportunities in regions that couldn't kill him. After all, they needed him conscious for the beheading ceremony. Additionally, Argenia also requested to move into a quiet village and live the rest of her life in solitude there. Both of her children were gone, so what else she was looking for was a resting place. William felt a little pity for her since he was clear that she wanted to kill herself there. Nonetheless, he had also promised her that after Alec's death, he would personally take care of the matter. That was it on Argenia's end. But as for Eliza, she wasn't having it. Eliza felt like someone was personally tormenting her. After all her meticulous planning for Connor to take over the throne, how could she allow anyone else sit there? She started growling and biting those who treated her wounds, as she felt like they were simply looking down on her. Additionally, from the moment William had told her that Connor had been locked up in a very far-away place, she had spared no effort to bite and attack him more than twice. But what could she do against him? William just felt that being truthful here was the best thing to do. So he had ensured her that Connor was safe and would even be released after some years. He had also told her about all visitation rights in Baymard and so on. So if she truly wanted to see her son, then she can go see him anytime she wanted. Of course. All this still pissed Eliza off, as she looked at William as if he was the main culprit in charge of giving her baby such a cruel fate. But she had been quick to forget that it was Connor that had attacked William first. She screamed and banged her door madly as she wanted to get out now and see her poor baby. In her mind, the only thing that she wanted to do right now was to assemble all of her men and march them straight into Baymard. Of course, she also wanted to get more men from the officials and nobles that used to support her son. In her mind, now was the time for them to prove their loyalty. But how would she have known that many of the officials and nobles felt like they were currently walking on eggshells too? Everything came so suddenly that no one in the capital had the time to think about helping others now. Some officials even decided to abandon their families and run away with their wealth. So if they could abandon their wives and children, what about her? Please, she was all on her own on this one. You lowly son of a BCH, release me this instant, or I won't be able to guarantee the safety of your family when I finally leave, Eliza said angrily while trying to untie herself from the bed. William looked at her and sighed. Auntie, you will be freed 4 days from now just as planned. So please, don't injure the maids or doctor that come in to treat you again. So what if I abused them a bit? What are you going to do about it? Do you think that all this will make my hatred for you go away? Dream on. Listen here, boy. No matter what happens in future, I will definitely make you pay for what you've done to my baby. This is my promise to you, Eliza said sternly. William just looked at her and smiled. Apart from pity, the only reason why he kept her alive was so that she could see her son again. That was in a way his last bit of kindness towards her. He wasn't a fool. He knew that after she left, he would concentrate all her savings and men into rescuing Connor. But in his mind, the prison he saw was almost impenetrable. In fact, he was sure that they wouldn't even be able to get past Baymard's land port. Talk less of attempting a prison break. Eliza would waste all her money and resources on that and get broke later on. Even if she sold herself to rich noblemen or even worked hard to get more resources, she still won't be able to get him out. And when reality finally touched her, she would have no choice but to wait patiently for her son to be released. Who knows, maybe she might even become humble, work earnestly and save money for her son's life after prison. But William had already decided that he would give Connor and Eli some money after they left prison. Of course, the money would be given to them in Baymard the moment they came out of prison. From what he knew, they were sentenced to 12 years in prison, so they should be out by the time they were in their middle or late 30s. And by then, Eliza should also be in her early 50s. After all, she gave birth to Connor when she was around 16 years old. Again, he also heard that if they were good, then they might even be released earlier than expected. So maybe when they were 30, 31 or even 32, they might be released, rather than waiting for a few more years. Anyway, he only hoped that by then, they could live an honest life with the money they had been given, and even start a family at best. And he would definitely send some men to monitor, as well as protect them if they had really changed. For now, William looked at his fiery auntie and sighed. Only time would show her how foolish her thoughts were. Chapter 678 Karunna's Continuous Progress. Chapter 678 Karunna's Continuous Progress. As Arkadina was preparing for its new ruler, the Empire of Karunna continued to undergo several dramatic changes altogether. It was a brand new day, and everyone went about their busy lives excitedly. Corona had left its old shadow behind and was also progressing towards its own new age. Now kids, let's do a simple problem. Alright kids. If I take 5 apples and add them with 2 tomatoes, what will the answer be? Said a very cheerful voice coming from a solar TV. And in front of the television was a 4-year-old girl currently looking at her notebook to get the right answer. That's right. Because apples are not tomatoes, we cannot add them up. So the answer should still be 5 apples and 2 tomatoes. Well done, said the cheerful voice. And soon, the little girl's eyes lit up and she clapped for herself even though she had previously gotten it wrong. Nonetheless, she quickly wrote the right answer down in her notebook and smiled happily. Alright kids. Now after that tiring question, what do you all say about a little signaling? Today, we'll be singing the 2 timetable in a fun and exciting way. Now, let's have fun and sing along. With that, the little girl got up and did the little dance on TV. She followed the yellow flowers dance moves and tried her best to memorize the timetable. And while the little girl was immersed in her own little world, her mother quickly brought out her breakfast and helplessly dragged her daughter away from the TV. Mimi, eat your food fast, okay? Mummy is starting a brand new job today so I can't be late. Alright mummy, the little girl said cheerfully. Philomena looked at Mimi and smiled happily. Ever since they had gotten a solar TV cassette player and some TV, movie and kids cassettes, her little girl seemed to have turned smart all of a sudden. The girl could now write, and she could even do additions and something called multiplications by heart. Of course, Philomena had also learned reading and writing alongside her daughter by watching the learning shows on TV. And once she grasped the key concepts, she quickly used her housewife salary to buy more advanced books and studied diligently while her husband went out to work. For sure, when it came to grammar, she was more advanced than her daughter, but when it came to math, she found that her fighter was way better than she was. Anyway, her biggest thing was to learn how to read and write, so that she could also get a better job and support her family. Some jobs didn't require one to read, but she felt like times were changing and books and even TV programs made learning easier. And sooner or later, being literate would be the main requirement for better income. So even without a teacher, many people in Corona still knew the basics thanks to all these resources at their disposal. Sure, they were only at the beginner stage, but not too long from now, they would be at the intermediary stage and maybe even reach the advanced stage. Working in places that required them to read meant that they would be working and learning at the same time. So in a way, their jobs also enriched them greatly. Philomena hurriedly ate breakfast alongside her daughter and quickly placed Mimi's backpack on her waist. At the same time, she quickly searched her own bag for a while. Key. Where did she put it? She couldn't find that colorful keychain anywhere. She searched for a while before quickly making her way to her bedroom again. Sure enough, it was still on her bed. Now, with everything at hand, she hastily unlocked the door from within, picked up a Baymardian padlock from the side, stepped out and locked the door with the padlock. Click. Her door was finally sealed. As for the lock on her door, it was called an alarm padlock. That's right. It had a built-in movement triggering alarm that would emit a loud sound when the lock got hit or shaken twice. Of course, the alarm would go on for 3 minutes before stopping. Unless the keys were inserted into the lock. The Coronians placed these sorts of locks on their doors, windows, bicycles, and even on their gates. This small device here had greatly reduced the crime rate, as well as plotting and scheming. Before, they only placed a wooden stick against their doors when they weren't available, but the thieves still touched their belongings at will. Now with these padlocks, forget it. It would even alert the neighbors, and they would come over to catch the thief themselves. Even noblewomen had caught their own maids sneaking into their rooms in an attempt to put poison on their makeup or even plant evidence on them. This device had made so many people sat up, and even assassins found it hard to get through the windows that were now locked with these alarm padlocks. One should know that even if they want to destroy the windows and doors to get in, how would they do it without shaking these locks? The only possible way was to steal the key or break in by passing through the walls or ceilings. A job that used to be seen as an easy feat for now assassin, was now seen as a daunting task. Sigh. All they could do was silently curse Baymard for their own predicaments. Philomena opened her bag just to be sure that the key was there, before holding Mimi's hand and walking away. Each lock came with 4 keys and 3 spare batteries. She and her husband kept 2 keys while the other 2 were kept in a box buried somewhere around their front door. As for battery changes, after unlocking the padlock, if they continuously rotated the key clockwise, the bottom part of the lock would fall off and they could just replace the battery then. Everything was really easy and simple to use, which made their lives even better and safer. Philomena rushed through the busy streets and quickly dropped off Minnie at the kindergarten daycare. Before getting off in the opposite direction again, she looked at her watch anxiously, before speeding up a bit. Today was her first day on the job, so how could she afford to be late? Chapter 679 Coroner's Continuous Progress 2. Chapter 679 Coroner's Continuous Progress 2. Philomena ran with all her might and finally made it 10 minutes earlier. Yes, she did it. She felt like dancing victoriously when she looked at her watch. As they say, first impressions make a difference. So with that thought in mind, she quickly calmed herself down, wiped her sweaty face, drank a bottle of water from her purse and slowly walked in as if she hadn't just completed an entire marathon just to get here. Fake it till you make it, baby. And where was she going to work? Of course, it was within one of the newly constructed government buildings. She, alongside 99 others, had been hired and given various tasks within this newly built government estate. And from what she knew, she had been placed within a sector that is responsible for calculating all statistical information in Corona, be it birth rate, death date or even unemployment rate. There seemed to be a lot that they had to do, and their minister or boss was someone who has been interning in Baymard for the past 3 years. Now, he was back, and he was ready to put his knowledge into use. But because she wasn't too good in math, she was only qualified enough to be one of the department sector's secretary. As for their head secretary, he also worked in Baymard as the boss secretary too. So now he would be teaching her and a few others what to do. Morning, Mrs. Philomena. The others are already seated within the main building, so just go over there and join them just like the last time. Thank you, Mr. Green, Philomena said before hurriedly fishing towards the main building. Previously, when she had attended the orientation, they were only told about the importance of their sector to Corona. Of course, they were briefed on their duties and also showed around the estate, but that was all. So today, they were very sure that they would get a glimpse of what this secretary job really was. Morning, Philly. Morning, Philomena. Morning. Morning. Everyone smiled and treated her cheerfully since they had bonded well during their last time. One should know that even though 100 people were hired, her department only recruited 13 people. And 8 out of those 13 wrote secretaries, while the rest were sent to work under the main boss himself. As for the 8 of them, there were 5 women and 3 men. Everyone chatted excitedly for a bit before Mr. Green, who was the head secretary, came back. Welcome everyone. Now that you all are here, it's time to take you to your new workstations. Once everyone heard her, their excitement couldn't be contained as they quickly followed him towards their new office. The room was massive and had more than 20 office desks all lined up neatly. From the number of desks alone, they were sure that the department would hire more secretaries later on. But for now, there were only 8 of them, and on top of each table, were several other documents and items on it too. Everyone, please choose a desk and seat, Green said while gesturing with his hands. And when everyone did as they were told, she calmly sat on a desk at the forefront of the room. THD was facing them. It was as if he was a teacher and they were the students. The new era is one in which secretaries play an important part in. So as office secretaries, I expect you all to be alert, efficient and play a vital role in this new era. Now back in Baymard, we used something called typewriters. But since those aren't allowed to be exported out of Baymard yet, we will continue to rely on our hands as we have done for the past hundreds and thousands of years. And luckily for us, we have several office materials that will aid us in completing these tasks. So from today henceforth, these office supplies will be your best friends. And as for the uses of these supplies, we will be covering that today slowly. Now, let's begin. Of course, typewriters couldn't be exported out of Baymard since their mechanism could be copied by many outsiders if given time. So they were only used in Baymard, and could only be bought by establishments, businesses, or aspiring writers who have joined the Writers' Association. As Philomena listened to Green, she became more and more shocked about her secretarial duties. She placed empty A4 papers before her and also read the many guidelines of the standard of all letters, reports and notes that she had to write. She used her ruler, erasable ink, pens, binders, envelopes, folders, scissors, rubber bands, highlighters, planners, calendars and many more. And as time went by, she began to understand the uses of all the office supplies in her desk drawers. There was just so much to do that she didn't even notice when lunchtime had arrived. What the hell? She looked at her watch and felt like time seemed to fly by in a blink of an eye. Was this how it felt like to work? Was this how others felt each time they went about their day busily? She looked at all the notes she had jotted down earlier on and felt something within her shake. She felt intelligent, confident and proud of herself now. It was a feeling that was much different from before. Her husband wasn't in the best condition as he would fall sick very often. But he still worked hard for their family of 3. So now that she could support him, she only hoped that he would look for a better job and take care of himself. Her husband was born with a very weak constitution, so seeing him do heavy labor all the time made her weep daily. But now, everything was different. If she even worked within the department for a longer time, maybe she could even recommend them to hire her husband. After all, she had been told about employee recommendations. So why wouldn't she want to use up that opportunity? Philomena clenched her fists and decided to give it all she had. For her family, she would be the best secretary ever. And so just like that, several Coronians who came back from Baymard quickly put their skills into play and began teaching many others the way forward. Likewise, in Baymard, several other people were excited as well. Finally, the day they had been waiting for was here. Chapter 680 A New Machine. Chapter 680 A New Machine. Your Majesty, it's simply amazing. This technology will definitely make everyone scream in shock, Tim said while going over the document in his hands. Landon just looked at him and smiled. Of course. The document in Tim's hands was that for manufacturing vending machines. He realized that if he didn't get this done now, then by the time Pac-Man was finally created, Tim and the rest wouldn't be able to do it for a long time. Why? Because after that, they would need to focus on creating the first importer ever, as well as headphones and many other things that would be rewarded to him by the system. In fact, right now, Tim's only focus was on building the aquarium and getting the Pac-Man arcade game done. So when it came to the aquarium, the construction workers did everything, while their supervisors would report to him on the progress so far. Of course, he also took time off at least once in 2 weeks just to see how far they had gone. With that said, his main focus was now solely on Pac-Man, so he had some spare time to focus on vending machines now. It was better to have this done as soon as possible, rather than to keep pushing it onwards. Again, Landon noticed that he couldn't buy all technologies from the system. Sometimes, his level wasn't enough, and other times, it was because the system had kept specific designs as some sort of reward. Yup. He had asked for helicopter and plane manufacturing designs to boost his army, but he got turned down. The system told him straight up that it would be rewarded to him after Baymard has reached a certain development level. And when he asked, he was told that he needed an amuse.e.m.e.nt park, functioning aquarium, computerized gym equipment like treadmills and many more. As for the gym thing, Many of his equipment worked on spring and pulley systems, like the leg weight machines that allowed one to pin the weight they desired and strap the rope on their leg. And as they lifted their leg, the rope would lift the weights in the machines too. In short, be it biceps machines or even machines that work on one's inner thighs, they all used spring or pulley mechanisms. So he had never bothered to make treadmills or any other computerized machines. The gym had normal weights, bell weights, jump ropes, boxing bags, yoga mats, workout balls, running tracks, basketball, soccer, tennis, badminton and other sports equipment that could be used daily. So when the system mentioned things like treadmills, he was indeed shocked. Not to talk of the amuse.e.m.e.nt parks, water parks and so on. Sigh. He still had a long day to go in so little time. Tim briefly looked over the 70-page doc.u.ment in his hands and frowned a bit. Your Majesty, pardon me asking, but how do these vending machines detect fake money from others? From the brief outline here, we will place these vending machines in the land and seaports too, right? HMHM. That's the plan, Your Majesty. Since I personally witnessed how our money was made, I'm sure that there will be some sort of scanning device in the machine to check if the paper money coming in has that unique strip on it. So I understand how the paper money will get filtered. But what about coins? Within Baymud, I'm sure that almost no one would use coins since even visitors have to change their currencies upon arrival. But what about the land and seaports? When the visitors are on their way back, they will definitely be carrying coins. And even on the cruise sh.I.p.s, there will definitely be more vending machines there too. So how do we detect fake from real coins there? Tim said confusedly. He didn't want anyone to put in fake money and then draw out drinks or anything food from the vending machines. That would be unfair to the rest who had earnestly placed real coins into it. Landon looked at Tim and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of an overseer, for sure. Tim wouldn't let Landon go until all his doubts and worries had been sorted out. Tim. Even though you and I have never made coins before, what can you tell me about them? Your Majesty, coins within the Pino continent all look the same everywhere one went. And they are specifically created and inspected by the royal coin makers in each empire. All empires came together hundreds of years ago and agreed to make them similar in size and design, so as to facilitate trade amongst them. So the coins are all roughly the same, Tim said confusedly while looking at the smiling Landon. It was true, all coin types had specific markings on them. Around the edges of the coins were the names of all empires within the Pino continent. And at the center of the coin was a 5-leaf clover. Again, each leaf had a symbol that represented the royal family of each empire. Additionally, there were also several marks at the back of the coin too that made it hard for anyone to forge these coins. The coin masters were the most skilled in their empires and worked diligently to inspect and make sure that each coin that went out, be it copper, gold or silver, all met the standards of the agreement hundreds of years ago. That was why the penalty for possessing fake coins or cheating others with fake coins was life imprisonment. But even though it was a serious crime, there were always some daring people who still tried to forge out fake coins for their well-being. Anyway, each coin type had the same design but differed in size and thinness. Gold coins were thicker than silver or copper coins, even though they all had the same designs carved on them. So with that said, how could screening these coins be an issue? Well, he might still get some fake coins as even nothing was 100% foolproof. Because even back on Earth, vending machines still took fakes and got cheated. But no matter what, vending machines were a must. Chapter 681 Vending Machines. Chapter 681 Vending Machines. Tim posted down all the facts about money within the Pino continent, and soon, his eyes quickly lit up. Now, he had a rough idea of where Landon was going, but he still decided to wait for Landon's response first. Alright. So, how does the machine knows to send back the fakes and keep track of what people paid in? Well, since you roughly understand how the machine handles paper money, then let's focus on coins. Firstly, This machine will be able to decipher coins with pinpoint accuracy. Once a coin drops in, light sensors will measure its size, and following that, electromagnets will detect the metal type, which will identify the coins in split seconds. So if someone drops anything other than gold, copper or silver, the machine will reject it. And if the size isn't within the specified range, the machine will also reject it as well and sort it out into columns. With that, the fakes will get sent to the reject chute and returned to the customer immediately, and when change is due, the machines will make calculations and conversions. And from there, the column will release one coin at a time. As for gold, even though it isn't a metal, it can be magnetized by applying some pressurized heat at a certain temperature. But we have to do so in a way that is fast and doesn't affect the shape of the coin. So the vending machine design takes care of that part too. I see, Your Majesty. In that case, I suggest that we don't permit any gold coins from getting into the machines. Firstly, 10,000 copper coins would equate to 1 gold coin. So if people kept putting gold coins in for a snack that costs just 1 or 2 copper coins, then I think that the machine may not even have enough change to give other customers by the end of the day. At least, let's limit it to silver and copper coins, as 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. No, you know what? Let's just leave it at copper coins, Tim said helplessly. When he thought about it again, he couldn't help but feel that the best solution for now was to limit it to copper coins only. If someone used a single silver coin to buy something worth 2 copper coins, then wouldn't that mean that the machine would have to dispense 98 copper coins to the customer as change? Then what of gold coins? At that point, they might be refilling and recharging the vending machines every 2 hours then, because the copper coins in the system might undoubtedly run out. Nope, it was better to limit it to just copper coins. I agree, indeed. It would be best if everyone stuck to copper coins. Luckily, within the cruise sh.I.P.S, land ports and seaports, there are places where one can exchange currencies or money. So if they only had silver or gold coins with them, they could go there and exchange 1 or 2 silver coins for the copper coins. As for paper money, it isn't a big deal, so all bays will be accepted into the machine. When it came to bays, there wasn't a huge exchange discrepancy like that of coins. Baymard had a 1 bay paper bill, a 5 bay paper bill, a 10, a 20, a 50 and a 100 bay paper bill. So there were many paper bills that made money exchange easier when compared to that of coins. Tim listened keenly to the other aspects within the vending machine and felt that this machine was a next level thing. One should know that at times, people didn't like lining up in stores just to get some snacks. And at times, going to the stores during breaks might make one late, especially when there was traffic. But if these machines were acted in schools, businesses and even on the streets, several people would at least lower their hunger or thirst for the time being. Even he would be pleased with how convenient these machines were. Additionally, the machine also added income to each establishment too. With hungry soldiers, students, workers and tourists, these machines would be a stopping point to many and would undoubtedly yield thousands of bays weekly. Even those on cruise sh.I.P.S that missed dinner time, could still get a few snacks and drinks out if they didn't have enough money to order room service. It was better than starving. In short, there were so many benefits from it that Tim felt like it should have been one of the first things that got invented this year. As for the snacks, drinks and delicacies that would be placed in them, Tim looked at the list and was thoroughly pleased. Well, there were so many varieties of goods from snacks, drinks, donuts, and so on. Well, now that he had everything in hand, he would have to first study the design in detail alongside His Majesty, before hiring and teaching others to begin manufacturing them. Unlike Tim, Landon was more impressed with the vending machine's design. It was a whole better version of Earth's vending machine thanks to the system. And it could also do a whole lot more. For example, it even found a way to separate good coins even though gold wasn't a magnetic. But even though it was more advanced, its underlying principles were still the same. Your Majesty, how soonest do you want this project completed? Around the same time that it takes to complete the Pac-Man project. This one is fairly easy when compared to that, and you all already have all the skills needed in making these vending machines, so it shouldn't take too long. HMHM. I think so too, Your Majesty. We started Project Pac-Man within the last week of March, so by the first week of October, we should finish the 8-month-long project, and by then, we will also have the vending machines ready to go too. Again, aquarium construction should be done by then too. That's good. When aquarium construction is done, those guys will focus on filling up the tanks with fish and other water creatures for the next 3 months. But of course, that won't be your duty. Anyway, the aquarium should be opened sometime in January, Landon said while stroking his chin. In his mind, all he was thinking about was the system's rewards. There were 4 rewards he was looking forward to specifically. Firstly, he would be rewarded knowledge on everything involving 90s computer systems and Wi-Fi connectivity. Again, he would be able to create wired earphones and music pods or small phone-like Walkmans. And he would also be able to create Game Boys. But that wasn't all. Last but not least, he would get knowledge on how to properly create animated movies. So how could he not look forward to these rewards? Baymard's future was really bright. But while Landon was busily thinking about the future, several in-laws of his had finally arrived at Baymard. Dear, don't forget. You all just do your best to seduce that boy from that BCH. Launchy. Mom. How many times do I have to tell you? Her name is Luby. Fine. Just do your best. Of course. Which man can resist my charms? He'd like to see how faithful this king is to the BCH. Chapter 682. The in-laws have arrived. Chapter 682. The in-laws have arrived. The noble Gustav family had finally arrived. Gustav calmly came out of his carriage before turning back and helping his wife Elvira step out of the carriage too. Of course, following that, their son Marcus also held out his hands for their 2 daughters, Debbie and Prela. Even though they had traveled with over 7 carriages, they decided to sit together in their biggest carriage during their journey. After all, one didn't know if hoodlums would try to attack or separate them, so it was best to stick together within these times. And it was easier for their guards to surround their own carriage and focus on them too. Anyway, even though they brought 7 carriages, they had also left with 400 guards on horseback. One could never be too careful within these dark times. Additionally, this was their first time coming to Baymard, so they really had no idea of what to expect. Gustav and his family stepped out looking as grand as ever. They lifted their eyes and even gave people the illusion that they were royalty. Well, at this point, since that BCH had married Landon, then didn't that make them royalty too? Elvira covered her face with her fan and continuously looked around King's Landing with satisfaction. It wasn't just her, but even Gustav and his children looked at the place like that too. Yes, all their daughters had to do was seduce its ruler, and the rest would be history. Elvira looked at her daughters fondly. Her eldest daughter, Debbie, was more endowed than her youngest one Prela. Debbie had larger bosoms with an extremely thin waistline. And even though she thin, her bosoms and body proportion made others think that she was slim thick instead. She a very tempting body, which made many boys fall for her daily. It was just that when it came to facial looks, she wasn't as pretty as the youngest daughter Prela. Prela had an ordinary looking body with a face that could kill. Just looking at her daughters, she couldn't help but recall that BCH's appearance. What was so great about her that Landon had to fall for her? Her daughters were elegant and pretty. Plus, they were real certified nobles that could give benefits to Baymard. So what was so great about that BCH? Elvira had planned that once they conquered Landon, they would quickly tell Alec that they had him under their control. And from there, wouldn't their status in both Arcadina and Baynard rise? Alec had previously sent her husband a letter, asking about how strong the father-daughter bond was between Gustav and that whore. Of course, Gustav wrote back and promised to somehow control Landon using his current daughters or that whore. Either way, he had promised to use any of his daughters to control Landon and Baynard. After all, they say the downfall of every man is a woman. So women were destined to be either blessed or destroyers of man. Of course, Gustav and Elvira did not know that they were Alex's plan C, because by the time he had received their response, he had already set out for battle. In fact, Gustav and Elvira still thought that Alec was in the capital waiting for them. But how could they have known that the Baymardian vehicles that they witnessed during their journey here were carrying the defeated Alec away? They had no idea of the changes that had occurred within the capital during this time. In short, if Elvira knew that the young single William was now on the throne, then she would definitely stayed behind a bit before visiting Baymard. After all, since she had two daughters, one could be queen in Arcadina and the other queen in Baymard. Like that, wouldn't she just be queen mother to both empires? The Gustav family marveled at the sight before them and almost screamed in shock when they saw the magical sliding doors that opened on their own. They wanted to scream and point out loud, but when they saw most people acting as if it was nothing, they coughed embarrassedly and calmly walked into the place as well. They looked at the glass windows, white clear floor tiles and beautiful high-ceiling land-bought designs in awe. Mother, why do we have to line up like these commoners? Everyone told me that this Baymard favored commoners, but I thought that it was a joke. HMPH. It must be that lovely girl who made His Majesty Lanson do this kind of thing. As expected, the girl had lived the life of a rat and a maid, so it's clear that she has no queen-like qualities in her. Because if she did, she would know how to properly distinguish a nobility within this empire. Ugh. The thought of these commoners almost toughing my smooth skin is disgusting. I must have a proper bath when we leave this place, Debbie whispered arrogantly while covering her mouth with her fan in an attempt to hide her disgust. If she gave Lucy negative 50 points earlier, then how? She was giving her negative 1000 points altogether. Her impression of Lucy was even worse than it was before. Of course it's her. Only she would be able to make such a rule in Baymard. But this also means that this Landon fellow is somewhat gullible. Think about it, if he can make such a rule for her, then what about when you become queen? From the way I see it, he might even fall in love with you at first sight. And Debbie. On the doc.u. meant, it says that her name Lucy, not Lovely, so don't forget it again if you want to leave a good impression on His Majesty. As for our current situation, I've already spoken to your father about it and he has already gone over there with a large bag of cash in his hands. Don't worry love, soon we won't have to sit with these commoners again. Elvira said in disgust as well. When any of her daughters took over this place, they would have to change so many rules immediately. And while Elvira was lost in thought, the person next to her accidentally brushed their shoulders against her. Elvira bit her lips and screamed in her heart. You, filthy, 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 filthy. Damn it. These peasants had to go. Chapter 683 The in-laws have arrived too. Chapter 683 The in-laws have arrived too. Elvira's thoughts were the same as most nobles who came to Baymard for the first time. It typically took time for them to adjust. But change usually happened the more they spent in Baymard. Firstly, when nobles chose to visit, they could come for 2 to 3 weeks. And within this time, almost all of them visited the church, since it was one of the must-go areas within Baymard. Attending these church services was believed to enrich one's soul and give it purpose. So how could they not go? The main priests had been blessed by the system to give enlightened scriptures, and when this happened, countless people usually cried and vowed to change their ways. When the Gospels or moral stories were being told in the church, many nobles couldn't help but wonder if they were going towards the bad path, like those in those stories. Again, this changed many people's views about morality. Additionally, Baymard arranged several aid services too. So each month, unprivileged, improvised or sick children will be brought back to Baymard. And during this time, several nobles and peasants had volunteered to help these children during their healing phase. So the more they spent with these children or less fortunate, the more they felt pity, pain and several waves of emotions moved together. After surgery, some nobles cried when they saw that the ones they took care of were fine. It was a life-changing thing for them, and they quickly got used to having peasants around. More still, there were so many plays, shows, movies and books that depicted how humans were to treat others. There were even plays about people with different skin tones, and how beautiful those skin tones were. They were thought to love different people, and not look down on or bully these people. And all this really made a lot of people change their stance. Of course, one could say that only 70% of the nobles who had undergone everything within Baymard had changed. As for the other 30%, their eyes were truly filled with greed and envy that these peasants could live better lives than they do. For these sorts of people, no matter how one explained it to them, it was akin to throwing water on a duck's back. These people were only looking at benefits and didn't care about human lives at all. For them, peasants weren't even humans. And that was that. Nothing anyone said would change their minds. In Elvira's case, she and her daughters were illiterate, so they had never read any Baymardian books. But they had heard some storytellers mention things like Cinderella and so on. In Elvira's mind, Cinderella was a scheming whore who didn't know her place. How could she go out of her way to seduce the prince knowing fully well that her two stepsisters intended to do the same? And what was even worse was that she snuck out of the house to do so. She was an unruly sick girl who talked to mice, disobeyed her stepmother and snuck out of the house late at night. Heavens, who knew how many times she had snuck out to God knows before. Elvira just didn't understand why everyone was praising that schemer. Darling, is it done? Elvira asked anxiously. No. They didn't even bother to take the money at all. They said that if we want to get into Baymard, then we have to wait our turn. But didn't you tell them that you were the king's in-law? I did. But they told me to present a .u. meant that proved my case. How preposterous. How dare they doubt your identity? Calm down. They said that His Majesty typically gave out some sort of .u. meant to his friends and family. You see, in that VIP section, only those who have some sort of friendship or political stance with Baymard can pass through using something called a VIP stamp that's placed in their passport. Also, friends and family of His Majesty can also use that as well. No one knows that we are here, even that useless daughter of mine. So we can only obediently wait our turn and get in. But once we meet her, then everything will change. All the perks and benefits will be ours. And I'll make sure that all those who made us uncomfortable during this time will get fired as well. Gustav said coldly. He had never been straight up rejected so many times. They even threatened to call the security over if he didn't get back to his seat immediately. Apart from the upper-class nobles and His Majesty Alec Barn, who had ever treated him like that. Gustav himself was at the highest pick within the middle-class noble ranks. And just a bit more effort, and he would finally be able to climb up the ladder and enter the upper noble class ranks. So when he noticed these ordinary common folks threatening to send him out with security, how could he not get riled up? He took several deep breaths and looked at the name tags of all those that made him mad. When he finally got recognized as Landon's in-law, he swore that he would show them who's boss. Finally, after completing the procedures, the Gustav family quickly got on the bus and went straight towards one of the 4-star hotels within District D. And along the way, everything they saw made them feel like Arcadina's capital city was really trash. Everything was so new to them, and their hearts were constantly filled with excitement. They thought that they had seen it all, but when they finally got to their hotel rooms, they all stood there speechlessly. From the telephones to the room fridges, to the lights, flowing water, shower, toilets, T.V., radio and so on. Everything made them feel like they were dreaming. Debbie and Brayla both clenched their fists in determination. No matter what, they had to seduce His Royal Majesty Landon. This place was just too good for the BCH sister of theirs. Chapter 684 The Unconvinced Gustav Family. Chapter 684 The Unconvinced Gustav Family. The Gustav family decided to use this day to rest before they began their quest. So they went to the bank, shopped and also stopped at several entertainment sites for fun. And the more they saw, the more greed and anger filled their hearts. Anyone with working eyes could see that Baymard was 100 times better than the so-called capital that they used to feel arrogant about. From the people's clean faces to the breathable air that wasn't fouled with the stench of waste or poop, to people even having clean hands on the street. The place was very organized, clean, filled with awe-inspiring buildings and had things that many of them had never heard before. One should know that while most of the Pino continent had been trying to make changes, like organizing the streets, getting traffic patrol officers and even something as simple as taking out the trash within the empire, Arkadina didn't have many changes. And that was because their ruler was too focused on getting more manpower to seize Baymard. Alec at the time decided to first get Baymard and all its secrets before making changes to Arkadina. So the only change in Arkadina was the emergence of new Baymardian products. And that was it. Their government never really made any moves to help the people in terms of sanitation and orderliness. Hence, unlike other empires that were currently moving towards the direction of change, Arkadina's capital still had the foul stench of poop floating in the air. People still pooped on the streets and heaps and piles of dirt also gathered around the ghetto areas in the capital. Heck, even within the noble estates, the pits that stored poop were still open pits, making the smell reach the noblest of places. Because unlike other empires that got a solution from Baymard, Arkadina's ruler didn't bother to ask his unfilial son about what steps to take next. And so many people on Arkadina were used to contaminated air. The Gustav family felt like the air quality in Baymard was the best that they had ever taken a whiff of. No poop smells, no garbage or rotten food smells along the sides of the road, and no revolting smells of the dead that were left to rot on the streets and alleyways. This place was truly heaven. Again, they liked the fact that communication and transportation here was easier. The telephones, trains, buses, cars, TVs and even the fact that things were written down on touristic pamphlets, made their sightseeing a whole lot easier. And even though they didn't know how to read, the images and pictures aided the ladies a lot more. Of course Gustav and his son who were literate, aided the ladies around too. And funny enough, even though the ladies wrote illiterate, when it came to shopping, they seemed to be able to cram these brand names off heart. In short, everything that the Gustav family had seen made them feel unconvinced. Why the hell did that whore have to enjoy all of this? The only disadvantage they had against the whore was that she knew how to read. But that was it. Of course, even though Lucy's mother came from a low noble-class scholarly family, so she had always taught Lucy how to read and write. But on the other hand, Elvira, who came from a middle-class nobility, didn't feel the need to teach her daughters how to read. She was more focused on making sure that they knew how to play musical instruments, so on. In short, she focused more on teaching them about all tricks needed for hooking onto a bigger sponsor. For her, all a woman needed to do was to seduce a man of higher standing and the rest was history. After all, Lucy's mother was literate. But didn't she fall and finally die in the hands of an illiterate woman such as herself? What mattered was the end results and not the process. It was now 11 p.m. and the Gustav family had finally returned to their hotel. From the money they checked into the hotel at 10:43 a.m., they hadn't returned until now. The hotel staff quickly dropped their shopping bags in their rooms and before leaving them all alone in the grand family-sized suite, bam. Quick, now that they're gone, let's look at all the magazines about the good-for-nothing girl, Elvira said hastily. And very quickly, Everyone hurriedly searched the shopping bags for the magazines that they had bought. And on the front covers of these magazines, one could see Lucy's confident and kind smile. There were even some that had her holding Landon's hand lovingly. Of course, some of these magazines were royal family issued ones that showed several pictures of Lucy's fashionable outfits. One should know that Lucy had already become a style icon for many people within the Pino continent, as in their eyes, she could never do wrong for them. Even if she wore a trash bag over her head, they would still say that she was reinventing fashion and that only she could pull it off. Listen to this. It says that Queen Lucy has once again touched the hearts of the people. It says that she went out to some villages around Baymard and aided in wooden house construction for them. It said that she personally used her hands to aid in building these homes. And she also spent time teaching the people there about hygiene and whatnot. Additionally, it's said that she donated over 100,000 bays worth of food from her personal income to people in these villages. Apparently, she has 3 official jobs which give her a hefty yearly income, and that's excluding the fact that she is a royal and gets a monthly allowance from that too. She also has some Indus.E.M.E.Nt deals, which give her even more income. And she used a great part of this income to do these sort of useless tasks like pay for the medical expenses of some of these malnourished children. Mom, the whole thing just praises and talks about what she has done within these past 2 months. HMPH. She's nothing but a money waster. As expected of someone who lived on the streets. Ah, that BCH. Just look at the outfit that she's wearing. Why does she deserve to wear such fancy clothes? How dare this tramp seduce my husband? Prelu added when she saw a picture of Lucy leaning on Landon. Your husband? Sister, I advise you to back off. He's mine. Debbie roared. Girls, girls, girls. Please, where are your manners? He will belong to whoever catches his eyes. Now, let's focus on how we will meet that good-for-nothing. Elvira said. HMHM. Your mother is right. Tomorrow, I'll send in a request for a meeting with her. There's no other way about it. If we want to see her, then we must send in a request first. So all we have to do now is arrange a meeting with her, and the rest will be history. Soon, we will be recognized as royals. Chapter 685 Lucy's Past. Chapter 685 Lucy's Past. The next day, Gustav woke up very early in the morning, wrote a brief but detailed letter and headed towards the office that took charge of accepting requests to meet any of the royal members. Of course he followed the procedures, and also gave the workers there a massive portrait too. The portrait was showcased himself, Lucy's mother, as well as Lucy at the age of 1. This was the only portrait that he had of the 3 of them. And at the time, he had only taken the portrait due to formalities. After all, it was almost a must that nobles took portraits with their families. He had only taken the portrait because it was a request from Lucy's mother on her birthday. He gave this portrait to the workers in hopes that it would reach Lucy's hands. The workers looked at the portrait and froze for a bit. The more they looked at it, the more they realized that the woman in the picture was indeed a spitting image of their queen. One could say that Lucy looked 90% like her mother, with some fatherly resemblances here and there. Her mother's genes were really strong. No one had ever arrived here claiming to be Lucy's family. So the workers paid much attention to the matter, and coupled with the portrait, they decided to inform Princess Lucy immediately. So the workers informed Lucy's secretaries, who later took the file and portrait and brought it back to Lucy. And the moment the matter was revealed, Lucy's body shuddered from fright before she finally calmed down and accepted to meet this so-called father of hers. Of course, her secretaries also noticed her reaction and immediately had a bad impression of Gustav. For sure, the moment the matter was confirmed, Landon was also made aware of it too. After all, their king needed to be aware that he had an in-law coming in. And the way Lucy responded worried then. So they had to tell Landon about the matter. Your Majesty, that is all. All right. Thank you, Whitney. Thank you for looking out for her. I'm glad that she has someone like you on her side. No need to thank me. Your Majesty. It's what I ought to be doing as one of her primary secretaries. Whitney answered happily. Landon spoke to Whitney a bit more before finally dismissing her. His eyes became cold as he recalled what Whitney had said about Lucy's reaction. Sure enough, she was still traumatized. The noble Gustav family. Gustav was really a pig. Even though he already had his first wife and Elvira his second wife, he still managed to get Lucy's mother drunk and have his way with her. So Lucy then became an illegitimate child, and according to the system, after Lucy was born, Gustav took both mother and daughter in because he didn't want people to point fingers at him politically. This alone could make his enemies shoot him in the foot. So he took Lucy and her mother in. And in that same year, Elvira had already succeeded in killing his first wife. Elvira had made the first wife barren for these last years, so the woman died childless. But before she could celebrate, Gustav brought in another whore. So how could she not be mad? And from that moment on, Elvira started targeting Lucy and her mother like crazy. She made sure that even the maids treated the daughter-mother duo as if they were slaves. They had to beg for food in their own homes and even lived in one desolate courtyard at the extreme end of the estate. Elvira's children flogged and whipped Lucy up several times just for fun, and even spread several rumors about her saying that she was the one who typically bullied them. They played the White Lotus card well and had everyone received. Because since Lucy wasn't allowed to step out of the estate, everyone just assumed that she was an ugly girl who bullied her siblings and got punished often. And when Lucy's mother finally died, she was thrown out of the house under some false allegations. From then on, she became a beggar on the streets. But how could Elvira and her children be satisfied with that? They still made sure to pass by her on the streets, stomp on her feet and splash muddy water on her. It was truly a miracle that the poor girl had survived till them even after all her starvation. As for Lucy's maternal family, they didn't want her as well, since she would only tarnish their low noble reputation even further. So the poor Lucy continued begging in the streets pitifully, until one day, Mother Kim passed by and pitied the poor child who had been beaten up blue-black. She took the poor child to the palace, and from then on, Lucy decided to repay her kindness by being a maid. She refused to be Mother Kim's adopted daughter. Her mother had always told her that kindness must always be repaid, and that was why she forced herself to be a maid. But what surprised her was that neither Mother Kim or Landon treated her like that. In their eyes, she was their kind. Scared, alone, left to fend for themselves in this cruel world. So shouldn't they stick together? And so even though Lucy had made herself strong all these years, the thought of her previous family still brought out fear from within, and trauma wasn't something that could be changed just like that. She would have to overcome it by herself, just like how Mother Kim faced her own trauma when confronting Alec. Well, since Lucy had agreed to meet Gustav 2 days from now, then he too should clear his schedule during that appointed time. No matter what, no one could bully his queen, especially not within his own empire. Time moved by fast and soon. It was dinner time. Everyone could see that Luch looked seemingly distracted and out of it today. She hadn't even touched her food yet, and no matter what jokes were made, she would give out a very fake smile, which everyone could tell. Lucy wasn't good at hiding her mood. If she was happy, you would know. If she was sad, you would know. In fact, if she ever played poker, her opponents would win all the time because of her expressions. After dinner, Grace sent little Momo and little Linda away, while Mother Kim, Mother Winnie, Landon and Lucy stayed behind. Bam! How dare he come here after all he has put her through? Mother Kim yelled angrily. Of course she was mad. To her, she practically raised Lucy, so Lucy was like a daughter to her. As for Lucy, she was shocked. How did Landon know in detail what she went through in that estate? The moment Landon narrated it to Mother Winnie and the rest, tears uncontrollably fell from Lucy's eyes. She cried like a baby while leaving on Mother Kim's chest. Everyone could guess why this Gustav guy had come. and they also had a bad impression of him too. But they knew that the right to forgive or accept this man solely belonged to Lucy. So all they could do was wait for her decision and fully support her no matter what. Of course, while the atmosphere here was gloomy, the atmosphere in Gustav's hotel room was gleeful instead. Ha 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 ha. I was so shocked by the phone call in the afternoon. They had previously told me that it could take several days before I get a response. But who would have known that it would be this quick? Hey ho he. The dumb girl must have known it was you from the portrait and got scared. HMPH. So what if she's scared? Whether she likes it or not, I am her father. So she must obey me. That's the spirit, darling. Soon, we will get recognized as royals. Ha 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 ha. I can see it now. Baron Gustav, father-in-law to His Majesty Landon Barn. No, the first father-in-law in the history of Baemard. Bahaha. Gustav was so happy that he couldn't even sleep a wink. Royalty was just a few more days away. And so, the days moved swiftly with the Gustav family continuing their sightseeing and shopping adventures. Until finally, it was time for them to head to the palace. Elvira looked at her daughters who had dressed to kill and smiled in satisfaction. Now, it was time for them to get to work. Chapter 686 Another Family Reunion. Chapter 686 Another Family Reunion. The noble Gustav family stepped out of their hotel all dressed up to kill. They had spent the past few days buying the most expensive outfits that had been encrusted in pearls and other precious gemstones. They stepped into the limousine ride that they had requested from the hotel, and hastily made their way towards the palace merrily, even though the limousine experience was something that they had never experienced. Just stepping in made them feel even more like royalty than before. They crossed their legs and enjoyed the luxurious ride, all the while going over their plans in their head. And the moment they saw the palace's view from a distance, they couldn't help but focus all their attention on it. The palace looked even more grand and mythical than that of Arcadina's. They checked in and had their inspection done before getting into the palace, and all that time, they had been thinking about how they were going to begin living in the palace. Of course, Debbie and Brayla, who also had their own imaginations running wild, still hated Lucifer even more. How could that rat live in such a place while they, on the other hand, lived in a place that looked like the ghetto when compared to this? Both sisters secretly took each other as enemies, as they wouldn't let anyone get in their way, not even their own blood. Both ladies perked up their bosoms and adjusted their walks to seem nobler. In their mind, maybe His Majesty Landon could pop out at any time, so it was best to always be alert, just in case. The family of 5 that were currently being ushered into the waiting room whispered amongst themselves while taking their seats. Remember, ladies, you might meet your future husband, so don't forget what I taught you all last night. If that horse can do it, then I expect even better results from you all. Don't worry, mother, we know. Both women said in unison. HMHM. You all should listen to your mother. Soon, it won't be long before they call us in, so don't embarrass or ruin my only chance of getting royally recognized, because if you both mess it up, then I won't forgive you at all. Yes, father. Both girls responded with a little bit of fear lingering within them. When their father was extremely angered, it always felt like he could take up an entire army all by himself. He would kill the closest servants around at will in a fit of rage, as if taking his anger out on them. Of course, he couldn't very well kill them since that would look bad politically. So he would terrify them and threaten them by doing everything he wanted to them onto the servants. Both ladies knew that for today's matter, they couldn't mess it up, or else when they went back to the capital, they would really see hell, as well as have their expenses cut and getting grounded. Sometimes psychological torture was more dreadful than physical. So both ladies couldn't help shuddering in fear when they heard Gustav's warning. On the other hand, while the Gustav family waited anxiously, Landon, Lucy and Mother Kim had already been told of their arrival. Mother Kim cupped Lucy's face and kissed her forehead. My poor baby, if you don't feel like meeting them now, then we can always push it to a later date. Lucy thanks Mother for her care. But pushing it will only delay the matter and won't change the fact that I still have to face them one day. So it's best that we do it now, Lucy said confidently. Mother Kim and Landon nodded back when they saw her firm expression. All right. Since you're ready, then let's send for them. Remember, you are not alone. You have us and the people now. So as the future Queen of Baymard, you should never let yourself get bullied. Yes, Lucy said, before squeezing Landon's hands confidently. That's right. She wasn't alone anymore. So what was there to be afraid of? She had been terrified every time she witnessed her father kill innocent slaves and servants in various brutal ways. And even her step-siblings and stepmother whipped and got her beaten daily. But now, she lived in Baymard, far away from that monstrous family. So what was there to worry about? With that, one of the secretaries went out of the room and headed straight towards the Gustav family. The noble Gustav family? Yes, that's us. HMHM. His Royal Majesty Landon Barn, accompanied by Queen Mother Kimberly and Princess Lucy. We'll see you all now. Please follow me in an orderly fashion. With that, they were led towards the audience room. The secretary quickly stopped at the door and passed some words to the guards there, who then announced the arrival of the Gustav family. Gustav and his family felt their hearts leap out of their chests when they heard the announcement. The day that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Today, they would be royals. Gustav and his family walked into the room confidently and tried their best to control their emotions. Just the audience room alone made their jaws almost drop to the ground. But how could they allow themselves to show such unbefitting expressions? They looked at Landon, Lucy and Mother Kim and showed their warmest expressions ever. We greet His Majesty Landon Barn, Queen Mother Kimberly and Princess Lucy. They should in unison while giving a polite bow. And the moment they raised their heads, they all looked at Lucy affectionately. Their gazes were so affectionate that even Lucy and Mother Kim found themselves confused for a moment. As for Landon, if not for the fact that he had watched them go over their plans last night, he too would have been confused as well. These people truly deserve an Oscar. Damn. Were all nobles in this era born to be bona fide actors? Landon was truly tempted to get up and clap for them when he saw their loving and affectionate gazes. What an outstanding performance. Welcome to Baymard. Welcome. I trust your stay has been good. It has, Your Majesty, Gustav answered merrily, while Debbie and Brayla gave out shy expressions instead in hopes of catching Landon's eyes. But to their disappointment, Landon had only been focused on Gustav and no one else. They felt dispirited for a bit, before their eyes secretly lit up once more. His Majesty was probably trying to leave a good impression on his father-in-law. Yes, that must be why he was pretending not to notice them. After all, how could he see beautiful goddesses like themselves and still choose to like that pile of poop beside him? HMHM. That must be it. _carrot. Chapter 687 What a Wonderful Family. Chapter 687 What a Wonderful Family. As Debbie and Brayla continuously hypnotized themselves into believing all the many excuses that they came up with, Landon and Gustav continued their discussions cordially. HMHM. That's good to hear. Well, I understand the need for you all to catch up with my princess here. So I and my mother will leave you all to it. You all can have a meal in the garden and reminisce about old times. I still have work waiting for me, so I will only be opportuned to join you all later on. Yes, I think that's a wonderful idea, son. That way, they can eat, enjoy their stay and bond with Princess Lucy again. I'll ask the guards and maids to give you all absolute privacy. After all, there might be some cheeky things that you all would like to ask Princess Lucy. I remember that when I too got married recently, my friend Winnie also bothered me in private to know my feelings and whatnot, so maybe you all have things like that which you wish to talk about, Mother Kim added with a broad smile on her face. And the moment the Gustav family heard them, they couldn't help but smile as well. That was exactly what they wanted, privacy. They wanted some alone time with this whore, so that she would agree to their terms first. If they were truly going to control Landon, Then they needed to have good control over Lucy too. They needed to remind her of their terror, and get her to act the way they wanted her to. Gustav smiled and bowed his head in gratitude. This humble one thanks His Majesty and the Queen Mother for their kind gestures. It's okay. It's nothing to thank us for. This is what we ought to do for our princess, Landon said with a mysterious smile on his face. With that, Lucy exited the scene with her family and some guards. As Lucy walked alongside Gustav and his family, they continuously asked her about how her health was, as well as how she was treated here too. And for a moment, Lucy was touched by their warm gestures. At first, she thought it was a trick. But looking at their eyes, their loving actions and also listening to how they suffered in the capital, Lucy felt somewhat sad for them instead. She wasn't a heartless person who would still hold a grudge against someone who was actively making an effort to change. After all, the church spoke about forgiveness not for the enemy, but for one's self. Maybe they had really learned their lessons and changed for the better. Debbie and Brayla held her hands lovingly and continually asked about her relationship with Landon. Little sister, so he really treats you that well? Yes. He's very nice to me. I'm so happy and jealous of you at the same time. Such a man is definitely hard to find and one in a million. Yes, little sister, you are indeed lucky. Don't worry, sisters, you too will find a man like my Landon too. Yes, little sister, I believe we will. The more Debbie and Brayla listened, the more fury aroused in their hearts. Especially when they heard about Landon's numerous romantic gestures towards her. He even bought her a new car and several priceless jewels on Valentine's Day. Damn it, those were supposed to belong to them. The angrier they were, the gentler their smiles seemed to be, and the clueless Lucy had no idea about their inner thoughts at all. They walked and rode in small golf carts for quite a bit, as the palace was extremely huge. It was like going to Disneyland, without the roller coasters and all that. The palace was the only thing within District A, and over the years, it had been expanding into an even grander one. The palace was supposed to be historical, and Landon had no intention of denying the future historians any chance to marvel at it several years from now. Just as Egypt's massive palaces, pyramids and structures were praised back on Earth, so too will Baymards in the future as well. Plus, the palace's expansion also catered to the tourists who decided to visit the palace daily. After all, according to many Baymardian magazines, the number one place that all tourists have to see is the palace. There were many touristic buildings in the palace that were kept there just for tourists. It was similar to the excitement one had when they visited the Great Egyptian Pyramids or the Roman buildings too. Tourists came from all over the Pino continent and just to see the Grand Baymardian Palace. And so with the palace expansion, several gardens had been established within the place. More still, the garden they were heading to was created specifically for Lucy. And of course, it was also named after her. The garden was grand and had several rabbits and other cute creatures running within it too. Additionally, there were many statues of Lucy, as well as many secret garden fun adventures for guests. Treasure chest locations and several secret messages were left all around the place. Of course, very often, Lucy would put something in many of the treasure chests for the lucky winners. But it wasn't all the time that one would get something. One should know that only 4 or 5 people were lucky enough to find something yearly, so the difficulty in getting these treasures was high. In fact, just a while back, Lucy had placed a necklace within the place, as well as a short story about the necklace within one of the chests. But over 6 months now, no one had been able to uncover it yet. Who knows, maybe only the future historians would be able to find it. And that necklace that was made of pure gold might be one of the secrets linking the future people to the present-day Lucy. Who knows, maybe she might even be regarded as one of the most famous queens of all time. As for Lucy, she just loved keeping things in her garden, for anyone to find. Even within a secret door underneath one of the statues, she had left something there for over a year now. And no one had found it yet. But that didn't stop people from trying. Her garden was one of the most popular places for tourists, as it was always wrapped with puzzles and mysteries. She also liked the garden of the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. So her garden also had several places for tea time and meals. Her garden was huge, very fun, exciting and rewarding to all those who took time out to find their treasures or just admire nature's beauty at its best. Anyway, today, her garden was closed for the day just because she wanted to entertain her family within it. Today, it was dedicated to the noble Gustav family. Chapter 688 Demands and Decisions. Chapter 688 Demands and Decisions. The Gustav family looked at the many statues of Lucy, as well as marveled at the beauty of the garden and couldn't help but wonder if they had entered some sort of magical garden. The birds chirped, the butterflies fluttered and the many tiny creatures revealed themselves around the place one by one. Just seeing the statues of Lucy and remembering the garden's name, Elvira and the girls continuously burned in jealousy as they looked around greedily. Of course, Debbie and Prelu also decided that once they moved into the palace, they too would get their own gardens that were way better than Lucy's. And once they kicked Lucy out or killed her, then they would definitely destroy this damn place permanently. How hateful, they thought while glancing at one of Lucy's statues. As for Gustav, he was thinking of what poses he should strike for his own statues. In his mind, Landon would surely create a garden for himself too, since he was the father-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Even his old friends back in the capital would die of jealousy when he finally told them about what this son-in-law could do for him. The Gustav family finally settled down in the garden and enjoyed the scenic view. My darling daughter, how have you been getting by all these years? Gustav said lovingly, while the maids placed food on their table. Yes dear, we have all missed you quite a bit. I'm just glad that everyone here is taking proper care of you, Elvira added while secretly glancing at the maids and butlers around. Everyone said one or two touching things to Lucy until the maids and butlers all vacated the garden, and the moment the garden door was shut tight, the family's expression changed drastically. Their masks had all come off. Lucy, you cheap slut. Why didn't you die after all these years? Exclamation mark. Debbie said with a sinister look in her eyes. Lucy was utterly taken aback. Was everything that they had shown before just a lie? Did they just say all those things so that the guards and maids would have a good impression on them? Lucy looked at their expressions fearfully. Yes, this was the family she knew. Prela, who was sitting beside Lucy, grabbed her arms tightly and dug her fingernails into Lucy's skin. You whore! How dare you seduce my husband? Husband? When did she do that? Amidst the pain, Lucy seriously questioned if she had ever seen or seduced any man who had been interested in these stepsisters of hers. Why was everything that they said so confusing? Now, girls, settle down and let your father talk first, Elvira said arrogantly while looking towards Lucy. She looked at Lucy's pretty face and couldn't help but want to scratch it and tear it up with her nails. And soon, a thought came to mind. What if she found people to disfigure Lucy's face? Isn't that the face that she used to hook up with Landon? Without that face, she doubted that a mighty king like His Majesty Landon Barn would even look at Lucy twice. After all, such a man would be as proud as Alec Barn. No, having a disfigured wife would be a disgrace, and Lucy would definitely get thrown out of the palace. Elvira smiled coldly as she thought more about it. Without her pretty face, what more did this floozy have? Nothing. Baron Gustav's eyes gleamed with a frosty light, as he looked at Lucy coldly. And for a moment, Lucy found herself shivering in fear. She felt suffocated, and everywhere she turned, every one of them continuously looked at her coldly. She was then reminded of her past with them, and all the maltreatment that she had undergone seemed to come back to her all at once. All the courage that she had built up earlier on with Landon seemed to have blown away like a deflated balloon. Come here, Gustav commanded, and out of reflex, Lucy did as she was told and knelt before Gustav while shuddering. Gustav looked at her and felt pleased that he could still control her. Just like her mother, she too was a weak and stupid girl. You unfilial child. Ever since you became princess, It seems like you have indeed forgotten whose child you belong to. Or else, why didn't you send us a letter inviting us in? But father, you disown me when I— Silence. Are you trying to make up excuses for your actions? Whether I disowned you or not, you will always be bound to me by blood. So you can never run away from me. How dare you think of denying me the opportunity of being a royal girl? Listen to me and listen well. From this moment onwards, you will follow my instructions and abode by my words. Or heaven so help me, I will make you wish that you weren't born at all. Is that understood? Gustav said coldly while squeezing Lucy's cheeks painfully. Lucy's eyes became moist with tears. As she looked into Gustav's eyes, she was really frightened and terrified by her so-called father. Gustav looked at her and smirked victoriously. He took her silence for acceptance. Now then, first things first. You are unworthy of being Baymard's queen. You have no noble skills and have lived half of your life as a maid. So you will only be seen as a disgrace if you should wear such a heavy crown on your head. That's why you should be thankful to your sisters, because one of them will help you wear that crown and save your face from disgrace. Lucy's eyes widened in shock as she heard what they said. What did they mean? Debbie and Brayla looked at Lucy proudly. My dear little sister, you see. What father means is that one of us will be marrying His Majesty, Landon Barn. That's right, sister. You have to break off the engagement and strategically aid one of us in securing the crown. That said, do you see why I said that you had seduced my husband? Lucy's eyes widened even more when she heard what they said. Time seemed to freeze within the garden, as everyone looked coldly at Lucy. A mere harlot such as herself would never measure up to them. What other choice did she have? It was time for her to prove herself useful and do what they said. Now, it was time for the noble Gustav family to rise to fame. Chapter 689 Lucy's Thoughts. Chapter 689 Lucy's Thoughts. That's right, sister. You have to break off the engagement and strategically aid one of us in securing the crown. Listening to her familiar's words, Lucy showed a struggling expression on her face. Over the years, Baymard had influenced her greatly, as more than 80% of people had married just one partner. Even those who were now wealthy, had just one partner. But again, some people chose to marry two wives instead. Lucy knew of several couples who were truly in peace in their marriages even after marrying two or three wives. The women all worked hard to benefit their households in one way or another. And at times, if one wife experienced any issues, all of them would join hands to help her out. And these women all fell hopelessly in love with their husbands. Additionally, one has to know that there were many types of men and women in this world. Some men were born to be polygamous, and if one tried to force them to be in a monogamous family, then they would just continue cheating outside. In Baymard, many men were open with their wives about their true natures. And surprisingly enough, over 80% of men were monogamists because they had monogamist parents, grandparents and whatnot. Of course the same could be said for the other percentage of people too. In this era, polygamy was and would never be seen as wrong. There were many people who just didn't know how to be in any other relationship apart from a polygamous one. And Landon had no thought of changing that, as everyone had the right to decide on their own future paths. After all, even back on Earth, almost no polygamous family ended up in divorce. But divorce was more rampant in the so-called monogamous way instead. And this was mainly because people weren't honest about what sort of relationship they should be cultivating. In the Middle East, Africa and several other regions, other men would tell the women up straight about how many wives they had or intended to have, and their relationship.I.P.S. and financial situations lasted way longer than those who lied or forced themselves to be something they were not. One should know that in life, there were men and women for every situation. Heck, even in this era, there were several ladies who grew up in polygamous families and didn't know how to keep a man all to themselves. Several women preferred to have someone else in their marriage, because for them, it eased out the marital pressure too. In a place like Baymard where women earn their keep, more women contribute significantly to the wealth of the household. Even when coifing, The women still relied on each other to do strenuous household duties and whatnot. Of course, the men could pitch in whenever they were available. But women found that when most men do household duties, the job is barely passable, which irks many of them even more. Why would you wash the front of the plate and forget to wash the back? Why do you do a half-assed job when cleaning the fridge? TSK. Over the years, most women had decided to tell the men to mow the lawn or do something else that didn't involve cleaning. Because they realized that no matter how much they explained it, the men just didn't see what they were seeing. Anyway, having another woman to aid in household duties wasn't such a bad thing. Be it finance, children's affairs, getting ill, or even satisfying their husbands. They just felt like it would be good if there was help around. Hey, some people had very low sex drives and didn't feel like accompanying their husbands all week long. Not everyone wanted a sticky husband. Some people also enjoyed having another companion in their marriages, especially during bed play. Additionally, the older they became, the more the friendship between wives grew immensely, and many of them were no longer afraid of being alone when they had grey hair. From several Baymardian books and even their life experiences, men died way early compared to women in this era, so there were many widows around who had to raise their children all alone. With that said, many found it comforting to have their wife by their side living with them in one space while aging. Both women could comfort each other and grow stronger after the hurdle as real sisters. The fear of being alone and being a burden on one's family would always weigh on several people's minds. But if they had long-time companions who they could trust by them, it was still a plus. Again, because of Baymard's structure, upbringing, and the fact that almost all of them had come from poor homes, as slaves or peasants. They didn't have the scheming or power-hungry attitude that other nobles within the Pino continent had. One should know that before they had money, all they cared about was finding food to eat daily. And now that they had gotten money in a place that molded their morals, it was pretty hard for them to do many things that other nobles did. Of course, there were always some who still turned bad, as no society was perfect. But there were laws that protected every wife, which gave fatal judgment to those who were caught trying to stir up trouble in many marital false accusations. Bottom line, it was actually recommended by law that partners state what sort of relationship they were willing to get into before they did. So if one believed in marrying into a polygamous or monogamous family, then had to state their opinions before cultivating their feelings. In this way, many people wouldn't be deceived or forced into something that they weren't too sure of. And sure enough, this seemed to do the trick in Baymard, as so far, no one had come for a divorce yet. Many people seemed to be happy with their choices. But the real problem here was whether she was willing to share her man with these SC.U.M women or not. Lucy looked at everyone coldly as they mentioned the matter of marriage over and over again. And as she silently listened, no one knew about the can of worms that they had just opened. Chapter 690 Lucy's Bottom Line. Chapter 690 Lucy's Bottom Line. Marriage. The more Lucy thought about it, the more she felt like Baymard truly catered for all. People were only allowed to enter polygamous marriages if they were truly in love. For sure, they could state their intentions and date. But if they weren't ready to take the oath of love during their marital vows, then they weren't allowed to get married. One should know that the people in this era were scared of breaking oaths and bonds, as it was believed that if they lied, then they could be severely punished by the heavens or cursed for all eternity. So people who took their marital vows in Baymard took them very seriously and were very scared of ever defying them. This also aided in them treating their marriages as a holy union. More still, what shocked some people over the years, a few actually practiced polyandry in Baymard. There were a few cases of men who decided to marry a single woman. Well, there were just 2 cases here in Baymard, and both cases were very similar. Both women in these cases were a year or 2 older than the men and had been taking care of the men from an early age when they were slaves. Of course, The men in these cases fell hopelessly in love with these women and agreed to be with them forever. It was like the female lead had found a way for the male lead and the supporting male lead to end up with her in peace without any of them destroying the other. Well, all Landon had to say was kudos to them. Their destiny was in their own hands. As for Lucy, she was actually used to a polygamous environment, so she didn't have any qualms about Landon taking in another wife. But to her surprise, whenever she spoke about matters like this to Landon, he always stated that he was monogamous through and through. And even though she felt touched, she still maintained her polygamous stance just in case Landon changed his mind. For her, if the woman truly loved Landon and stood for everything he was building here in Baymard, then she would willingly accept her. But if she was just a jealous, scheming woman who would end up destroying Landon just for power, forget it. She would rather die than let someone manipulate and control her future husband. And so when her stepsisters mentioned the fact that they wanted Landon, how could she willingly agree? There was no way in hell that she would ever let them come into the palace and destroy all that she and Landon had labored for. Girl, please try the next dude, alright? So my dear sister, just do what father says and hand over your husband to us. I refuse. What did you say? I said, fuse. The Gustavs looked at Lucy's fierce expressions in shock. 1 minute she looked like an angel, and the next, she was glaring at them coldly. What was going on here? What the hell made her change so fast? I said, fuse. Lucy gave up from her kneeling position and looked sternly at her shocked audience. She was so angry that she seemed to have forgotten that just a moment ago, she was trembling at the feet of these people. You insolent wench! How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are to turn down my command? Gustav said, while slowly getting up from his seat too. He immediately towered over her, in hopes of intimidating her again. But this time, it didn't work. Lucy just looked at him coldly instead. Right from the moment she had been accepted into Mother Kim's family, one of her bottom lines was Landon. She who had been beaten up on the streets before, seemed to possess immense strength whenever she saw Landon get beaten up. And she found herself championing over several boys who had once beaten Landon up before. Landon was her most sacred bottom line, and no one had the right to manipulate, or even dream about hurting her man. How preposterous. She looked at Gustav in the eye and felt no fear for the first time. She couldn't help but wonder what she had been afraid of in the first place. He even dated to threaten the future Queen of Baymard in her own territory. Of course she was talking about her garden. Lucy looked at the statues of herself all around and felt like she had been acting like a cowardly princess instead. Kindness didn't mean that one had to be weak. Just because she showed kindness to her family, didn't mean that they should ever bully her or force her into anything. And as Landon had told her earlier on, she didn't need to worry about being unfilial, because whether the Gustav family likes it or not, they had disowned her years ago and removed her and her mother's name from their family registry. So, she was just a stranger to them. Have you gone mad? How dare you talk to your father in that tone? After all the years of feeding you and clothing you, is this the thanks that your father gets? Elvira said while adding flames to the conversation. She so much wanted Gustav to snack the little SH head into pieces. Her eyes sparkled with expectation as she continuously spoke up for Gustav. You unfilial child. Kneel and apologize to your father, so that he won't punish you later on. Ha 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 ha. Father? Does he deserve to be called that? Lucy said coldly, and for a moment, the air seemed to be as tense as a battlefield. Everyone sucked in their breath in shock, as they really couldn't believe that such words came from the timid and stupid Lucy. They looked at Lucy again just to make sure that it was truly her. Same face, same stupid girl. But how would they have known that they had just unleashed a beast? Chapter 691 A Boss Queen. Chapter 691 A Boss Queen. Lucy looked at everyone's shocked expressions and sneered. What sort of father watches his own daughter get beaten, framed, thrown out of her father's house and kept on the streets? And if you truly cared about me, then from the time that I was taken into the palace, why didn't you find a way to inquire about Don't talk nonsense. We had already felt bad about not contacting you after you were left on the streets. But when you were taken into the palace, we feared His Majesty Alec Barnes' wrath, so we didn't dare to contact you then. After all, you were taken in by his unfavored wife. So you have to understand where we are coming from too, Elvira said calmly. In her mind, if she could reason with Lucy and calm the fool down, then the idiot would still be willing to aid one of her daughters in being queen. To her, Lucy just had daddy issues. So if it's a father she wanted, why not give it to her? The idiot was probably mad because her father abandoned her. She looked at Lucy and scoffed. As expected, the child still yearned for fatherly love after all this time. If that's the case, then why not make it look like Gustav was forced to forget all about her? All that mattered at this point was to make the fool believe their story. Of course, Gustav had also assumed that her little temper came from her daddy issues too. Both husband and wife had similar minds that worked like clockwork. Oh, so you said that it's because of His Majesty Alec Barnes that father didn't contact this one? Yes, of course. If not for him, your father would have long contacted you. And I'm guessing that the reason why he still didn't contact me after getting exiled was because of His Majesty Alec Barnes, right? Yes, 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 yes. You really know your father well. If that's the case, then why are you now willing to face Alec's wrath for me? I mean, it's not a secret that my fiancé disgraced His Majesty Alec Barnes when he visited some time back, which angered your Arcadian king. So, why are you now willing to face Alec's wrath for me now? Silence. Everyone felt their words get stuck in their mouths. What could they say? That they were indirectly sent by Alec to manipulate Landon? Again, they couldn't possibly tell her that they too felt the need to take over Baymard, get richer and throw her out of Baymard, right? Elvira swallowed hard and forced a soft smile from her lips. Child, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but believe us, we have a very tangible reason for doing so. It's just that if we tell you, you might be in danger. So let's just leave it as it is, alright? Elvira said warmly. Okay. The moment Lucy agreed, everyone was internally celebrating as well. Hee ha hee. Stupid girl. Of course, we have a tangible reason. But sadly, you're not included in our plans. Lucy smiled and calmly crossed her arms against her chest confidently. Well, whatever your reasons are, since you don't want me to know, then let's forget about it. But as for your request of possessing my man, all can drown yourselves in a sea of boiling water and drown for all I care. Boom. Everyone's mind felt like it had exploded from rage. UBCH, Debbie yelled in fury while standing up as well. Of course, Prayla stood in rage too. Mom, I knew that this SL wouldn't be easy to deal with. Now, she's hugging my man and doesn't want to let go. All of you, shut up for me, Lucy said arrogantly. What? Everyone's eyes opened wide in shock again. When did this little imp's wings grow? I don't know what made you all think that I'm the same Lucy from before, but just in case you don't know my current identity, then please use your brains and your eyes to look around you. Do you see those statues over there? Do you see the giant name written across the lawns and decorations around? I'm guessing you do, because from the way you're all acting, one would think that you all have gone blind or something. But just in case you have what we Baymardians call cataract, then let me spell it out for you. I am the future queen of Baymard. That's right, I'm the future queen. And not only have you all insulted me, but you've also threatened me multiple times within my territory. Now, I don't know if you all are stupid, overly confident or just plain dumb. But do you all know the consequences of what you all have just done? Listening to Lucy, everyone froze for a bit before sneering arrogantly. Stupid little sister. Even if you report us to your fiancé, who's going to believe anything that you say? If you haven't noticed, we have left very good impressions on everyone here, including the maids. So if all of us deny your accusations, can you really win over us? After all, your fiancé is a man, and most men are weak to crying ladies. Just a little tears here and there, and you'll be doomed. Oh, he'd like to see you try. The confidence that Lucy excluded angered everyone again. You scarlet woman, you harlot, you cheap prostitute. Why didn't you just die or get taken in by any drunken man in the streets? How dare you dream of being the Queen of Baymard? Do you think that you're worthy, you vile child? How dare you speak up to us in this manner? As a child from the Gustav family, you have to do what we say. Lucy just smiled coldly while watching everyone jump around like zoo animals. Hey, let me make one thing clear. I don't care about your so-called reason for visiting me. But last time I checked, I'm no longer a member of the noble Gustav family. So I don't have to follow your rules or orders. With that said, I'm growing fairly tired of seeing your pretentious faces. So after today, do me a favor and buzz off, Lucy said calmly, before giving them the middle finger and turning around in attempts to walk away. But how could they let her go just like that? How dare she turn her back and walk out on him? Who the hell did she think she was? No, he had to stop this horrid child from giving his son-in-law a bad impression of himself. Gustav quickly recovered from his shock and stretched his hands to grab her in anger. It was best to force this abominable child into the ground and make her remember his terror. But just when Gustav's fingers were about to touch her, a loud ear-splitting sound echoed within the garden. Boom! Touch her, and you die. Chapter 692 Whom to Believe? Chapter 692 Whom to Believe? Boom! Touch her, and you die. Silence. The Gustavs all jumped back in shock, especially Gustav himself. How could he not? Just when he was about to touch Lucy, the loud noise cracked from the heavens and scared the living daylight out of him. And even though he didn't know what it was, the sound instinctively made him jump back in fear. For heaven's sake, he almost had a heart attack from it all. It was like a ghost he just popped out of nowhere in an attempt to terrify him to death. He clutched his heart in fear, and when the sound broke out, and funny enough, he took on a shaggy Scooby-Doo frightened look, as he stood on one leg with his hands hovering in the air. In fact, he wasn't the only one who took on a bizarre pose. Elvira quickly grabbed a fork while making a karate pose, while her son hid behind her instead. You go ahead and die first, Mom. And even though Elvira had never practiced karate before, when people got scared, they would end up making some crazy poses. Of course the girls dropped to the ground and kept their heads low in fear, as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What the hell was that? For that brief second, their minds seemed to think of a million things at once. But before they could think any further, they heard someone else's voice. And in a blink of an eye, several men who wore green outfits and had green-colored painted faces, popped out of nowhere and surrounded them with strange black sticks. Again, could someone tell them what the hell was going on? A complex mix of feelings spread out through their hearts, as they observed the situation. Were these people spies or assassins sent to kill Lucy? No. If that was the case, then why would they threaten them not to touch her? For sure, while everyone's heart was now in turmoil. Lucy, on the other hand, blinked her eyes in confusion too before finally understanding the situation. Sure enough, these were all her personal bodyguards. But didn't they say that she would have absolute privacy with her family? Lucy couldn't help but smile helplessly at the situation. How could they leave her alone with people who could possibly threaten her? When Landon mentioned privacy, he meant that he would withdraw his royal guards from the scene. But Lucy's private security would always be there to watch over her no matter what. Who knew if these people would poison her instead? Lucy calmly looked at her old family and smiled coldly. How naive. Touch her, and you die. Hada, who was the chief of Lucy's security, was currently pointing his gun at Gustav. He had watched everything from the bushes and had tried to restrain himself when he saw them force Lucy to kneel. F-king bastards. Who did they think they were? He wanted to make a move earlier on, but he remembered Landon's instructions to let her fight her battles for herself. He was told to only reveal himself if they were about to lay a hand on her. And in truth, he was glad that he followed Landon's instructions, because due to that, he got to see a very badass side of Lucy. Damn, she was awesome. He just never expected that she would have that side within her. After all, before today, He always felt like Lucy was just too soft and too kind. She just looked like the type who would really forgive an enemy. But some enemies need to be dealt with heavily, or else they would just take her for granted. So seeing the little lady who he had protected for the last 3.5 years grow up so fast, made him almost clap loudly for her. Bravo, princess. Of course he wasn't the only one who felt like that, since the entire team had deep love and respect for Lucy. Haber quickly took out his walkie-talkie while still pointing his gun at Gustav. This is Princess Team 1 reporting directly to His Majesty. The situation has been handled. Over. The Gustavs quickly came back to their senses and looked at Lucy viciously. You unfilial child. You set us up. Do you know what you have done? Do you know what this will cost me? You, Gustav roared while painting angrily. He was so red from rage that he looked as if he had been sunburned hard. Elvira and her son were the same too. I knew that you were always evil within. What? Now that you're wealthy, you want to kick us out and not even give us a share of it all? Do you think that we let you eat, sleep and live with us all those years for free? If you think that we will go back empty-handed, then dream on. Little sister, I'm utterly disappointed in you. As your elder brother, I'm advising you to tell your men to stop glaring at us like this. Do you want to kill us and bury us here where no one will find us? Little sister, I'm disappointed by how wicked your heart had grown throughout the years. Of course, Debbie and Brayla hastily rose from the ground and also aired out their grievances too. You good-for-nothing seductress. You planned it all along, didn't you? You knew that His Majesty Landon would fancy me, so you brought your men here to give His Majesty a bad impression on us, right? Why the hell are you so stingy? Why would you set us up just so that you can enjoy all this wealth alone? All I'm asking is to share your finance with you. And you've already become a scheming BCH. Lucy just looked at the jumping zoo animals before her and massaged her temples. Enough. You all are giving me a headache. Now you either shut up on your own, or I'll have my men assist you in it. HMPH. Little sister, we haven't lost yet, Prayla said angrily. That's right, sister, these are your men. So it's obvious that whatever you say, they will support you. In other words, we will just have to wait and see who His Majesty will believe. All right, I'll play your little game. Let's wait then, Lucy said while sitting in the chair which her men had brought for her. And after a minute, everyone heard the garden gate open from a distance. His Majesty was here. The Gustavs sneered at Lucy while quickly putting on their most pitiful expressions. The girls didn't believe for 1 second that Landon would be able to resist a damsel in distress. Even the famous demigod Hercules in the Baymardian tales fell for Megara, who was a damsel in distress. He even acted stupidly just to save her from a Blue River Guardian, and the demigod film for her weak act. So what more of mortal? HMPH. Just you wait, dear sister. Chapter 693 Whom to Believe, 2. Chapter 693 Whom to Believe, 2. Krang. The garden gates were opened, and in came Landon, Mother Kim and several other guards and maids who were here to clear up the dishes on the table. They walked for quite a bit before arriving at the scene. And as they advanced, the Gustavs on the other hand, had ample time to put themselves together. The girls even dipped their hands in water and hurriedly placed fake teardrops on their cheeks while making themselves seem as if they had been crying for a while now. And while they were doing this, Lucy's private security team was even more disgusted and shocked by their acts. Were they so confident that their actions could make His Majesty Landon believe their words over Princess Lucy? Hey, they must not know who His Majesty Landon was. Of course Lucy, who was the real victim here, just smiled confidently as she watched her man approach her steadily. Yes, this was her man, her rock and her heart. Very soon, Landon, Mother Kim and the rest arrived at the scene and acted neutral. From the moment they saw the Gustav family's pitiful appearances, they had decided to play along with them. Oh my! What is going on here? Why is everyone so moody? Mother Kim asked with concern. And seeing this, of course the Gustavs chose to jump onto the pitiful wagon to save their skin. Woo! Queen Mother Kimberly. We can't say anything about the matter, Debbie said while wailing. Why, B. Prayler stammered while making an obvious glance at the smiling Lucy. Without a doubt, Mother Kim saw it too and secretly sneered. She had lived within Alec Barnes' palace for more than 15 years, from being a maid to becoming his wife. So how could she not know about all these petty tricks? Come on, child. Don't be afraid. You can say whatever you want with me around. I will always give out justice to those who were truly bullied or oppressed. So state what's on your mind to your heart's content. Is that understood? Why? Yes, Queen Mother. Thank you for being so kind to this lowly girl. All right, child. Enough with it. Just say your mind, all right? As soon as everyone heard Mother Kim, they secretly celebrated within their hearts at how easy it was to fool Mother Kim. Humans were sometimes very predictable people. If one saw a child crying near another who just smiled or stayed silent, everyone would assume that the silent one bullied the one crying. Even if the silent one was innocent, everyone would subconsciously see him or her as stubborn or even evil. So with this little trick, Mother Kim should have some doubts or dissatisfaction with Lucy for buying them. But this was all their own conclusions. Queen Mother Kimberly. We were all sitting here and reminiscing about old times peacefully. But when we asked Princess Lucy for forgiveness, she continuously insulted us and threatened to kill us here, Debbie said pitifully while choking on her words like a little child. My sister has said it all, Queen Mother. We know that in the past, we did a lot of terrible things to Princess Lucy. But that was because we were influenced by those around us to do so. Yes, Queen Mother. Many people said that she was cursed and told us to act in that way to save our lives. But now we know better and want to mend our relationship with her. But she kept threatening to kill us instead. If she doesn't want to forgive us, that's fine. But why does she want to kill us? Sigh. Queen Mother Kimberly. I have to apologize on behalf of my entire family's behavior today, including my daughter Lucy. It's very shameful to have you witness this little family fight of ours. I, as the head, am terribly sorry for today's trouble. One by one, they all came up with so many ridiculous plots that could even win an Oscar in future. And good old Mother Kim was there to patiently listen to their cries, like a loving joy mother listening to the grievances of her followers. As for Lucy, she was trying desperately hard to hold in her laughter while watching Landon's pretentious amazed expressions. He really acted as if he believed them. TSK, what a clown. The Gustavs expressed their complaints for a bit, and when they were done, Mother Kim turned towards Lucy calmly. Even though she knew Lucy was innocent, if Lucy couldn't defend or protect herself against this much, then she needed more training if she ever hoped to sternly and rightfully aid Landon in governing Baymard. She wanted Lucy to take this as training. Princess Lucy, you all heard all the allegations against you from your family. So what do you have to say in defense? Lucy quickly got up from her chair and faced Mother Kim calmly. Queen Mother, I'm innocent of all their accusations. Liar. She's lying. Queen Mother. All right. She gave you all a chance to speak without interruption. So now that it's her turn, and unless you are asked to speak, everyone else should keep quiet. Now, Princess Lucy, continue. Thank you, Queen Mother. As I said, I'm innocent of all their allegations. Oh, how so? Queen Mother, the way they treated me here is different from the way they treated me in the audience room. After everyone had left, they showed their true colors and asked me to step down as the future Queen of Baymard. Additionally, they also wanted me to recommend one of my half-sisters for the position of Baymard's future queen. Due to my fear of them plotting or trying to scheme their way into Baymard, I pleasantly refused. But then they took it a step further and started threatening and name-calling me instead. Queen Mother, I agree that I did speak rudely to them during our interaction, but that was all in self-defense. And as for the matter of them apologizing to me, that's also a lie. All they did was give me reasons why they acted the way they did. Again, I also have my team here as witnesses too," Lucy stated simply. Mother Kim nodded in satisfaction and turned to the Gustav family again. "Is there any truth to what she's saying?" Everyone gritted their teeth and denied it ruthlessly. "Queen Mother, don't believe her lies. My daughters are well brought up noble ladies, and would never dare to seduce His Royal Majesty Landon." It's obvious that Princess Lucy is somewhat resentful towards her half-sisters and wishes to use this opportunity to tarnish their reputations. "If word got out, wouldn't my daughters be called vixens throughout the Pino continent?" "Princess Lucy, why are you so wicked? Haven't we already apologized enough?" Elvira said pitifully while kneeling and pretending to cry her eyes out. "Queen Mother, my wife speaks the truth. Princess Lucy has deep animosity towards us. So the so-called witnesses that she has had planned to lie against us according to her orders. TTTT. Once again, the family continued their drama. And once Mother Kim had aged with them enough, she decided to stop the play. "Well, today has been fun. Princess Lucy, do you have any other evidence to add to win your case? Because at this point, if we don't put a stop to this matter, people will say that we, the Baymardian royals, were bullying the common folks." Of course, the Gustavs who heard this were secret dancing within their hearts. That's right. Unless the Queen Mother or Landon personally witnessed the whole thing, they could always stick to their claim that Lucy was just plotting against them and bullying them with her royal status. They all looked at Lucy as a fool and decided that once they got back to their hotel, they would come up with a new plan to deal with the BCH once and for all. But how would they have known that everything was still under Lucy's control? Chapter 694 Evidence. Chapter 694 Evidence. The Gustavs all looked at Lucy and scoffed. Without any proof, there would never be a clear winner in this matter. Sure, the royals could just convict them on the spot. But Baymard was a place like no other that valued justice, rights and freedom. So convicting them when they didn't actively confess might only backlash on them later on. There needed to be hard evidence and not just vocal evidence in this matter. Of course, the Gustavs had done their own fair share of research on Baymard, so they were very clear about their rights to even drag Lucy to court and defame her if they wanted to. After all they needed to do was cry, shed some crocodile tears, even refuse to eat and do other things that women typically did to get away with SH. It had been a skill that noble woman throughout the Pino continent could do. All they had to do was act pitiful just to garner pity and empathy from others, and just like that, they had successfully framed their enemies. So of course the Gustavs knew that if they relied on this skill alone, they would always have a few supporters in the crowd who would pity them and might also stick up for them too. And since Baymard liked justice so much, they could even manipulate these simple-minded people to fight for them too. Hey ho he. The press would definitely want to hear their side of the story. So no matter how they looked at it, without any solid evidence, who could tell them that they were wrong? But of course, they were sincerely mistaken if they thought that no one would be able to find evidence about the matter. If police inspectors and forensics were here, they would be able to find several clues and even guess the walking paths and steps that some of them had taken. From the way the heels of their shoes dug into the grass, to the rumbles of Lucy's dress around the knee region that had dirt and plant pollen which indicated that she had been kneeling, to the fact that Gustav's white gloves had pale powdery makeup on it and a bit of lipstick which matched Lucy's facial powder indicating that he had grabbed Lucy's face harshly, to the fact that some of the tableware that had been thrown in out of rage to other things. The clues would all be there if the inspectors came here immediately. In fact, the Gustavs had left too many clues on them that would make the inspectors chuckle if they knew what these people were thinking about. No physical evidence? Please. This was Baymard all right, for sure. Calling the inspectors didn't seem necessary because Lucy had something else up her sleeve. As for the ignorant Gustav family, they all looked at Lucy victoriously when they heard Mother Kim asking for more evidence. Hey, they've won, or so they thought. Well, Princess Lucy, do you have any other evidence that would solidify your claim against your family other than witnesses? Yes, Queen Mother, I do. But sadly, I can't present it right now. Oh? Then how long do you need before you can present it? 3 days, Queen Mother. If that's the case, then I'll give you 3 days to get everything ready and present it to myself and His Majesty Landon Barn. Thank you, Queen Mother. Okay. Before then, this matter must be kept a secret between us all. Without any evidence, accusing each other will be seen as a crime. Is that understood? Yes, Queen Mother. The Gustavs answered merrily. For them, Lucy was just stalling in attempts to find a solution to the matter. They all felt that when she would be at the end of her rope, she would then secretly come to them and bribe them to drop the matter. After all, Queen Mother Kim seemed disappointed in Lucy, as she had been talking to them in a gentler tone compared to when she spoke to Lucy, and seeing as His Majesty was also quiet as well, he too might be dissatisfied with this fiancée of his. But now that things had come to this stage, how could they back down? Even if Lucy begged them, they would never agree to her request and shamelessly drag the BCH away from Baymard. The Gustav family gave out real smiles this time, as they planned to enjoy these 3 days even more. In their minds, that was the decline for them to take down Lucy and finally become official royals. Of course, seeing the disappointed Landon, Debbie and Brayla continuously gave shy expressions towards Landon. How could they let this moment pass? This was the time to let him know that they were real women of substance, not that disease-carrying dog who called herself Lucy. They displayed their bodies in full view and shook their bodies severally to make their goods jiggle. And when they saw Landon's concerned expression, they were even more delighted than ever. He was definitely falling for them now. But how could they have known that Landon was actually on Lucy, who was at the back? Lucy's mouth twitched when she saw how her half-sisters were behaving. Her men also looked up to the sky, as they felt that their patience was almost running out. It was true that a man should never hit a woman, but for the first time in their lives, they felt like these women deserved some spanking. Princess, how should I say this? Your family is really shameless, Hadda said in a whispery tone. I know. Even I can't believe that I came out of the same family as them, Lucy replied helplessly. What would she do? She too felt embarrassed. All right, Hadda, let's forget about my family and focus on what's important. Yes, Princess. Hadda stepped a little closer to Lucy and briefly communicated all the key points to her. Princess, even though we are your subordinates, we do hope that you will learn from this experience. This time, Your Majesty had prepared everything for you. But one day, he might not be able to do it if his hands are tied or if he isn't around. So it's your responsibility to also handle these sort of small commotions and give us instructions on what to do too. We as your team might never have known all about this matter if His Majesty hadn't stated the importance of it. Princess, we thought that this was one of your typical audience meetings where one would send in a request to see you. And even though we were aware that it might be a relative, as your private team, if you doubt, tell us that you are entering a war zone, then we might not be as fully prepared as we were today. If it was a typical meeting, we wouldn't even have to disguise ourselves, as some of us would be present by your side as your bodyguards for all to see. And if that was the case, the enemy would never show its true face to you. Again, we might have not prepared a camera the day before and secretly hide it in the bushes for this event. By then, we could have no real evidence to back your claim. Princess, you have at least 4 request audience meetings daily during weekdays. So recording everything would definitely not work, as privacy is called into the matter in most cases. But if you ever feel like you are about to meet an enemy, you should always give us your true opinions for us to be fully prepared in protecting you. Please, Princess. Telling us these things will also protect us, your bodyguards too. So never forget that. Yes, Grandpa. Please, Princess. Can you take me a bit more seriously? Lucy looked at Hadda and chuckled. Evidence? They had plenty. Chapter 695 Keeping a Good Royal Resume. Chapter 695 Keeping a Good Royal Resume. Hadda was really going on and on about this matter for Lucy's own good. He was 38 years old and had been taking care of Lucy from the moment Landon ordered for Lucy to have private bodyguards years back. It was almost as if he had raised Lucy too, so he sometimes treated her like a child. She was just too innocent and could easily be fooled by others. Additionally, just because she didn't want to burden them, she always kept troubling matters to herself. But what was the point to that if it would only get her into more trouble? If Landon hadn't told them about her family, they wouldn't have been extra careful about the matter. If one was going out on a mission, depending on the mission difficulty, one would assess their weapons and gadgets based on that. In that way, they would know what to bring during the mission, whether they had to climb ricks, blow things up or silently do things assassin style. Mission difficulty was a must for them. If they hadn't hidden and prepared everything in advance, Lucy would have made even more trouble for herself. Sure, the inspectors might be able to aid her in winning the case, but the moment things went to court, it would be a public matter. And so far, no one had taken any royal to court, and they intended to keep it that way. Lucy listened to Hadda helplessly. She had definitely learned her lesson this time. But honestly speaking, Hadda reminded her of an old whining man. She couldn't help but chuckle a bit when she listened to Grandpa Hadda here. She was truly blessed. Well, as for the hard evidence, yup, they had recorded everything. And as far as she knew, the recording was still going on. What surprised her was that hidden underneath the table and even disguised around the flowers were several microphones. So everything was being picked up by the many hidden cameras that captured them at different angles. Hadda told her that it would take 3 days for the royal security team to put the tap and everything else together, forming it into a cassette for viewing. This wasn't a movie that needed them to rehearse and take several shots or make drastic changes. This was just a recording that needed to be put together. And with the team placing all hands on deck on this matter, in 3 days they would produce the finished product. So all she could do was wait. But while the wait was on, it was important for her to show a defeated look in order to make the enemy feel like things were going their way. Hadda had reminded her of the matter and had even made plans to contact the Gustav family within these 3 days to make things seem more realistic. They even planned on sending money to them, so that they could see their sincerity. Playing the enemy was a big part of winning the bottle, because even though they knew that they would win, if the enemy felt it, they might do something that would become a public matter, and that wasn't something that they wanted. If that happened, Lucy's head secretary, who was Hadda's wife, would kill him, as she handled a public relations P.R. matters involving Lucy. She was like a P.R. agent who also made sure that Lucy had an outstanding image in the public eye. So if the Gustav family smelt defeat, then might put a stain on Lucy's good resume. Therefore, it was better to play the enemy and keep this matter private until they won effortlessly. The Gustav family looked at Lucy's nervous expressions and tried to hold in their arrogant expressions while leaving the palace. Of course, Mother Kim and Landon also showed their disappointed expressions as well. And when they received word that the Gustav family was out of the palace, they all burst out in laughter. "Mother, you were awesome," Lucy said while giving Mother Kim 2 thumbs up. "Mom, do you know that you could win an Oscar for your performance? You little brat. Are you insulting your mother?" "No, no, no, no. You are the Honorable Queen Mother of Baymard. So how could I dare?" HMPH. These shameless people dared to lie against a girl who I had practically raised till now. So why shouldn't I play with them a bit before trampling on them later on? Served them tight for treating my baby Lucy like that. On top of that, they had the guts to lie to my face with no fear at all. How could someone lie like that without even blinking? Their skills are truly legendary. HMHM. And 3 days from now, we will show them what happens when one plots against us, Landon said coldly. He hadn't shown it before, but he was truly mad when he watched everything go down from the system's monitors. They dared to make his princess kneel. Hey! They were simply looking for death. And so while the Baymardian royals made plans, The Gustavs on the other hand seemed to be in ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe we did it. We actually disgraced that tramp in front of Queen Mother Kimberly and His Majesty Landon Barn. Yeah? Did you see the disappointed looks on their faces? By now, they should still be lashing out on her harshly. Ha ha ha. She's probably crying like she used to do. TSK. What a fool. HMPH. She deserves it. Who told her to go against father? If she had just agreed to our requests and stayed out of it, then we would have been a royal for a little bit longer. But because she just wants to have His Majesty Landon all to herself, this is the result that she will get. Screw her. Even if she was willing to share, I wouldn't want to share such a handsome and nobleman as His Majesty Landon with that disease-infected chicken. Wouldn't that be an insult to my future royal self? Debbie, I've told you many times, His Majesty Landon is mine. So go find another wealthy bank to cash in your dreams. Just relying on your skinny arms that look like twigs and those pimples on your chest that you call B.R.E.A.S.T.S. Do you think that they would be enough to attract such a man like His Majesty Landon? Your body can only attract a beggar. You need more meat. Underscore. And so the ladies began wrestling for Landon, while their family did their best to separate these WWE wrestlers. But who won the fight before the family separated them? Well, that was a story for another day. All in all, the Gustav family was looking forward to the third day. Royalty, here they came. Chapter 696 The Stars of the Show. Chapter 696 The Stars of the Show. Time went by in a flash, and just like that, 3 more days had gone by. Of course, within this period, Lucy and her team didn't forget to call the Gustavs pitifully and pleaded with them to tell the truth. She had given them the illusion that everyone was disappointed with her. So she begged her father to do this one last act of kindness for his daughter. She promised that if he did, she would make sure that they weren't punished, and she would also pay them their monthly allowances for at least bringing her into this world. In this era, it was customary for parents to get their monthly upkeep from their children once they passed the age of A.D.U.L.D. So Lucy still opted to do that for Gustav. Care of them after they left Baymard. But how could he agree? From what Gustav could see, this stupid daughter of his still desired fatherly love from him and was stupid enough to think that he would ever confess to what he did. She had called him anxiously with her voice all panicky, and even the number of times she called showed him that she was getting more and more nervous as the days went by. She begged him separately and even told him that if he didn't say anything, then she might have to leave the palace. Again, she also agreed to his deal in letting her sisters marry Landon. But wasn't it too late for that now? Finally, when she couldn't get what she wanted, this daughter of hers had the guts to threaten him. That's right. She said that if he didn't agree to her conditions now, then one day when the truth came out, she wouldn't give him a dim or protect him too. He sneered and scoffed at her idiocy because in his mind, that day when the truth would be revealed would never happen. And even if it did, it might only be revealed years after this. By then, they would have already integrated into royalty and one of his daughters could manipulate or make Landon easily forgive them. So what was more important, living in the present or the future? Of course it was the present. For him, listening to Lucy's goodwill warnings were like threats which stimulated him to trample on her even more. HMPH. It was already too late for that low-class daughter of his to beg for his forgiveness. As a man, he wouldn't allow anyone to trample on his ego and get away with it, not even his late mother. The Gustav family dressed up even more lavishly than they did when they had previously visited the palace. They raised their chins, pushed their chests out and moved boldly like egoistic peak.o.c.ks, and all the time, they had been treating everyone around them like dirt. How could royalty mingle with these common people? Boy, are you stupid? Don't you know that I'm about to become royalty? Open the door for me immediately. How rude. Is this how you all treat royalty here? Quickly tell these other people to step aside for us now. Degrees. Everyone looked at them in confusion, as if they were looking at clowns. Were these people idiots, or were they on some sort of TV show right now? Everyone looked back and forth in hopes of catching a glimpse of film cameras within the hotel lobby. But sadly they saw none. What a weird group of people. And so the oblivious Gustavs arrogantly made their way to the palace once more. Now the show was really about to begin. Your Majesty, Thera here. Good. Tell everyone to get ready. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Landon, Lucy, Mother Kim, and Lucius calmly went to the throne room. Today, Lucius had decided to see the live show in the flesh. He wanted to see these bold enemies who dated to march into the palace, look everyone in the face and lie with no respect. These sort of people could even lie without blinking while stabbing you. Alright everyone, places. The stars of the show will arrive any moment from now. So get ready, because we start broadcasting at 10 a.m. on the dot. Yes, Director Carrot_Carrot. Of course, 3 days ago, the royal family made a huge announcement saying that today they had some important news to share. No one knew what the news was about, except the Gustavs, who had personally gotten a call from Landon, saying that he would officially recognize them as Baymardian royals. He even told them about what to do and what not to do during the entire welcome procedure. Additionally, he sent them some portraits and books that highlighted Mother Winnie's acceptance day years back. When Mother Winnie, little Linda and Biri had been exiled from Yoden, Santa had brought them to Baymard. And even though Landon had said that they would be seen as Baymardian royals, it wasn't until a year and a half later that they had their welcoming ceremony that was celebrated by all. They took oaths and were sworn by priests to do their best and never let Baymard down. So seeing portraits, books and the museum art that all described the day, the Gustavs were utterly convinced that they too would have this sort of ceremony as well. Again, the clueless news broadcasting station crew members who had already been contacted by Landon all agreed to set up the live broadcast within the audience room. And now, everything was set up for the grand occasion. This was a national moment that everyone would be watching live. So even though they didn't know what was going to be announced, they too were very excited as well. They looked at the door anxiously while waiting for the so-called stars of the show. Who exactly were they? His Majesty is ready for you all now. Please follow me. And once again, welcome, Carrot_Carrot. Hearing the very cheerful manner in which they were greeted, the Gustavs couldn't help smiling from molar to molar victoriously. They almost skipped and hoped in joy as they followed behind one of Lucy's secretaries. Gustav himself began visualizing his own customized garden again. No, he abated statues of himself all over Baymard. Why stop in a garden when he can leave statues or portraits of himself everywhere? From billboards to museum sculptures, art and even massive statues at certain entertainment squares. He wanted to be placed everywhere. That way, his friends and enemies in the capital would think twice before ever disrespecting him. He would be the overlord of his clique, and might even turn them into lackeys who did things at the snap of his finger just for some Baymardian benefits. Ha ha ha. With this, his name would undoubtedly go down in history. Of course, Gustav wasn't wrong. His name would definitely go down in history. But not the way he wanted it to. Today, the noble Gustav family were the stars of the show.